On the night of the Kyuubi's attack on the village, Sarutobi managed to break through Kushina's barrier. The old man was sure that his beloved wife was already dead. Hiruzen was already old, and decided to act immediately. He did not think and did not doubt. Having folded the seals of the death god summoning, Sarutobi Hiruzen destroyed Minato's summoning and immediately gave his soul to death. Kyuubi was completely sealed in Naruto, and the boy withstood the pressure of chakra. The key to the seal was sealed with a piece of Kushina's chakra, as a fuse. Before Minato and Kushina could even utter a word, the old man had already given up the ghost. "Thank you, Sarutobi-sama," Kushina said with difficulty and fell into the tenacious clutches of oblivion. Minato was afraid of the demon inside, because it was sealed entirely inside Naruto. The young Hokage knew that his wife carried the Kyuubi inside her, but this was different. Naruto was a baby, and Kushina was already a teenager when the fox was placed inside her. He did not want the Kyuubi to break out in the middle of his house and kill Kushina in a fit of rage. He took the bundle to the orphanage and said that he found it on the way, and its parents were dead. He could not kill his child. At the orphanage, he said that this child would be a Jinchuriki, a prison for the Kyuubi. Only a few knew that Kushina was pregnant, and after what happened, there were almost no such people left. Except for Kakashi and Jiraiya. Minato told his wife that the child had died, and he was able to reseal the fox into another orphan. Kushina howled like a beluga, but she could no longer do anything. The death of the child hit her very hard. Tears and depression lasted for a long time after what happened. It was not a happy day at the Uchiha estate. Sasuke, the youngest child of the Fugaku main family and Makoto Uchiha, was born a few months after the Kyuubi attack, and her eyes were blind. The irises of her eyes were white and almost completely merged with the whites of her eyes. The clan doctor who came to examine her reported that after examining her with medic nin chakra, it was established that there was almost a complete absence of chakra channels in the optic nerve. More precisely, Dr. Fugaku-sama, your daughter is blind. Her lens and vitreous body are almost completely destroyed. Her vision cannot be restored. In addition, the chakra channels in the optic nerve are too weak, they are not able to withstand a strong load, and the essential channels necessary for the Sharingan are completely absent. That is, she is completely blind, awakening the dojutsu is out of the question. Neither Fugaku nor, especially, Makoto wanted to get rid of the child. Fugaku, with the tenacity of a ram, defended himself at the meeting of elders, but they were not going to back down, so Fugaku was forced to admit that the birth of a blind person in the main family was a disgrace, and therefore the child was sent to an orphanage. However, Fugaku threatened death to anyone who dared to kill his daughter. The orphanage was subordinate to the academy, so orphans were often sent to study. While a person was studying the art of shinobi, the village supported him if he was an orphan. The blind little girl and the Jinchuriki were left without a clan or tribe, they were not even given a last name. More than 5 years had passed, but Sasuke was still addressed by a label, and Naruto did not escape such treatment either. The blind girl and the demon were outcasts among children. No one talked to them, no one played with them or made friends with them. The demon was able to find an outlet in books, which he read avidly and in unimaginable quantities. Things weren't any better for Sasuke. Well, better, she wasn't beaten or insulted with foul language, but she also had no one to talk to. They laughed at her, made fun of her, and bullied her. Suzu-san, please read to me. A girl of about 5 years old ran to the teacher, stumbling over everything and clutching a book to her chest. I'm busy, Sasuke. Ask the kids to read to you. The teacher tried to distance herself from the annoying girl. Sasuke was sure that the woman was just too lazy to read to her. No, that's not it, she didn't give a shit about her. She behaves better and kinder with the other guys, such thoughts were floating around in the girl's head. She knew how to look for people, she didn't know how, but she felt them, but no one wanted to explain to her that she was a censor. Due to her age, Sasuke was unable to remember the location of scattered toys, so she often tripped over them, but never over children's footstools. That's what happened now, she tripped over a toy and lost her balance. The girl ran into a boy with whom no one had ever spoken, the teachers always scolded him for the slightest prank, and the kids often beat him and called him names, because he couldn't cope with everyone alone. The girl wanted to ask for forgiveness, but I got ahead of her. Be careful, blind girl, I said softly. Thank you, the girl replied and stared at me with her glassy eyes. It felt like she was looking through me, but at the same time, feeling out, me, or something. That's what they call you. A demon, I smiled. Yes, and you can too. I'm used to it. Sasuke smiled, but so warmly and welcomingly. Excuse me, but can you read? I noticed her little book, which she was clutching to herself. Fairy tales for little princesses. What the hell is that? I thought. I can. Do you want someone to read to you? Sasuke cringed at my question, expecting a refusal. She, too, was used to being unneeded. She was a little embarrassed and turned away. Yes, the girl answered briefly. Come on, I'll read to you, but not these sentimental stories. Yes. Chapter 1 Mom. A year has passed since that day. The blind girl, and the demon, were always together. They ate together, were outside together, read together. Naruto always described the objects that surrounded them to Sasuke, and the girl drew images in her head. But one day the boys from the orphanage went too far. I remember how they beat me. Damn, where am I? I said to myself, looking around. Dark corridors, ankle-deep water everywhere, drops constantly appearing on the pipes, stale air. Hey. Ooh, echoed down the corridor. So what the hell have I ended up in? I said more quietly. I stomped further along the dark corridors until I came out into some hall where there was a huge cage. It was dark all around, but it wasn't like I couldn't see anything. I could make out the walls of the room, I could see the doors of the huge gates. But behind them there was only darkness. Hello, I said hesitantly. Go to hell, someone roared from behind the bars. The voice was very loud and seething, but I felt no fear. I wonder if I can find out why everyone hates me. Or maybe that huge idiot will eat me. Hello, I said again. Kami, my Jinchuriki is a pathetic little piece of shit. Are you implying that you're a bigger bunch? I quipped. The darkness cleared and I saw a huge fox looking at me with anger and fire in his eyes. There was undisguised hatred in his scarlet eyes. The fox hit the cage with all his might, then growled gutturally and began to scratch it with his claws. 1, 2, 5, 9. Kyuubi no Yoko, or the nine-tailed fox of misfortune, he calmly stated the fact, and therefore the answer to my question. What question? The fox suddenly calmed down and sat down, only his tails flapped chaotically behind his back. Why does everyone hate me and call me a demon? The fox drawled tiredly and boredly, falling on his side and tucking his tails under himself. People, what the hell can you expect from them? What does huli mean? Go away, you annoying bald monkey, the fox muttered. So, you are furry. Listen, little one, the fox jumped up again and growled. Yar, forgive me. I won't be sarcastic anymore. Fox sat down contentedly and stared at me, and I looked around and tried to figure out where I was. Just think, a 6-year-old child doesn't feel fear in front of me. You're in your subconscious, Naruto, the fox said in an even voice. I gaped at the Kyuubi like a ram at a new gate. I can't even remember who addressed me by name and when, not counting Sasuke. Kyuubi. No, wait, what's your name? Holy shit, Nine-Tailed narrowed his eyes. They usually demand strength, shout about their power, authority, and so on. As you said, people, what the hell can you expect from them? You're the same. The fox bared his teeth. Choida, I don't remember being addressed as anything other than demon. You and I are in the same boat. I looked around the room, perhaps literally. And figuratively. So what's with the name? Kurama, said the fox, a little proudly, but his gaze changed slightly. What is this? I pointed to the paper on the cage. Tear it off and you'll find out, Kurama said, squinting slightly. What are you talking about? I reached for the paper, but someone stopped my hand when I had just started to tear off one corner. A red-haired woman appeared next to me, very beautiful. She smiled at me with the kindest smile. Long scarlet hair that reached her shins, a welcoming and kind smile. A small hairpin held her bangs so that they did not cover her violet blue eyes. It's not worth it, darling, she said tenderly. I fell out of reality. No one had ever addressed me like that before. There was so much feeling in her address, so much warmth. She spoke tenderly, lovingly. Naruto, what's wrong with you? She asked, confused. Who are you? What do you mean, who? I'm your mother, she smiled at me. It's funny, you have a shitty sense of humor no matter how you look at it. I'm seeing you for the first time. Didn't your father tell you anything? She flared up. Yes, I've been in the shelter for as long as I can remember, I said sarcastically. What? Her bravado was blown away by such a simple phrase. The woman turned very pale. And who is the Hokage? She asked, trembling all over. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. What the fuck? 9 strands of hair rose into the air and hovered ominously. My face went pale. Well, Minato, I'll introduce you to a northern animal, his name is fucking awesome. Shit, Kurama put in his 2 cents. Want to join? The woman barked. So, I said carefully, what the fuck is going on here? You don't get hit in the nose for asking questions. Bullshit. I got a good slap on the back of the head so hard that I almost kissed the ground. Don't swear, son. The woman hung for a couple of seconds, but then she suddenly pressed me to herself and roared like a crocodile. Forgive me, son, my Naruto. The woman chattered, swallowing her tears. She did not want to calm down until I hugged her. Forgive us, Naruto, if you can. We sealed the fox into you. And also, sob. And you live alone. Well, I think we had a chance to talk to Lee, mama, I mumbled. It was very unusual to address someone like that. Are you alive? I don't know, Naruto. This is just a piece of my chakra that's sealed here. When the chakra runs out, all disappear. Your father is alive. And who is he? Minato. Hokage. And what should I do if I'm an orphan with a living father and, most likely, a mother? Find me, Kushina asked in a firm voice. Who will let me out of here? I am a demon. Maybe someday, when I can stand up for myself. You will need to tell me everything. If I am alive, then I am no longer connected to this chakra, the seal cut it off from the original. This chakra will not transfer knowledge to the real me. Forgive me, Naruto. I am a disgusting mother. The woman fell to her knees, covering her face with her hands, and began to sob. Kyuubi just watched the situation in silence. He had known Kushina for many years. She may have a bad temper, an explosive character, she could be rude, cruel, and could behave like an ill-mannered brat. But she had an unwavering will and a very kind heart. As a mother, she suffers greatly, because Naruto is her child, her firstborn, who was taken away. Simply because of fear, stupidity, and prejudice. I hugged my mother and tried to hold her tighter. Something sank inside me. My chest was tight. I cried too, cried unconsciously, tears just flowed from my eyes. I smiled and cried. My mother was kneeling in a puddle of water and clinging to me. Gradually her sobbing died down, but the tears continued to roll down her cheeks. I know how to help you. Mom kissed me on the forehead and began to fold the seals. She touched my forehead and passed on her knowledge to me. Mom. I rushed at her, because I took over her feelings and understood how she felt now. The woman smiled sweetly. No, she was shining with the kindest and happiest smile. I lost consciousness from the amount of information that entered my brain. The feelings were only the first wave that washed over me. Kushina approached the cage where Kurama sat silently, his tails flapping behind his back. His scarlet eyes did not glow with hatred, but rather with some kind of interest, curiosity, or something. Kyuubi, see, can I ask you something? Kushina said hesitantly. Her voice was shaking, but not because she was afraid of the fox, no. She was very afraid that he would refuse her request. Kurama narrowed his eyes and slowly stuck his muzzle to the base of the cage. Kushina had never seen him so calm. And what do you want from me, Kushina? I often turn to you and asked only for your strength. Forgive me, and I haven't even talked to you. The fox narrowed his eyes even more. Please, I beg you, to take care of my son. Kushina bowed to the waist and waited for an answer in that position. Kurama expected something like this. After all, she is a mother, she will do anything to protect her child. The fox would watch Naruto in any case, because if the boy dies, he will die too, and he did not want to be reborn. Go to your son, Kushina. You have too little time to be near him, because you are alive and you will not know anything when you disappear. So stay with him here. Kurama looked at Naruto. There was no hatred for the child in his eyes, because they were both treated equally. Kushina didn't know if the fox agreed. She just said, thank you, to the sleeping fox and went to her son. Chapter 2 It's a gift. Time passed and when I was 8 years old, I accepted the offer to become a shinobi. I was a little surprised that they let me study. I'm a Jinchuriki and all. The teachers from the academy came and started to recruit a group. So I applied. They gave me an old room in a dormitory in the oldest and dirtiest part of the village. I asked to take Sasuke under guardianship, because no one was watching her anyway, or rather, no one gave a damn about her fate. And no one knew what to do with her. She would soon be 8 and she was blind, the path of shinobi was closed to her. And here I was, kindness itself. My request did not surprise the management at all, because she and I were something like 2 hermits among children with whom no one communicated at all. It seemed like we got along with Lee. I had the key to the seal and could free him if I wanted, but we were still tied up, and Lee understood that it was better to sit inside me, because otherwise they would lock him up somewhere else where you couldn't move. So we came to this apartment, small, you can hardly turn around, kitchenette, shower, marble friend. There were only 2 windows in the apartment, one in the room, the other in the kitchen. There was also one bed. Sasuke and I had almost no things. We were given an allowance as orphans. The amount was small, but it was enough for the 2 of us to live. Plus, they paid a stipend for an academy student, since I was an orphan. I was sure that I would survive. Kurama would help with advice, and my mother's knowledge would be useful in everything. When I looked around the entire apartment, I took Sasuke by the hand and pulled him along with me. Let's go, I'll show you everything. The blind woman was not embarrassed, she perceived me as an older brother. Look, here's the toilet. Here's the shower, I led her hand, showing and telling her along the way what was where. The towel is here, this is the laundry bin. The washing machine, the faucet and sink, here, right here. Did you remember everything? Yes, thank you, I'm just not used to it. Naruto, thank you, Sasuke hugged me and cried quietly. No one but you talked to me. And you even took me with you, I smiled. Everything is fine, but how are we supposed to sleep? There is only one bed. I wouldn't mind your company, Sasuke giggled and climbed onto the bed. Deal, I'll go clean up and cook something. Sasuke took out a book and began to read it. The book was for the blind and she read with her fingers by touch. How she did it I did not understand. Well, God bless him, the main thing is that she succeeds. Now she was sleeping, and I was in my subconscious. Lee suggested that I always go down to the subconscious instead of sleeping, and then Lee wouldn't get bored, and I would get training, because in the subconscious you can develop chakra control. Tomorrow Sasuke would be 8 years old. Listen, Kurama. What do you want, you overgrown brat? The fox muttered indistinctly. It's not my fault that you have fleas. What did you say? The fox flared up. Yar, I waved my hand, and Lee calmed down. Listen, what should I give Sasuke? How should I know? Your woman is your problem. You are a woman, we are children. It is too early to talk about such things. I have my mother's knowledge and memory. The fox muttered something like, then what the hell do you want from me? I don't know, Naruto. I'm not human, I have no idea what you can give a child. Take her somewhere. They chase me away from everywhere with sticks and curses. Take her to the park, to nature and fresh air. What the hell is she doing in nature if she can't see? Yes, I did. I don't know. The fox barked wearily. Wait, she doesn't see, maybe I should give her my eye. A loud slap was heard. The fox, with the tenacity of a ram, tried to save his face, but it didn't work. Are you a complete idiot? The fox asked mockingly, without taking his hand off his muzzle. Go to hell, Rug. The idea is fine. I'll give one eye, I'll keep one. And Sasuke will be able to see. A gift for life. You idiot, who will do the transplant? And why the hell do you need a blind eye? I just appreciate her, she doesn't see a demon in me. And in you too, by the way. And you know it. The fox exhaled noisily. Okay, Naruto, but you're still a rare idiot. I came out of my subconscious and put a seal on Sasuke's head so she wouldn't feel anything. I opened the cage a little and Kurama was able to crawl out into the light of day. I wasn't afraid of the chakra surge because my mother's knowledge allowed me to put up a blood barrier that would prevent anyone from spying on the room. It wouldn't let through chakra or physical attacks and would distort the image in the windows. Only Sasuke and I could enter the apartment. You'll have to endure it. It will hurt, said the fox. Nothing. Sasuke is under the seal, she doesn't feel anything. And I'll endure it, until I pass out from pain shock. Okay, turn her over and lie down next to her. Prepare clean water, bandages and towels. Kurama performed the surgery and controlled the extraction and implantation process with his chakra, which he always used to heal me. The fox didn't worry that he did everything right, because the damage healed very quickly. And me, I don't remember when I was in so much pain. Except maybe, when I was almost burned alive. By the morning of the next day, the pain had subsided due to the action of the fox's chakra. Sasuke didn't feel anything, because the seal had shielded her consciousness and mind. In the morning I removed the seal from her and waited for her to wake up. Today is her holiday. Good morning, the blind woman said. Kind. Naruto, what's on my face? She reached for the bandage. My eyes are itching. A lot. No, wait, I grabbed her hand. It's a blindfold. Don't open your eyes. Yet. This is my birthday present to you. What? Sasuke said, not understanding. I silently pulled her hand, which I held, to my face. She examined me only once. Sasuke asked to look, and began to run her fingers over my face, and then said that I was very handsome. Now I also had a blindfold on my eyes. The pain had already gone, but there was an itch, just like Sasuke's. I had to remove the seal from her and put on the blindfolds blindly. Naruto, do you have a bandage too? What did you do? Sasuke immediately realized. Everything is fine. I gave you my eye. What? Are you crazy? No. This is why you. Quiet. I just hugged her. Everything will be fine. I will be able to see with one. I didn't know what to give you. And it will be for life, and you will remember me. Sasuke pressed herself against me with all her strength. Her fists clenched the t-shirt on her back, and the girl herself buried her face in my shoulder and cried loudly. I don't remember how long we sat like that. Thank you, Sasuke whispered. I told you. Everything will be fine. Let's go have breakfast. How will you cook? Damn, I'll try to take off the bandage. I slowly removed the blindfold and carefully opened my eyes. What the fuck? I screamed throughout the apartment. What happened? The little girl asked in fear. Oh, both eyes, they both see. I transplanted your blind eye, but it sees. Sit here, I'll go see what it is, and I'll bring a mirror. I went to the bathroom. You're burning your mother, I screamed at the top of my lungs. Taking the mirror, I headed back to Sasuke. I had a bunch of questions in my head, no answers, and total chaos. Sasuke's eye should have been blind, but in both my eyes. Fucked up. One eye was completely purple with a ring-shaped pattern, like concentric circles on water. No iris, just a pupil dot. But the other eye, the blind one, not only was it sighted, but bitch, it also had a sharingan. From my mother's knowledge, I knew what it looked like, only there was no tomo, there was some kind of pattern. The iris was red, from the pupil dot a black spiral went to the border of the iris. I sat down opposite Sasuke and began to carefully remove the bandage. Open your eyes, I called quietly. She slowly opened her eyes. She also had a purple eye, the one I gave her. And her own was like mine, a sharingan, only the design was different, a six-pointed star. You are really beautiful. The girl turned crimson when I smiled. You're not bad either. Look. He handed her a mirror. Sasuke looked at herself for a long time. All, from head to toe. Her long raven black hair reached her lower back. Sasuke was in her sleeping pajamas. Thank you very much. She pounced on me. I'm glad you're happy. Sasuke shyly kissed me on the cheek, and I just smiled a kind smile. I need to ask for advice. I twisted the seal and began to wait for the fox to materialize. Kurama had already communicated with Sasuke, and the girl in turn perceived him only by touch, calling him Fluffy. Sasuke loved to caress and stroke the fox, usually with cries of, "Wow, what a cutie." Kurama appeared and began to inspect his work. What the fuck? He barked. I had a little deja vu. I have the same question for you. The fox wrapped his tails around Sasuke and me and began to soak us with his chakra. Dick analyzer. I hear everything. That's what we're counting on. You're an Uchiha, he roared at Sasuke and almost threw her tail into the wall. I don't know, the little girl babbled. RRAR, the fox growled slightly. He really didn't like them. Kurama, calm down. Explain everything in order and don't yell at Sasuke, I began to threaten ambiguously. Kurama nodded in agreement. After all, he had nothing against Sasuke. Yes, this, he poked his tail into the eye area, is fucked up. Sasuke turned out to be from the Uchiha tribe. That, at least, explains the sharingan. Apparently, the influence of my chakra on your bodies led to the fact that Sasuke's blind eyes were healed, chakra channels appeared in them, the optic nerves, the vitreous body and the lens were completely restored. But here, the power of these eyes. Speak already, I said tiredly. Naruto, they have the same power as Madara's eyes when he subdued me. This is Mangekyo. Go to hell. I fell out of reality and sat there with a stupid face. Shut up, kid. The second one is even better. As for your sighted eyes, Naruto, those are my father's eyes. What? Oh, fuck. Apparently, you had the Senju gene, it mixed with the Uchiha gene that you took from Sasuke, and my chakra helped cross the threshold that exists specifically for these eyes. Give me more details, I asked. In short, my father told me that his eldest son Indra, the founder of Uchiha, could only receive the Rinnegan if he received the gene of his younger brother Asura, the founder of Senju. But there is also a threshold i.e. a person must overcome himself and his powers so that these genes merge together and open new eyes. Fuck, was all I could say. So, it was this threshold that your chakra helped me cross. Hallelujah, you bastard. The fox grinned contentedly. Will you help? I asked seriously. The fox realized where I was leading the conversation. Okay, bald monkey, I will teach you, but it will be hell. Plus, I want a basket, otherwise it is not feng shui for me to sleep in a puddle of your subconscious sewage, and I also want meat. And won't your asshole stick together? The basket is crap, I'll buy it. The problem is with meat, I drawled. Kurama turned away, offended. Don't sulk, or you look like a mouse. You don't need to eat. We're screwed with money. When we become shinobi, you'll be able to live in luxury. Kurama grinned contentedly. Naruto, can you teach me too? Mumbled Sasuke, who had been sitting quietly the entire conversation. The fox jumped onto the bed and walked past us. He began to stamp his feet, and then finally settled down, rattling like a cat. I told you, I will teach you. But I am not familiar with the Sharingan techniques. By the way, we need to switch your Sharingans again. Why? Both were surprised. This is Mangekyo, and it is stronger than normal eyes, but my father seemed to say that because of strong techniques, the user goes blind over time. So, why change it? Asked Sasuke. It seems so, but it's only TIIIIERE, Kurama yawned. If the owner of Mangekyo takes someone else's same eye, then he will evolve and stop going blind, and the techniques will also become stronger. However, for this it is desirable that you are half-blooded, although. No, these are your eyes, Sasuke. They will take root perfectly, because after the first transplant they took root. Kurama finished his thought. Okay, Sasuke, are you ready? The little girl nodded. Put a seal on it, prepare everything from the beginning and be patient, Kurama said. Chapter 3 Real Face. Almost 5 years passed. In about 2 months, there was to be an exam at the academy, where you could become a genin. Sasuke and I were still living in that hovel. She was also accepted into the academy, and that was good, because there was even more money. Kurama taught us Rinnegan techniques that he remembered from his father, Rakudo Sennin. We had to master the Sharingan techniques on our own, but there were some advantages. Mom's knowledge also helped us a lot in this. She knew many useful techniques, from the banal henge to the S-rank Fuinjutsu techniques. We stole elemental techniques, or rather I copied them with the Sharingan, understood the structure and sequence of seals with the Rinnegan, and then taught Sasuke. She had to be taught everything. To read, to write, and to explain everything that she did not understand or why something did not work. Fortunately, mixed genes allowed us to deactivate the Sharingan, but the Rinnegan cannot be turned off, so henge had to be applied to this eye, or rather to my right eye, and to Sasuke's left eye. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo pattern changed slightly after the transplant. Her 6-pointed star changed slightly, it became twisted. As I understood, because I had a spiral in my eye, which twisted her star. I couldn't explain the pattern of my eye to myself, the spiral became double. Both in the orphanage and in the academy, I was avoided and bullied everywhere. I led a reclusive life. Sasuke was doing better. A sea of fans, male and female fans, she was a beauty with multicolored eyes and a smart girl in all subjects and disciplines. The best student at the academy. I also had a couple of hidden fans, but they were afraid to communicate with me, did not want to be considered outcasts, well, plus the influence of my parents, apparently. I tried not to ruin Sasuke's life, so that she would have friends, recognition, and attention. Sasuke understood why I behaved this way, and was grateful to me, always tried to take care of me. In appearance, I think I changed a lot. I copied my image from one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. I had long hair, which was tied in a ponytail, 2 strands of hair framed my face and hid my ears, I tied them with a simple ribbon on my forehead. On top of my head was the same hedgehog, and my hair in the ponytail stood up straight. I always wore black pants and sandals, only the color of my t-shirts changed. Sasuke acquired a decent wardrobe. And blouses, and skirts, and shorts, and shirts, a girl, in a word. She went to class in white or gray shorts and an unbuttoned blue shirt, under which she wore a top. She was not ashamed of her breasts, quite the opposite. Maybe she was inferior to Hinata, but not to Ino. There was also a small problem with surnames. We didn't have any. I had no idea how to explain to others why I was an Uzumaki. After all, the only Uzumaki in Konoha was Kushina, and she was the 4th wife. Besides, my hair was wheat-colored, not scarlet. That's why I took part of Kurama's nickname, no Yoko. Sasuke simply said that she was an Uchiha orphan, and showed her Sharingan with one tomo as proof. In addition, her almost black irises, she hid her real eyes under henge, changing the color of her eyes with a technique as a piece of cake, and raven-colored hair, which was typical for the Uchiha, played in her favor. That's why our documents were changed. Naruto no Yoko and Sasuke Uchiha. As for training with the fox, we knew many techniques. Kurama helped us with chakra volume and control, and also developed our SCCH and chakra centers. All our training took place on the farthest and most abandoned training ground under the barrier that I put up. We were able to master 3 basic Sharingan techniques. We have not yet discovered the additional ones, and there are no guarantees that we will discover them at all. With the Rinnegan, everything was fine, you could even say great. The Uchiha and Senju genes mixed without causing any anomalies, and the Uzumaki genes strengthened both our eyes and the organisms themselves. Why Sasuke took hold of the Uzumaki gene, I did not know, as did Kurama. Therefore, we unanimously attributed all this to the life-giving property of the fox's chakra. We were able to master the Rakudo Senenzai techniques, but there was no opportunity to try everything. For example, Gedo no Jutsu, technique of the outer path, is an ninjutsu that allows you to make an obedient puppet out of a dead person. There was no one to try it on, and I didn't want to take a weak adept, and there was nowhere to take at least some corpse from. Killing a Konoha shinobi is a bad option, as is sneaking into a morgue. And then try to explain why the hell a dead person talks and walks. On top of that, we still haven't really figured out what to do with Kuroibo, Black Rod, which could be created from your own body. Get up. No. Get up. 5 more minutes. No. Clatter. Sasuke threw my body off the bed. Sasuke. I roared. The fall woke me up completely, and I was ready to hit someone, because it was such a good erotic dream. Time to tie up with Jiraiya's books. Well, Naru, you cook very tasty. You too. I sprawled out like a star on the floor, showing that I was ready to sleep here too. Sasuke poked her head out from under the blanket and hung her head over me. Her hair was scattered across my chest and the floor, and some of it remained on the bed. She looks amazing, I mentally noted to myself. Yours tastes better. Go cook, and I'll take a shower, then we'll swap. Okay. I stood up and walked barefoot to the kitchen. How does she do it? And move your brain, the fox drawled sleepily. I don't know, furry. I just can't refuse her. I stood at the stove and started making flour pancakes. You're such a dumb idiot, Naruto. You've read a ton of books on psychology and you don't understand shit. Yes, motherfucker, I know I like her. You're a dumbass, tell her about it and finally pull her in. Kurama said melancholically. Are you fucking nuts? I dropped the spatula and almost got covered in dough. Well, what the hell? The fox asked, puzzled. What the fuck? We're 13 years old. So what? Fuck. You've almost passed puberty because of my chakra, only natural growth remains, and these of yours. What are they called? When the body of a cub can already give birth, I don't know what people call it. It's called fertility, Kurama, but anyway. I began calmly. You're a fucking fox. Go eat fish, pedo bear. Hey, I might get offended. And who gave you your last name anyway? Kurama continued out loud when he climbed out of his basket into the light. Chew quietly, bitch. Sasuke, go eat, I shouted. Don't yell in my ear, Sasuke said dryly, leaning her butt on the kitchen table. She pulled on my t-shirt, which reached to her mid-thigh. Sorry. Put the kettle on and pour it, and I'll go take a shower. I left without waiting for an answer, just shooting angrily at Kurama with my eyes. She's staring at your ass. His voice sounded in my head. Shaggy, you are a true friend. I answered, smiling. Sasuke came to her senses and began to lay out the pancakes and put on the tea. Now Sasuke and I had already arrived at the academy. She went to talk to girls I didn't know, and I plopped down on a desk in the far corner of the room. Most often, I had to sit by myself, so that at least the girl had acquaintances. That, Naruto. Oh, what? I fell asleep in class again, the best way to spend time at the academy. Iruka loomed over me, looking menacing. You're sleeping again. There are 2 months left until the exam. What are you thinking about? Sex, drugs and rock and roll, I answered somehow automatically. What? The sensei stared at me. The class was filled with sighs, gasps, giggles and red faces of the girls. Listen, Iruka, stop trying to force my brains into my head. What business is it of yours what I do and what I think? Explain all this childish crap to the class, and I can handle it without it. What are you talking about? The smartest one. All you do is sleep. How are you even going to study shinobi techniques if you don't even know the most basic things? You're a good-for-nothing kid who thinks he can get by on freebies and luck. You can't become a shinobi without doing anything. Iruka got mad. Fuck off, ghoul, I answered shortly. The class was taken aback, and Iruka turned purple with anger. Even Sasuke raised an eyebrow, because I sent the teacher. I may not be a saint, but I've never allowed myself to do that before. So, quickly to the Hokage, sort this out. Okay, I answered absolutely calmly and followed after sensei. Mizuki stayed behind to conduct the classes, and Iruka took me to Minato. I couldn't bring myself to call him my father, and I doubt I ever would. Well, time will tell. I consoled myself. Come in, came from behind the door. Hello, Hokage-sama, Iruka bowed. Hi, I raised my hand. Minato began to study me with his eyes. He maintained an outward calmness perfectly. What do you have, Iruka-san? He asked, shifting his gaze. Hokage-sama, I don't know what to do with Naruto no Yoko. Not only does he not study at all, but he also behaves inappropriately and is rude. Naruto, what is the reason for your behavior and what did you do? You wouldn't have been brought here for sleeping in class, Minato said evenly. His fear of the Kyuubi demon had dulled and very much, not a single case of even the slightest surge of the fox's chakra was registered. Minato had already regretted his actions, now he did not see Naruto as a monster, but he could not bring him back, he simply did not know what to say to Kushina, and he was terribly ashamed of his actions, because he was a coward. Now he was silent. Sent Iruka-sensei for lecturing me. Naruto, your teacher is trying to raise you and make you a worthy shinobi and protector of the village, who will carry the will of fire. Like all of us, I looked at Minato very skeptically, and he noticed it. I silently swallowed his words. Let's agree that you will not behave like this anymore. Okay, just leave me alone. The genin exam is my headache, not yours. Sorry, Iruka, it's just that I know what you're talking about, that's why I'm sleeping. Sensei looked at me calmly, apparently thinking about something. We'll check it out, said the sensei, smiling nastily. So, Naruto, we have an agreement. Then, please, return to your studies, Iruka-san. I have a lot of work to do. Iruka and I returned to class, and when I was about to sit down in my seat, he asked me to come back. Well then, Naruto, you said that you know everything I talked about in class. The class laughed together, only Sasuke smiled slyly at me. I exhaled resignedly. Let's do it this way then. You become the teacher for today, and I'll sit and listen to your lecture. Well, why do I need this? I asked indifferently. It's a bet. If you can present the material to the students, then you'll ask for anything. What if I lose? You will study after classes until the evening, I exhaled loudly. What the? Your mother. What is the topic? A wave of laughter swept through the class again, which I put. Ahem. The kids were having fun. The lesson was disrupted, the wayward student was put in an awkward position, and there was an opportunity to make fun of him. Mizuki was also chuckling, standing in the corner of the room. Today we reviewed everything about chakra, because the exam is coming soon. Tell us about Kitai-henka, Seishitsu-henka, the cycle of chakra properties and the counterbalance of elements, and also about all 5 properties. Well, fuck, I cursed quietly. The class burst into laughter again, no longer trying to hold back. Iruka and Mizuki walked to the back of the room and took the last desk, thus showing that I would not be able to get out of it, and that I would either have to explain the topic or show myself to be the worthless thing that most of those present believe I am. If the properties, cycle and counterbalance were already discussed in class, then the change in form and nature of properties is the last topic that has not yet been covered. I went to the board and began to draw a cycle of 5 elements or properties of chakra. Taking a pointer and chalk, I threw the latter at Shikamaru, who was sleeping on the desk, like me earlier. But at least he wrote tests and assignments normally. Yo, Nara, I know you don't give a shit about all this, you'll develop hidden, but I'm not Iruka. Next time I'll throw a stool at you, and if you get caught one more time, I'll throw you out the window while you're sleeping, I said in a sepulchral voice that no one had ever heard before. It worked, and the class calmed down a little. We have 5 main elements. Each property of chakra is superior to another, but at the same time it is inferior to another property. Clockwise and counterclockwise, according to my drawing. Therefore, I poked at the property of fire. Or fire is between water and wind. It is more correct to say, above, the wind and, under, water. This means that fire is stronger than wind, but weaker than water. I moved the pointer along the board and drew arrows to make it clear. There are only 5 properties of chakra. Hai is fire, Kase is wind, Kaminari is lightning, Suchi is earth, Mizu is water. Each property has a specialized quality. I will explain with 2 examples. Kase has a special quality, extremely sharp cutting, Kaminari, paralysis due to electricity, and a weaker cutting quality or property. You can read the rest in the book, you are not morons. The class digested the information and made sketches of my notes on the board in their notebooks. Iruka and Mizuki sat and were amazed. True, this was only the beginning. Iruka asked questions that had not yet been covered. So, I barked. Sakura and Ino, who were whispering in the first row, even jumped up. Sakura, Ino, what is Kitaihenka and Seishitsuhenka? One question was asked to each, respectively. Iruka, where is the magazine? Do you want to blame your ignorance on others? Someone from the group spoke up. No, if they answer, I'll give them a perfect score for knowing the topic in advance. Iruka himself said that I'm sensei for today. If they don't answer, they'll get an F for messing around in the first row and not knowing the topic. I approached Iruka and extended my hand, expecting the magazine. Sensei gave it to me anyway, and I returned to the table, but the bell rang. Break. Sakura, Ino, sit here during the break and chat. Don't look at your textbooks, or I'll pull your eye down on your butt. Are you out of your mind? Why the hell are you giving orders? Kiba stood up for the girls, getting up from his desk. The girls in turn were glaring at me. I was told to explain a new topic, and I will explain it. So, shut your mouth, flea carrier. Kiba lunged at me, forgetting about the teachers. I quickly jumped back to the wall. I pushed off with one foot and kicked the punk in the temporal lobe with the other. Kiba got a Zugander, and broke the teacher's chair with his body when he fell. The guy never got up. Naruto. Iruka barked. What? I answered in the same manner. You were here and saw how he attacked me, I only defended myself. You will lecture him when he comes to his senses. I sat down on the next chair and put my feet on the table. Sakura and Ino decided not to move, I didn't take my eyes off them. Iruka looked sadly at me and his desk where my legs were lying, and then at the broken chair. Mizuki began to lift Kiba and put him in his place, and then went for the nurse, who, after examining Kiba, said that he should just lie down, and that there was nothing serious. Iruka stomped off somewhere. 10 minutes later the bell rang and the students returned to class, and I sighed heavily, but still stood up. However, I had no chance to announce the start of classes yet. Iruka came in and led 3 teenagers a year younger than us. Class. Everyone stood up. Please welcome our new students. They want to pass the Genin exam early, so they will be studying with you for the last 2 months. Introduce yourself. He addressed them and gave each of them a piece of chalk, and then went to Mizuki at the last desk. Namikaze Aya, said the red-haired girl with loose hair. She had violet-blue eyes and slightly rounded features. The spitting image of little Kushina, I said mentally, and in response I heard only an approving chuckle from my subconscious. I love my family very much. Sasuke noticed how I turned my chalk into dust, but my face was calm. I hope that we will become friends. Namikaze Yoshi, said the blue-eyed blonde, a copy of Minato. On his head was a hedgehog, a serious muzzle, a stern look. He differed from me in more rounded facial features and the absence of stripes. And my hair was longer. Much. I had sharp features, like Kushina when she was older. I love training. In the future I want to become Hokage. Notes of pride could be detected in his voice. No one from the class doubted that one of these two could become Hokage. After all, they are the children of the ruler of the village and all that bullshit. Uchiha Taro, the guy with black eyes and the same color hedgehog on the back of his head, bangs and hair on the top of his head were styled, said pompously and arrogantly. In the subconscious, swearing, terrible abuse and insults were heard addressed to him. He is terribly similar to Sasuke. Fox confirmed my guess, the chakra features are too similar. Apparently, this is her brother, the younger one. I shot at Sasuke and saw her frown slightly, and her eye twitched slightly. She is the best censor I have ever seen, even Kurama praised her, although she is far from him. There is nothing surprising. Where is a person, and where is an immortal Biju? I am sure Sasuke thought the same as Lee, which means she realized that Taro is her brother. Sit down, I said. The trio glanced at me. And the Namikazes noticed the features of their parents and the hairstyle of their godfather. Are you our sensei? Yoshi said arrogantly. God, judge and executioner, it's a pity that it's only for today, I quipped. Aya and her brother walked behind the desk and sat down silently, and Taro stared at me. What the hell are you doing here? My nerves are already giving out. Get behind your desk. Iruka and Mizuki just listened in amazement to my address to the youngest son of the head of Uchiha Aikizoku. Do you know whose son he is? Aya asked. Even if he were Madara in a skirt, I don't give a shit. I snapped. Don't lose your fear, teacher. A Sharingan with one tomo flashed in his eyes. Fuck. I cursed at the whole class. Iruka, tell him, otherwise I swear by Jashin, he and Inuzuka will be drooling on the desk. I said in an icy tone. Taro, please sit down at the desk, Iruka said. Uchiha snorted, but walked over and sat down next to Sasuke, for which he received a threatening look from all the guys in the class. Sasuke's eye twitched nervously, and in my subconscious, Fox laughed loudly. Sakura, Ino, answer my question. Sakura stood up first. Well, Kitai Henka is a change in the shape of chakra. In short, I silently gave her the highest score in the journal. Sit down already, Ino. Naruto, what did you put? Asked Sakura. Stupid question. You know you answered correctly. Why ask? Ino. Well, Seishitsu Henka is, well, a change in, natural properties. Amazing intuition and hearing. And Sakura's whisper. Saved your ass, Ino. Sit down. I drew her the highest score. Okay. Now I'll explain what Kitai Henka and Seishitsu Henka are and what to eat them with. Let's start with the form. As Sakura said, Kitai Henka is changing the shape of chakra. This is a process, and quite a complex one, in which a shinobi secretes chakra in such a way that it takes any form at the will of the user and maintains it. A shinobi must have very good chakra control in order to conduct chakra to the desired part of the body, for example, an arm, secrete it, simultaneously giving it the desired shape and maintaining it in a stable state so that the chakra does not dissipate into milk. Can you give an example to make it clearer? Said a student I didn't know. It is possible. Technique. Yondaimyo Hokage Rasengan, the highest stage of Kitai Henka, I said after thinking for a bit. How do you know that? Yoshi almost shouted. But he invented it, every dog in Konoha knows about it. I waved my hand. That's not what my brother is talking about. Aya butted in. Father didn't tell anyone about the technique. The class fell silent. Iruka and Mizuki started to stare at me. How do you know that the technique uses chakra shape-shifting? Aya continued. I came to the conclusion when I saw the equipment. I shrugged my shoulders in confusion. And stop messing with my head, you've got me all worked up. Where was I? I jumped off the topic. Seishitsu Kenka, Sasuke said, thus interrupting the discussion. Yeah, he nodded to her. Seishitsu Henka is the process of changing natural properties. We have 5 elements, and accordingly, 5 ways to change the properties of chakra. These 5 ways are called Godai Seishitsu Henka, or 5 great changes of natural property. The released chakra of natural properties always ends in the kanji teng tone. Hai has Seishitsu Henka with this property: Kaden, Kaze, Futon, Kaminari, Raiden, Suchi, Doden, Mizu, Sweden. Each property has its own way of mastering Seishitsu Henka. A shinobi can use chakra of natural properties in 2 ways. The user either combines it with Kitai Henka, or changes the environment, for example, creates a rock on a plane. There was silence, and I walked across the auditorium to Iruka. So, I pulled him out of his stupor. Okay, Naruto, you win, agreed the sensei. What are you saying? I said sarcastically. So, Sasuke and I are switching to free attendance at classes and the academy as a whole. But, Iruka began. You said it yourself, I can ask for whatever I want. Sasuke didn't even wait for an answer, but stood up and went to the exit. She was followed by surprised and puzzled looks, because she didn't seem to want to communicate with Naruto. I was rewarded with envious looks, in which, among other things, hatred and malice were read. When the door closed behind us, we heard terrible swearing and 3-story swearing from me and Sasuke addressed to the Shinobi Academy, Taro and other fucking children. As we were leaving the academy, Aya and Yoshi caught up with us. Hey, Yoshi called out to me, and I only slightly turned my head in his direction. How do you know about the Hokage's technique? Are you stupid or what? I asked mockingly. I told you. I made a conclusion when I saw it. Demon, Sasuke, who had already gone ahead, called out to me. Let's go already. When Yoshi turned his gaze to her, he blushed slightly. And Kurama laughed inside me again. I turned around and followed my friend. Chapter 4: The Only Ones. For some time we walked in silence towards home. I just didn't know what to talk about. Today we were supposed to have training in chakra control and concentration, that's why the course was home, not to the training ground. But, it seems to me there won't be any training, because the news about the relatives threw us off track a little. Why the hell did you have to show off? Sasuke couldn't resist. What was I supposed to do? You'd think you were upset about Kiba being knocked out. Sasuke blushed. This dog owner was really annoying her with his advances. Holy shit, Yuzuratonkachi. Definitely, sunshine, I smiled nastily. And while Sasuke was doing the reboot, I ran away so as not to get into a real fight. Stop, bitch, I won't hurt you. Sasuke screamed at the top of her lungs and chased after me, pulling out a kunai from the seal on her wrist that I had made for her. I went home, but you can't run away from a censor like Sasuke. At home, Sasuke started to beat me up methodically, giving me light punches in the ass and slaps on the back of the head, and I just smiled. Sasuke didn't deliver strong blows, she just played. When I got tired of this fuss, I grabbed her hands and deprived her of the opportunity to attack, and then quickly threw her on the bed. I hovered over her, and she blushed and looked away slightly. What's wrong? She mumbled. Why are you so shy, Sasuke? After all, we sleep on the same bed. Sasuke blushed even more. What do you want from me? You yourself, I said honestly. Uchiha stared at me with eyes like saucers. She certainly didn't expect such an answer. She tried to kick. It's just that I like you, Sasuke, and have for a long time. You, Sasuke, you are the only person who hasn't turned away from me. She stopped resisting. Her body went completely limp. Get off me, she asked evenly. When she said that, it meant she wasn't joking. Go away, I want to be alone and think. My chest tightened, just like when I saw my mother in tears in my subconscious. A hurricane of feelings and emotions went through my head. I couldn't explain my anger, my rage, or why I was in so much pain. My mind screamed that nothing had happened yet, but it didn't help. I felt sad and hurt. I felt that same loneliness that had always been with me, it was just that Sasuke's constant closeness hid it. She was the last thread that connected me and kept me afloat. It hurts. Lonely. Damn, what's going on? She didn't drive me away. She didn't drive me away, did she? I tried to convince myself, but nothing worked. I was under a lot of stress and anxiety, emotions were overwhelming me. For some reason, I got really angry. Anger enveloped every cell of my body. It was anger, not hatred. I could never hate her. I loved Sasuke, I became more attached to her than to anyone else. I was afraid that she would reject me, but I couldn't force her either. A contradictory feeling began to tear me apart. I took another step away from the bed. I was having an attack of hyperoxia or oxygen poisoning. I was breathing rapidly, clutching my chest. The Sharingan activated unconsciously, the space became blurred by a spiral. The last thing I saw was Sasuke rushing towards me, but I was already sucked into the funnel. After some time, I was able to calm down. My breathing was restored, the amount of oxygen in my blood returned to normal. I began to look around and think about everything that had happened. I decided for myself that the girl simply wanted to think, so I calmed down a little and began to sort out the pressing problems. The space around was black, but there was air, gravity and some blocks under my feet. Kurama, where are we? Apparently, you have awakened an additional ability of your eyes. Rinnegan is the final stage of the Sharingan, i.e. the ability is complete in every sense. I have already seen it. Yes, fuck, tell me in order, my adopted brother. The same ability was that degenerate who severed my connection with Kushina and pulled me out of it. I began to analyze the situation as soon as your attack began. Your brain began to throw a huge amount of chakra into the optic nerve, causing a change in the Sharingan. Thus, you awakened an additional ability of your eyes. What abilities even exist, I do not know, and no one knows. It completely depends on the user. I see, and it's complete because the Rinnegan, as the crown of the Sharingan, complements any technique of my eternal Mangekyo. Like with Susanoo, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Exactly so. The fox grinned contentedly in his subconscious. It looks like everything that surrounds you is your dimension. Does that mean I can do everything here? I asked. I'm fucking. You're the one who came up with all this. As they say, if you don't try, you won't know. Do everything as always, the trial and error method, said the fox. I started concentrating and realized that I could feel the chakra perfectly. Sasuke, Iruka, Minato, Kushina, Mizuki, Yoshi were somewhere nearby. I felt almost everything, as if I had become a sensor. You became one, thanks to your eyes, but you will lose to Sasuke. She is a sensor from God. Yes, I know, it's obvious, she was born blind. Her vision was compensated by all her other senses, which resulted in an incredible sensitivity to chakra. When did you become so smart, bald monkey? Eat dick, Kurama. Asshole, muttered the fox, grinning contentedly and falling asleep. I sat in my dimension for about 2 hours. Then I tried to exit by passing chakra through my eyes. No seals were needed. I appeared on the Hokage rock, exactly where I wanted. This looks like Minato's space-time jump, I concluded. Something similar comes out. Try using it faster and with some objects. I tried to concentrate on the boulder that was lying about 25 meters away from me. The stone was sucked into the funnel and quickly enough, throwing it back was also not particularly difficult. I looked at my watch and asked Kurama to count the time, and I jumped to my dimension and back. As it turned out, I could move quickly, and the distance did not matter. It was necessary to feel the person to whom I wanted to move, or clearly imagine the place. Kurama, who saw Hiraishin Minato, said that my technique was inferior in speed. When I finished, it was already deep night outside. I returned home. My chest was shaking, my heart was jumping like crazy, although outwardly I was calm. Sasuke was already lying in bed. I would say that she was sleeping, the blanket was rising and falling in measured movements. Almost silently, I washed myself before going to bed and put on the boxers I slept in. Pajamas are not my thing. Sasuke was lying with her back to me, her face turned to the window. I lay down on the edge of the bed. A couple of minutes later, I felt her start to toss and turn. Turning my head, I saw 2 different colored eyes, one was purple, the other was scarlet Mangekyo. Her face was red from tears, droplets were rolling down from her tear-stained eyes onto the pillow. Sasuke's pav. Naruto and I were fooling around again, like when we were kids. And all because this Uzuratonkachi constantly teases and picks on me. It's his own fault. We didn't mess around for long until Naruto pushed me down on the bed. His face was very close. I was embarrassed, because I always had feelings for Naruto and always hid them, always staying a little distance away. However, now he was very close. I could even feel his hot breath. What's wrong? My voice trembled. Why are you so shy, Sasuke? After all, we sleep on the same bed. Of course I'm embarrassed, Uzuratonkachi. And you don't see anything. I blushed even more and tried to look away. What do you want from me? I tried to ask calmly, although my face was flushed and there was a hurricane inside. You yourself, Naruto answered. I just fell out of reality. What did you say? I tried to kick and break free, but where was that? Naruto was a real big guy. It's just that I like you, Sasuke, and have for a long time. You, Sasuke, you are the only person who hasn't turned away from me. He confessed to me. I stopped struggling and twitching. My body grew heavy and sank onto the bed like a soulless doll. I can't admit that I like Naruto too. And it's too early for us to think about feelings. I can't. Get off me, I said coldly and calmly. Naruto immediately stopped smiling, his face became serious, and he immediately let go of me and walked away from the bed. Go away, I want to be alone and think. Naruto's face remained calm. There was no emotion on his face, but his eyes. I always found support, participation, concern, care and love in them. But now, they seemed to have frozen, a completely detached look from reality. As if his whole being cracked. A few seconds later, Naruto began to breathe deeply and very quickly. He grabbed his chest, and the henge fell off his Rinnegan, the Sharingan activated and began to spin wildly. I got scared and rushed to him, but it was too late, he was sucked into some kind of funnel. I hung there with my hand outstretched for a couple of seconds, and then I started catching him in space, hoping to find him by touch, because I had stopped feeling him at all. He was nowhere to be found. I rushed outside and began concentrating, dispersing my chakra and feeling every centimeter of this damn village. He's not here, I realized with horror. I don't know how long I ran around the village hoping to find him, but even the training grounds were empty. I checked the forest of death where we once got lost, but he wasn't there either. I was very worried, and I cried the whole way, even if it wasn't consciously, but I cried because of Naruto. Why didn't I tell him the truth? Damn pride and my stupid arrogance. I always had tender feelings for Naruto too. Why not just tell the truth? He always did everything only for me. He took care of me at the orphanage, he taught me everything, how to read, write, and use chakra. He gave me the whole world. Because I was blind, and he revealed the beauty of this world to me, I reproached myself. His last words, "You are the only person who has not turned away from me," did not leave my head. What have I done? I told him to leave, and he did as I asked. Right there, like always. A second and he was gone. I cried, sitting at home and wrapped in a blanket, until I fell into a half sleep. I woke up from the sound of water rushing from the bathroom. I immediately started feeling around the space. Naru. This is Naruto. Everything inside me rejoiced. I was glad that he had returned. He lay down next to me on the edge of the bed, almost silently. I was scared. I was afraid to see his empty eyes. Eyes that once looked at me with love. I was scared that Naruto would now just be there, like a soulless doll. He knows how. He knew very well how to behave detached from people. I was scared that I would no longer see my Naruto. After all, I myself turned away from him. I myself told him, go away. I want to tell him the truth. He found the strength to confess. I will try to find it too. End Pav. Sasuke was in tears. My insides skipped a beat again. End Naruto. Sasuke was shaking all over and sniffling. Forgive me. I shouldn't have driven you away. Forgive me, Naru. I love you. I shut her up with a kiss. I didn't know how to kiss, and where would I have learned? Our lips met in an awkward, timid, but so tender kiss. Sasuke didn't mind. She pressed herself against me with her whole body, wrapping her arms around my neck. I remembered Jiraiya's books. We began to lack air. Sasuke pulled away and began to breathe rapidly, and I decided to take advantage of this. Already a little more boldly, I began to open my mouth and stick my tongue into Sasuke's mouth. The girl squealed, but did not pull away. I passed my tongue to hers and began to wriggle there like an eel, sometimes running it over her teeth and touching her tongue. The kiss was broken only after a couple of minutes. We breathed deeply. There was a catastrophic lack of air. I love you, I said and hugged Sasuke. She looked up at me with a look full of happiness and joy, and then smiled. She gave me another light kiss and buried her nose in my chest. Be quiet and don't let go, Sasuke said with a happy smile. I smiled and covered us with a blanket. And then I hugged her to me, our legs intertwined under the blanket. I have never felt so warm as I do now. I woke up pretty early. Today I had to go to the academy. In theory the day of the trial exam was happily wasted, which means today. Or not today, who the hell knows. There was supposed to be an exam. One hand was under the pillow on which Sasuke was peacefully sleeping, and with the other hand I was holding her to me by the waist from behind. The measured breathing of my beloved girl at my side gave me such a pleasant, unshakable feeling of joy and calm. For several mornings in a row I catch myself thinking that in general I don't need anything in this world, if only Sasuke slept like this next to me every single day. I pressed her closer to me and heard some kind of sleepy, indistinct, but contented murmur. Life is good. And who is this pedo bear we have here? The fox asked sarcastically and nastily. Hey, we haven't. So, what the hell do you want? I realized. What kind of attacks are these so early in the morning? Did you give me shit? Roared the fox. What? I asked, not understanding. Get the fuck to the academy, schoolboy. Kurama growled. Okay. Don't sulk, furry. Come on, I bought you some meat yesterday. The fox immediately climbed out of his basket, which was resting next to the bed, and sat down in front of her. A contented face, eyes squinting, tails up, the little animal is happy. Sasuke, I called quietly in his ear. The girl mumbled questioningly, slightly basking in the embrace. We need to get ready for the exam, I purred. She mumbled negatively. I leaned over and kissed her ear very loudly. She jumped up in fright. How much discontent, how much anger, how much hatred was in her eyes for such an awakening. I pulled her towards me, but she kicked and got angry until I calmed her down by biting her lips. We had made progress in 2 months. Now our tongues were already intertwined in a sweet dance. Sasuke climbed on top of me and pressed me into the bed, without breaking the kiss. Her tongue played playfully and responded to mine. I deepened the kiss and began to study her mouth, simultaneously letting her tongue pass to mine. Where is my meat, bitch? The fox roughly tore us apart, pulling us apart with his mighty tails. Sasuke just laughed out loud, and I growled in displeasure. The girl walked past Kurama and scratched him behind the ear, to which he responded with a satisfied face and loud rattling, and Sasuke herself headed to the shower. Naru, she called to me, already at the bathroom door. Will you make dango? I silently turned my gaze to Sasuke, who made eyes at me. Okay, I said, without expressing any emotion. A henpecked husband, 2 cents from the fox. The hit counts, I mentally agreed and gave one of the tails a high five. I had to stomp into the kitchen and heat up the oven, cook meat for Kurama, put the kettle on, etc. After a while, Sasuke came and hugged me from behind. Delicious, she said, inhaling the aroma of green tea and sweet dango with jam and cinnamon. What should I say? I laid all this stuff out on plates. Love, she asked playfully. I chuckled, as any relatively healthy gopher from the Uchiha clan did. Sasuke smiled and kissed me, and then began to arrange everything on the table. We arrived at the academy earlier than everyone else, and, strangely enough, I was right, the exam was today. It was both good and bad at the same time. Good, because if we become genin, we will have more money, and bad, because a large reinforced concrete. Well, not everyone had anything to put in, so Sasuke just kicked his dicks. In short, the academy is a vacation, to put it in a word. Sasuke. Some girls squealed, and then the boys joined them. We were standing by the list of students, that's why there was a crowd of people here. I was the last in our class in academic performance, and Sasuke was at the very top, under her was Taro with a slight gap, then Ayoshi and Aya, with the same scores, and then the whole class. I had already managed to escape from the crowd with the help of Kamui, so now I was pretending to be sleeping on the desk. Naruto, when did you arrive? Asked Sensei. Ah, Iruka, I raised my hand in greeting, but I still didn't lift my head from the desk. Just a couple of minutes ago. Today is the exam, I decided to try my luck. Iruka chuckled ambiguously. Despite the low score, I wouldn't have been able to give a lecture on an unfamiliar topic, even in my own way, if I hadn't prepared in advance. Therefore, Iruka was already of two minds about me. He gathered the whole class. Taro settled down next to me, showing with all his appearance that he was not a dummy here, and I was here for shit. Well, dick with you, Uchiha. An idea sounded in the subconscious. Quietly, for the whole village to release Fox, because meat for breakfast was not enough for him, and fried Uchiha for breakfast as a dessert is a fucking awesome start to a fucking day. After a long and boring speech about the ninja exam and its essence, Iruka handed out the tests and announced that the work had to be handed in an hour. About 15 minutes later, I got up and handed in the work. Naruto. Check it and I'll go. Iruka was no longer surprised, but one could say he was expecting it. His guess was confirmed, the test was written from start to finish, for 100. While he was busy, Sasuke came up and also shoved the work under his nose. Iruka let us go to the training ground where the rest of the exam was taking place and told us to wait until everyone had finished writing, only after that Mizuki would come and take the throwing while Iruka checked all the work. I assumed a semi-sitting position under the tree. Sasuke lay down next to me, resting her head on my stomach. It was amusing to watch the students' reactions when they rolled out into the street in a noisy camp and saw us. What a range of emotions, I can just feel their desire to put me on the rack, the stake, and then the bamboo, I said quietly, only for Sasuke. Oh, forget about them, she lay down more comfortably on top of me. Only Iruka was smiling. The rest were throwing thunder and lightning. The girls were whispering something. The guys are ready to eat me with the shit. Kiba, Yoshi and Taro looked very menacing. Look, your brother is drawn to incest. I don't have a brother, Sasuke said coldly. For now, only you need me, I don't give a shit about the rest. Hee, my school, Sasuke just smiled. They started announcing those who had to throw weapons. There were 5 targets, 5 kunai, 5 shuriken. Throw as you wish, as long as you score 50 points in total out of the 100 available with kunai and shuriken. Then they threw senbon at a dummy, hitting 3/5 according to acupuncture. As expected, we had leaders. Aya, Yoshi, Tenten, Sasuke, Taro, Shikamaru did well, as did Neji. Kiba only made pathetic attempts to show off. I was peacefully sleeping until Uchiha called out to me. Hey, but Yoko, it's your turn. I didn't react until he threw a rock at me. Because my head was down, my bangs hid my eyes. The rock flew through me and bounced off a tree. What the hell? Taro barked. I stood up silently and walked past him. How did you do it? He looked at me with wide eyes. What are you even talking about? I was surprised. I saw how I hit you, but the stone went right through you. I looked at him like he was an idiot, then looked at the people around me, making a surprised face. I looked in their eyes for an answer to the question of what Taro was talking about. However, no one understood anything, few even looked at me when Uchiha threw the stone. Are you an idiot or what? I asked sarcastically. Did the stone go right through? You missed. Just say so, and don't make a hunchback out of me. Taro turned purple, and the students started to laugh. You don't dare make fun of me. He barked. Look, what does this have to do with me? Everyone saw that I was sleeping. The impact of the rock on the tree woke me up. Iruka also smiled like Sasuke. A little nastily. And now, maybe, get the hell off the site. I barked so loudly that Taro jumped back. Taro fell off the horizon, cursing me with all the childish curses. I began to slowly throw kunai and shurikens, one after another they entered the bull's eye. And after 5/5 acupuncture points, Iruka was finally convinced that all these years at the academy I had been successfully pretending to be a Valanki. Naruto, he called quietly and sat down opposite. I looked at him from top to bottom. Why did you always hide your skills and knowledge? Always kept quiet and slept during classes. Why are you interested in my life, Iruka-san? I said calmly. Iruka even froze. I addressed him as you, only when I was being sarcastic. I don't know, he answered honestly, you're just a very strange guy. Didn't you teach us the rules of shinobi, sensei? I asked evenly. Make the enemy underestimate yourself, and he will become a victim of his own stupidity. Ha, that's right, Naruto, Iruka smiled good-naturedly. So I was always wrong about you. Considering me a demon, I raised an eyebrow. Why yes, the sensei said, slightly amazed. All the students were watching us sideways, but no one heard our conversation. It was like a father and son talking. Iruka, who was squatting in front of me and smiling a kind, carefree smile, and I, who was smiling back at him. Don't worry, I'm used to it. Since I was little, Iruka darkened a little. I remembered, he said thoughtfully. It was you who asked to become a shinobi when you turned 8. I was in that group of teachers who recruited a class. We were looking for and recruiting orphans. There were few clan children and shinobi children. There was also a baby with you. Iruka remembered. You asked to release her into your care. She was blind. I smiled at him kindly, but Iruka didn't even answer me right away. He was extremely surprised. How is she, Naruto? Iruka decided to ask. Blind. I called loudly. The entire class turned their heads in our direction. Sasuke slowly moved towards me. She already understood that I had decided to trust Iruka, albeit not completely, but nevertheless. Iruka-sensei, I was wondering how you were. I smiled at her. Naruto, Iruka called out, trembling slightly, guessing that that girl and the best student in his class were one and the same person. Sasuke and I synchronously formed the seals for henge. We pretended to remove the technique, but in fact, with its help, we changed the color of our eyes again. The iris of my left eye became white and almost merged with the white. Sasuke had the same eye in his right eye socket. But her left and my right were blue. Naruto gave me his eye so I could look at this world, Sasuke whispered quietly to the amazed sensei. He only gulped air and looked from me to Sasuke. His face changed, he himself did not know why. That's Naruto, but, I mean, how did you? That, Iruka couldn't find the words. Sasuke and I put henge on our eyes again. Sasuke has always been under my care, sensei, just like I said then. We turned around and walked towards Mizuki, who had already started announcing sparring partners by this time. And this child is called a demon and a brat? Iruka asked himself mentally. Yes, there is more humanity in him than in all the others, Iruka chuckled bitterly, reproaching himself for not noticing this earlier, and only seeing the 9 tails in Naruto. He stood up and walked towards the students, completely lost in his thoughts. Naruto no Yoko vs. Taro Uchiha, Mizuki said. Taro was jubilant, his hands had been itching for a long time, all I could do was silently follow him to the arena. This arrogant bastard was already being pampered and cherished by most of the girls in the entire academy. The remaining underage beasts were running after the blue-eyed hedgehog, Yoshi. Taro-kun, show him, the girls' screams were heard. Come on, Taro, one of the guys echoed him. Well, but Yoko, now you will answer for making me look like a fool. I don't give a shit, I turned away, putting my hands in my pockets. Let's start, Mizuki shouted. Taro immediately rushed at me. In combat, only the acceleration of chakra through the body, pure taijutsu and dojutsu, if there was one, could be used. The last rule was introduced if the Uchiha and Hyuga were participating. Taro's eyes spun around, and instead of a black iris, a red one with 1 tomo appeared. Uchiha made a detour and a feint that simply wouldn't hide from my eye, even though he was under henge, but the Rinnegan couldn't be deactivated, and flashing your Mangekyo was stupid. The Rinnegan's perception speed was higher than that of the Sharingan and even the Mangekyo. I ignored the feint and immediately ducked under his blow. Uchiha missed and got a good kick, causing him to fall. Taro couldn't stop the extra momentum he got from the catch-up kick in the ass. He would lose to me in speed anyway, even if he had 3 tomo, any of his movements would be too slow for the Rinnegan. His superiority in taijutsu due to predicting my movements wouldn't help here. Seeing the first impulses of her brother's fight, Sasuke plopped down under a tree with a bored expression, where the younger Namikazes headed a little later and started a conversation with her. Apparently, another Uchiha interested them. I stood there and kept my hands in my pockets. And Taro, quickly turning around, began methodically waving his arms and legs, vainly trying to hook me in retaliation for the kick. He accelerated due to chakra, made a false lunge with his left, regrouped in the blink of an eye, the guy aimed his fist at my head. I simply dodged again, and Taro stopped abruptly so as not to fall by inertia and raised his knee in order to kick me in the stomach. I had to jump higher to avoid the blow. Fuck me, knock this worm out already, Kurama's bored voice was heard. Yes, Captain. Now I sped up sharply. Taro blocked, but that wasn't the point. My hands were in my pockets, which meant I'd have to use my legs. I crouched and gave a strong push, raising my knee. Taro caught a high kick to the stomach under the plexus and felt two ribs crack, but not yet break. While he clutched his chest and tried to ease the pain with chakra, I made another quick lunge. Taro simply didn't have time to react, and my leg found its target, smashing his cheekbone until it bled. Stop, Mizuki said. The winner is Naruto no Yoko. Mizuki went to help Taro, the latter was slightly swaying from the last blow. I turned my gaze to Yumino, who smiled at me and nodded. Some were moaning, some were gasping, the most zealous predicted the curses of this mortal world and a showdown on a dark night, and so on and so forth. I just took a shit on everyone and everything and went to my Sasuke. The three of them stopped talking as soon as I got a little closer. What do you want here? Aya asked, turning to me when I approached. I came to Sasuke, I answered briefly. Without thinking twice, I sat down next to the blind one, and then laid my head on her lap, not paying attention to the puffing Yoshi. Hey, but Yoko, what are you doing? The elder heir of Namikaze said rudely. Something you can't afford. Sasuke, without expressing any emotions, began to stroke my head, entangling her thin fingers in my lush hair. Yoshi had to shut up, he couldn't do anything. You interrupted our conversation impolitely, Aya noted. I don't care, I said calmly. Sasuke didn't reprimand me. I don't give a damn about the rest. Aya frowned in resentment, because she had once again been deprived of the opportunity to be friends with Sasuke. Who do you think you'll be on the team with, Sasuke? The blonde-haired Ayoshi, who I loved so brazenly interrupted, decided to continue the conversation. It doesn't matter, Uchiha chuckled. Are you familiar with Taro? Aya asked. I just smiled, for which Sasuke scratched me with her nails. She was clearly angry at the mention of her brother. She was rejected only because she was blind from birth. She did not see any other reason, because a blind Uchiha is a disgrace to the clan, where there is a dojutsu. And if you consider that Taro is the son of the head of the clan, then it turns out that her parents are the ruling family of Uchiha Ikizoku. Even if Taro himself is not guilty of anything, but, absurd, yes. No, she said in a sepulchral voice. Who are your parents? Yoshi asked innocently. His sister immediately shut up after such a cold answer. What do you both want from me? Uchiha began to lose her temper. We wanted to be friends, the Hokage's son simply answered. Sasuke snorted and turned away. Your fight, I said and stood up. Sasuke didn't pay attention to Mizuki calling her, she just chatted with these noble persons. She just nodded to me and left. I didn't even have to follow the fight. Sasuke and Tenten's sparring doesn't look even a little bit interesting. Listen, Naruto, have you known Sasuke for a long time? Mini Kushina spoke up. Since about 5 years old, I fell onto the spot where the blind woman was sitting. And you, with her, well, are you dating? Aya blushed, and Yoshi was ready to incinerate me with his eyes. And if so, then what? I closed my eyes, falling into a half-sleep. Yoshi stood up silently and lifted me by the chest, shaking me slightly. You won't talk to her anymore. Little Minato barked. And what will you do to me? I raised my eyes to him. Thanks to my mother's memory, my own feelings and some views had changed dramatically, so if I were to wring his neck now, I wouldn't feel any particular remorse. Will you complain to Dad? I'll beat you up so badly that you won't be able to walk. He barked. Aya wanted to get involved in the conversation, but didn't have time. I'm certainly not the instigator, but I wouldn't tolerate it, Kurama said with a nasty grin. I pushed Yoshi with my hands, soaking them with chakra and throwing it out with the push. Yoshi was thrown 5 to 7 meters away. Before you show me your baby teeth, ghoul, learn at least something. If you talk to me like that again, I'll be accountable to the fourth for your broken bones, you piece of shit. Yoshi jumped up and flew at me, raising his fist, but was stopped by Iruka. Your fight, Yoshi, the guy glared at me, but left. Aya followed her brother. Iruka, I almost hissed. Naruto, Yoshi is the son of Hokage-sama. Think about the consequences. I will never allow any crap to spit in my direction, be it the head of the clan, the Hokage or some other bastard. Yar, Naruto, Yumino smiled. Let me treat you to ramen after the exam, suggested Sensei, and Sasuke too. I don't mind, the blind voice was heard from behind the sensei. Okay, Sensei, I said evenly. Iruka went to the group, and Sasuke and I settled into our place. After the end of the sparring, Sensei announced that tomorrow there would be distribution into teams. The two of us left, and since the teacher was with us, Yoshi no longer bothered me. Aya kept tugging at his hand so that he wouldn't think about it. Afterwards, Iruka treated us to ramen and asked us about our lives, since we had always been on our own. He tried to find out about how we trained, but he ran into a wall of mistrust, although he understood that we had no reason to trust him. Nothing surprising, he just saw me not as a demon, but as a human. However, neither I nor Sasuke were going to quickly become attached to someone just like that. At least Iruka understands and accepts this. We asked to be included in the same team, because we were always together, and Yumino assured us that he would do everything possible to make it so. Afterwards we parted ways, Sasuke and I to train, and Sensei to make lists of teams, which then still need to be approved by the Hokage. Chapter 5 My Way. Sasuke and I came to the training ground to do some training. We just didn't want to lose our form. We went to the farthest and most abandoned training ground, where no one trained at all, even the dummies had rotted away long ago. Sasuke scanned the area, and I set up a good barrier. I'm so sick of all this. Sasuke finally howled. I'm already tired of smiling at them all, chatting with these dolls about boys. Sasuke created Chidori and began to mow down the forest around. I just chuckled quietly, waiting for Kurama to come out. Listen, furry one, why does she always keep quiet in front of everyone, and then suddenly she starts acting up? PMS, Fox answered simply. My mother's memories popped into my head, after which I started shaking terribly, until I got a slap from Fox, who was lying on the ground and dying of laughter. That's it, bitch. Do you understand now how I felt? Kurama laughed. This is fucking nuts, I cursed, watching as Sasuke created Chidori Nagashi and zapped the clearing with electricity. By the way, I froze. Did you come up with something interesting? Asked the fox, who was used to the fact that if we were at the training ground and I fell into deep thought, then usually the result was a significantly improved technique or even a completely new one, but this was less common. For a couple of years now, after we mastered the Rinnegan, I have been thinking about one very interesting idea. Whistle. A couple of years? Fox asked again. I wonder, usually you find a way to improve the equipment in a couple of days, but here it's been a year. Fox was already anticipating something truly interesting. This is not a revision, I replied. Sasuke, seeing that I was sitting and calmly discussing something with Lee, calmed down and headed towards us. She sat down next to me and began to listen. It's a mix of techniques. That's something new. It's common when you perfect techniques. It's extremely rare that you create them, and here. Kurama noted. What's the point? And what are you going to mix? How can I explain it to you? Fuck. In short, I want to try to launch the paired process of forming Chibaku Tensei and Shinra Tensei, I blurted out. Look, Naruto, not only have we not tried the Geto no Jutsu yet, but you also mastered the additional ability of the Mangekyo. And now you're trying to create a new technique for the Rinnegan. Sasuke flared up. She was a little angry at me for not having Kamui, and for the fact that I was a little stronger. Don't worry, you can learn this one. Besides, your eyes have a secret too, I'm almost sure of it, I kissed her on the nose. Naruto, but these two techniques are diametrically opposed to each other, Fox noted. It's not that simple. De facto, diametrically opposed are Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, i.e. one allows you to repel objects, and the other, to attract. Chibaku Tensei is a gravitational core that pulls in everything around itself. Do you feel the difference? The fox turned his muzzle to the wind and sniffed. The cat is dead, the fox noted. The clown with the long ears, I exhaled noisily. Naruto, explain the idea, Sasuke drawled. In short, this is how it works. Chibaku Tensei creates a core that attracts everything around it. Chakra regulates the force of attraction. The period of time during which the technique works regulates the accumulated mass of the core. Then we introduce Shinra Tensai. This technique repels objects from itself. We take the center of the Chibaku Tensai core as the point of repulsion. What do we get as a result? The strongest resonance of gravitational forces. One pulls in everything around, the other repels. We add the repulsive force to the force of the resonance itself, and boom. There was silence. Sasuke tried to absorb the information he had received. Kurama scratched his ear. Interesting. It turns out that this is also Chibaku Tensai, but the technique's action is directed not inward, but outward. Roughly speaking, it's a bomb out of nowhere. Kurama finished my thought. What will you call it? Sasuke asked, anticipating that her collection of techniques would be replenished with another one, and a very strong one, since it was connected with the Rinnegan. First, I have to try to do it. After all, if I just consistently apply the techniques, nothing will come of it, and if it does work, then I'll simply use Shinra Tensai to kick the earth lump that appears under the influence of Chibaku Tensai. So, for such a technique to appear, they must be used simultaneously, noted the fox. How are you going to attract and repel something at the same time? It's like looking in different directions. I froze again. Sasuke stood up and began practicing taijutsu moves with her clone, and the other clones began to improve their use of the elements. The fox just sat in front of me and did not move. He knew that I was currently very busy thinking about this topic. I stared at the tails flickering behind Kurama's back. It was as if I was looking through them, and they lived their own lives. Each moved on its own. I don't know how long I sat like that, but it must have been a long time, because it was already getting dark. Sasuke, despite the greatly increased volume of chakra due to the genes of the Uchiha, Senju and Uzumaki, as well as the developed SCC due to the chakra of Kurama, was already peacefully snoring on my lap with an empty hearth. And then I noticed that sometimes Kurama's long tails crossed each other in a wave-like manner, and then again moved chaotically, and again one after another they crossed each other, like waves on water. Exactly. I screamed, which scared everyone. Kurama even jumped up, because he started to doze off. Sasuke just muttered something discontentedly, because she was pulled out of her sweet dreams. You're a fucking asshole, screaming like that. The fox got angry and started to advance threateningly towards me. Yar yar, don't squeal, you furry one. I have an idea. I know how to start a simultaneous process. Well, the fox immediately calmed down and started the gear mechanism in his head, because he knew that it wouldn't be easy. The principle of action in antiphase must be placed at the basis of the technique. You take the phase of chakra oscillations in the technique as a basis. The fox said thoughtfully. He knew how to find the frequency of chakra oscillations, because any Biju can do this, transferring his chakra to his Jinchuriki. Exactly. It will happen approximately like this. Shinra Tensai has a directional nature, i.e. the technique does not push away everything around, but only objects in a certain direction. We will get the effect of pushing in all directions due to the opposite nature of the action of Chibaku Tensai. So, a Chibaku Tensai ball is created, and an even smaller Shinra Tensai ball is created inside. Then let's assume that one spins in one direction, the other in the other. When the pulling force of the outer Chibaku Tensai is equal to the pushing force of Shinra Tensai, then mutual destruction of these forces will occur. So what's the point? Sasuke asked, not understanding, as she was also listening. And the point is, Kurama decided to explain for me, that Chibaku Tensai accumulates the power of the inner ball of Shinra Tensai due to the force of retraction. They create an explosion when they are mutually equal to each other. And if I understand everything correctly, then, firstly, the force of the explosion will be very large, and secondly, the accumulated power of Shinra Tensai will be released at the moment of the explosion. Thus, this explosion of Shinra Tensai after the first explosion of Chibaku Tensai will strengthen the shock wave. And if you add these two impulses, then, whistle Kurama even threw his head back when he finished my thought. In addition, if the rotation speed of the internal Shinra Tensai is higher, then the force of the overall explosion will increase. Sasuke looked at us like we were geniuses, God knows what kind of wonder of the world, and so on, and Lee and I were already looking at the stars in anticipation of the tests, because it promised to be interesting. I didn't understand a thing. Sasuke pouted, offended. Come on, my sunshine. I pulled her towards me and pressed my lips to hers. I will teach you everything, I whispered interspersed with kisses. So, bald monkeys. Later you'll kill another brat. Let's go test the technique. Kurama again pulled us apart with his mighty tails. I grinned and stood up, and Sasuke blushed wildly from the dirty thoughts and took the position of a spectator fan. Kurama stood a little to the side. I folded my palms and began to concentrate. First, I created a small ball of Shinra Tensei, and then I tried to create another one around it, Chibaku Tensei. Nothing worked the first time. And I began to curse myself with the worst words, because I forgot what I said myself, even if it wasn't me, but Fox, but that's not the point, the thought was mine. They have to be created simultaneously. I created quite a few clones. Kurama, interested in the technique, did not even complain about the fact that I took a lot of chakra, although the fox chews it up his ass. The clones and I started trying to implement the idea. For about 2 hours, nothing worked. The clock hand already showed the beginning of 10, when we managed to create a repulsive ball inside the retractor. Fortunately, the Rinnegan allowed us to disassemble techniques into components quite well, otherwise I would have fucked with it, like Minato with the rasengan when he developed it. The next step is spinning. I couldn't spin them at all, so I tried to create balls and spin them at the same time. And that took a whole bunch of time. 4 o'clock in the morning. Konoha shook from a powerful tremor and explosion that quickly died down. Hordes of shinobi from the village headed for the furthest and oldest training ground. And when they arrived, they found nothing. The training ground itself. Well, neither. Well, you're such a moron. A seething voice. Go to hell, I didn't know it would turn out like this, the voice of a teenager. He didn't know, fuck. I told you to have fewer chakras, come on, you fucking faggot, now my back hurts. A seething voice. Why the hell does it hurt there? It's all healed a long time ago. The voice of a teenager. What the hell, but it wasn't you who suffered. A seething voice. Well, don't be upset, you like the technique. The cheerful voice of a teenager. Dash ellipsis. Fuck, that was fucking awesome. A joyful, bubbling voice. YESAA. The equally joyful voice of the teenager. You will teach it to me. Do you understand me? A threatening female voice. Yes, sunshine. The happy voice of a teenager. In general, the point is this. Towards the morning I finally managed to create the technique. The outer ball, which rotated in one direction, was the size of a fist, and the inner one was even smaller. It was inside the first one and rotated in the opposite direction. After that, I released it from my hands and began to control it. Having sent this crap away from Sin to the opposite end of the polygon under the edge of the barrier, I began to accelerate the rotation due to chakra. The more chakra I added, the faster both spheres rotated, and the stronger the force of retraction was. But for some reason, the technique did not lift the Earth's rock, did not turn over trees and bushes, but simply rotated beautifully. Gradually, the spheres began to grow. The inner one was slightly larger than a fist, and the outer one was almost as large as a human head. That's when Fox started screaming about how he'd pumped in too much. I cut off the flow of chakra, and at that moment the forces of retraction and repulsion equalized. There was a pop and the spheres shrank sharply, and then completely disappeared in an instant. I was upset, but Kurama was on guard, and I must say, for good reason. The spheres were not high above the ground, so they disappeared almost at the very ground, but literally 2 seconds in the rock, under the place where the outer sphere was, began to rise and fly apart, as if from an explosion, but slowly and unimaginably. Beautifully. Kurama reacted immediately. He covered me, Sasuke and himself with his tails. Very timely. Another second and an explosion of terrible force thundered. I would say that it was stronger than Kurama's Bijudama, so several times, because the ground shook with such force that even the support of chakra did not help us stay on our feet, and the ground around was specifically warped. As soon as the explosion passed, Sasuke said that the Konoha shinobi began to move. Kurama was sucked into me. I used Kamui on myself and Sasuke to move us to the apartment. When Sasuke and I came to be assigned, the whole village was buzzing, and we were still under the impression. We only managed to sleep for a couple of hours, which is why both Sasuke and I were throwing thunder and lightning at everyone who moved. And the hairy bitch was sleeping in his subconscious and didn't give a damn. The village was a complete mess. Whole crowds of shinobi and Anbu were scurrying around here and there. An Anbu squad had been shadowing me and Sasuke all over the village since the shitting, but we didn't arouse any strong suspicions, because there were no traces left at all at the site of the training ground, including traces of chakra. They were simply absorbed by the barrier. The morning began with Anbu waiting for me at the door of the house. I didn't hesitate to tell one of them to go to hell when he decided to look at the seal, so the sensors checked me, and, having made sure that there was no activity from the fox's chakra at all, they left me alone completely. I simply closed the cage for a while, completely disconnecting my SCS from Kurama's chakra. Throughout the academy, there were whispers and squeals of girls about what had happened. The Hokage personally checked my presence at the assignment, and also scanned me with his sensory abilities. And to my fake questions, did something happen? Anbu and Minato answered with a simple, everything is fine, don't worry, just a check. People, what the hell can you expect from them? Yawned the fox. Imagine if I create an outer sphere the size of a human being. Oh, decided to fuck the whole village in one fell swoop. Lee immediately jumped in anticipation of the spectacle throughout my subconscious, which gave me a headache. Cool, quiet, Kiba, shut up, Sakura, stop talking, Ino, calm down and leave Sakura alone. Choji, stop eating, Shikamaru, wake up, Yoshi, don't bother Sasuke. Iruka yelled. He was clearly fed up with this farce, because the children saw the legend. Minato Namikaze himself, the Yellow Lightning, attended the graduation. So, guys, I'm very glad that you all passed the exam successfully. Some worse, some better, but... Shake. I hit my head noisily on the desk, showing that I had no intention of listening to his, blah blah blah, children, etc. Iruka just smiled and didn't even make a remark, but continued to broadcast. Sasuke was puffing, scowling like a mouse at a grain. It was understandable. Taro was sitting on her left, and Yoshi on her right, and both wanted to talk to her. The fox in my subconscious was banging his head against the cage and laughing wildly, because Sasuke puffing herself up was funny. And now I will read out the team lists. So, team number 7. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke and no Yoko Naruto. The class buzzed a little, but quickly calmed down. A couple of Sasuke's young suitors tried to throw a withering look at me, but there was no one to threaten. I was sleeping on the desk. Commander, Hitaki Kakashi. Team number 8. Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata and Aburame Shino. Group Commander, Yuhi Kurenai. Team number 9. Hyuga Neji, Takahashi 1010 and Rock Lee. Commander, Might Guy. Team number 10. Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino. Commander, Sarutobi Asuma. Team number 11. Namikaze Aya, Uchiha Taro and Namikaze Yoshi. Commander, Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina. And here I woke up, got mad and started to puff myself up no worse than Sasuke. The boy sitting in front of me was crushed by the pressure of concentrated chakra, but it was not Fox's. Kurama prudently folded up the bench. This chakra was mine. Demon. Sasuke barked at me, which brought me back to the real world. I immediately calmed down, and the class sighed calmly. Yumino only stared at me in confusion, and the guys began to stare at me as if I were a miracle of the world. I can't tell from surprise or fear. Calm down. Next. Command number. I didn't listen, I just sat there and broke the pencil in 10 places with my fingers. Everything inside me was seething with anger. I couldn't find a normal explanation for my behavior, and I didn't really try. Well guys, now you have become genin, but I warn you that a dangerous path awaits you. Soon your captains will come and take you for training and missions. Good luck. Iruka left, and then the team captains started coming in. Guy was the first, screaming, yelling, and hooting about the power of youth. Then Kurenai and Asuma came, and then came Mom. I almost tore my desk to shreds from the negative emotions that overwhelmed me. Fortunately Sasuke was able to distract me. Kushina held her gaze on me for a couple of seconds. It changed in an instant when our eyes met, but Yoshi and Aya pushed Mom out of the room faster than she could say anything. She looked at me somehow strangely. I said. The range of her feelings is very wide. Maybe she remembered your stripes on your cheeks, the fox suddenly blurted out. But she saw me as a baby, right? I saw it, but it's hard to remember such a tiny detail, given the circumstances that took place at that moment, said the fox. You're really going crazy. Do you know where you're going? Should I show you the way? Kurama asked growling. Yar, brother, don't get worked up. You can see for yourself that I feel shitty, and I'm not in the mood to be sarcastic. I won't argue. I'm going to sleep, most likely until the evening, the fox yawned sweetly. You did it on purpose, right? I asked, since I hadn't gotten enough sleep. Hey, bald monkey, you owe me for the explosion last night. Okay, I'll keep quiet, I said tiredly. I didn't have the strength to argue now, nor the mood. Buy some meat, Kurama squeaked, go ahead. The main thing is to remind me, otherwise, sensei, I don't know when he'll come. I might forget. I cut off the contact and plopped down at the desk, throwing my feet up on the table. Sasuke was whispering about something with Sakura. I wouldn't say that the pink-haired girl is stupid or bitchy. She's just a little spoiled. She seemed to be doing well in school, only she didn't do very well in throwing 55 out of 100, and the rest was not bad. She wrote the test for 90 points, and the sparring for 85. In general, her character suffers a little, and she also has a crush on Taro. Well, screw it, the main thing is that she doesn't fuck with your brains. Sasuke seemed to say that out of the whole class you can only talk to her normally, because Ino is crazy about fashion and flowers, Hinata, about modesty and manners, Tenten, about weapons, Aya, about the fact that she is the daughter of a cage. In general, she's over the edge, there was just no one to beat the horns with yet. That's how we spent our time. At least 3 hours. The thought of using the new technology right here tormented me more and more with each passing second. Until the door slid open. Yo, guys, a platinum blonde with a huge hedgehog on his head came in and waved his hand, greeting us. The protector covered his left eye, and a dark blue mask covered half of his face. Sorry I'm late. Got lost on the road of life. Sakura, who wanted to scream, but calmed down under the influence of the cold-blooded Sasuke. The blind one drilled the sensei for a long time because of his extreme tardiness. The new teacher himself only held his hands in a sign of reconciliation. Let's go outside, it's a bit stuffy here. He beckoned us outside. The whole group of us went out onto the roof of the academy, where the teacher sat on the railing, and we sat on the step in front of him. So, let's get acquainted. Tell us a little about yourself. What you like, what you don't like, your dreams, desires, maybe a hobby, the platinum blonde drawled. Set an example for us, sensei. Sakura suggested. Well, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. I have many hobbies. What exactly I like and what I don't, I think I won't say. Let my dream remain a secret, it's personal. And my hobby will be boring and uninteresting for you. Now you, he pointed at Sakura. My name is Haruno Sakura. I'm a genin and I'm 12 years old. I like a boy. She rolled her eyes dreamily. I have a lot of hobbies. I like spending time with my friends. What I don't like is. She shot me a glance. No, that's not it. I don't understand people like Naruto. I didn't even move to make my presence known, but her words still aroused a bit of curiosity in me. We hadn't talked before, so I can't say anything specific about Sakura. I want to become a strong kunoichi, like Tsunade Hime. An interesting specimen. It's to be expected that she's interested in boys at that age, but here's the situation with Naruto. For some reason, he reminds me of someone. But who? Kakashi thought. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. 13 years old. I don't intend to say who and what I love. I don't like weak and morally low people. For example, those who abandon their children for one reason or another. Hobby. Training. Very interesting. All that is known about her is that she was an orphan who was blind in an orphanage, but after 8 years she entered the academy, where she registered as an Uchiha and showed a Sharingan with one tomo as proof, but no one said that it was really a Sharingan, no one checked this data. As far as I know. And her views on life are interesting, compared to most Uchiha. Naruto no Yoko. Hobby. Cooking, I briefly announced. That's it. Kakashi was surprised. Yes, Kakashi. Naruto. Show some respect to sensei. Sakura said slightly threateningly. Why the hell? I publicly told Iruka to fuck off in class. The situation here could be the same. Until I'm taught something or until my trust is earned, I won't address people as you, on principle. An interesting specimen. In essence, he's right, but somehow it's very unexpected. Okay, screw it, I don't mind, Kakashi thought, but then decided to find out something else. And who are your parents, Naruto? It's just that your last name is very strange. Kakashi decided to dig deeper. My father did not honor me with the happiness of bearing his last name. I spat out sarcastically. And why did he choose such a name? Most likely because of people's prejudices, I said in an even voice, ambiguously hinting at my nickname. Okay, guys, let's go our separate ways. We'll meet tomorrow at the 7th training ground at exactly 6. I'll be conducting a survival test. I advise you not to have breakfast, or you might throw up. Poof. And Kakashi disappeared. Show off, the Uchiha snorted. Bye, Sakura. Adios, Pink. I waved my hand, and Sasuke and I rushed off to another distant training ground, since one had been successfully destroyed. Sakura, however, went home in proud solitude. We found another polygon, but it was clearly younger than the old one. So we can't go wild like yesterday. I decided to try using a small amount of chakra, and then I started conducting all sorts of tests, with the amount of chakra, the speed of rotation, the forces of retraction and repulsion. Sasuke was conducting a standard ninjutsu training, her clones were practicing elemental techniques, and the girl herself was reading something from a scroll that I slipped her. I had some success. I could create both a tiny explosion and something like Kurama's Bijudama. The technique didn't require seals, but it did require enormous concentration and perfect chakra control, since only thanks to it could I send these spheres some distance away from myself, and not explode them under my nose. Just in case, I covered myself with Susanoo's ribs so as not to get hurt. It's not good to bother Kurama again, he'll have to treat his back later, and Susanoo is a bone, it doesn't hurt. During the first test, we simply didn't have time to react. Naruto, did you deal with her or not? Sasuke barked in the evening. Come on, sunshine, are you so eager to get something else killer in your already enviable arsenal? I asked playfully. Naru, you promised to teach me. Sasuke decided to put pressure on my weakness. Here, by the way, the fox decided to crawl out into the light of day. Wimp, you fell for it again, Kurama addressed me, making a paw face, meaning a human-like hand face. Hey, furry, I haven't gone for meat yet, mind you. Yar yar, bald monkey, you understand everything, I am silent, the fox waved me away with his paws. Well, Naru you. Sasuke whined. Okay, I gave in under such a strong pressure from the cat's eyes. Weakling, 2 cents from Kurama. Pedo bear, I answered him in the same intonation. Let's go already. Sasuke started to get angry, because she was clearly being ignored. And what did you call the technique, by the way? Tokui 10, singularity, I said. Catchy, bright, tasteful, blurted the fox and trudged after us. I started to explain to Sasuke in an accessible form how the technique works, and then I started to interfere with her, settling behind her and hugging her waist from behind, not giving her the opportunity to concentrate normally. This ended again with a small scuffle in the grass, a sweet hickey on Sasuke's neck, and swollen lips for both of us. Kurama again separated us with his tails. Even though he himself offered to drag her in, but the bastard always stopped us. You're an asshole, I barked at Fox when he pulled us apart, and Sasuke, giggling nastily, went to study the new technique. I know, the fox grinned contentedly. Why do you interfere every time? I pouted. No, well, I'm always keeping an eye on you, but don't morally corrupt the girl. And who suggested that I confess and drag him in? Fucking hell, that never happened. Fox snapped. Well, isn't she a bitch? She lies and doesn't blush. I was angry. No way before the wedding, bald monkey, or I'll tie you in a knot. Cackled the fox. I threw myself at Kurama with my fists, and he was happy. Sparring with him in taijutsu is incredibly difficult, even with the Rinnegan and Sharingan, because having 4 limbs, you can't constantly fight off the 9 tails, considering that at least one of my limbs always serves as support on the ground. I had to use the abilities of Shirato, growing additional limbs. But even with them, I often lost to the fox. He fights on an animal level, he is guided not by styles and techniques, but by intuition and instincts. I simply could not surpass his animal agility, grace and flexibility. Boom. The shock wave knocked Fox and me down. I looked over to the explosion site and saw Sasuke, who was walking out of the epicenter with a satisfied face. She was protected by the purple ribs of Susanoo. Finished. She just shook her head and went to the other end of the training ground. You haven't played enough with the new technique, Kurama chuckled contentedly and used his tail to tear off one of my arms, created by Shirato's abilities. Oh, you fucking bitch. Well, why? I growled when Shirato's limbs retracted into his body. Don't worry, it will recover. In time. Anyway, what I want to tell you is. I immediately shut up and sat down in front of the fox, ready to listen. After all, it was he who taught us everything while we ourselves were incapable of anything. You have become much better at taijutsu, but that's not enough. The style is good, you based it on the power of the blow, its speed and your endurance. It is different from the Konoha stone fist, but you can see for yourself, the result is not yet the maximum. I have one idea on how to help you develop endurance, strength and agility. It would be nice. I've noticed for a long time that I can't handle you in taijutsu, even with my eyes and limbs. I just can't even come close to your movements, flexibility and agility. My eyes help me see your movements, but I'm still not able to fully predict your actions, and keep up with you. Either. It's normal, Kurama said seriously. He had a very interesting character. When necessary, Kurama became very serious, could even get angry, and in other situations he would fool around, pretend to be an animal offended by life, or make a cute face, and so on. Now he was a teacher, not my sworn brother and best friend. I am still an animal by nature. You are a human. You do not have animal instincts, no unimaginable craving for life when you are driven into a corner. A human is deprived of an animal appearance, both inside and outside, but this can be fixed. That sounds very extravagant. Based on your words, you want to make a beast out of me, I said, uncomprehendingly. Something like that, nodded the fox. Okay. Give us some specifics, and then we'll think about it, I sighed. In general, once upon a time, about 9 to 10 centuries ago, if not more, there were people who learned to understand animals. They adapted to the animal way of life and tried to find unity with nature. They found it, and after that they began to call themselves druids, leading a hermit lifestyle. This is all closely related to summoning techniques. As you know, if you do not have a contract, after performing a summoning technique, you yourself will be thrown to where the animals most suitable for you live. Druids were able to find and feel their connection with such animals without summoning techniques. After all, even in this world there are toads, snakes, chameleons, and so on. So, if I understood you correctly, the druids learned to lead an animal-like lifestyle, learned to understand and accept nature and the world around them as it is. True. But that's not all. I said I knew a way to increase your strength, endurance and agility. So, the main features of a druid are unity with nature, unity with one single animal species and the ability to take the form of this animal. What? This sounds wild to say the least. My jaw just dropped, my brain couldn't process this information properly. In general, a druid is a person who can completely become an animal, that's why they led a hermit lifestyle, snorted the fox. Boom. Another loud explosion sounded. Sasuke again emerged from the epicenter with a satisfied face and under the protection of the purple samurai knight's ribs. Can she do it too? I asked. Who knows? The art of the druid is the complete opposite of the art of the sannin. What do you mean? I asked again. I don't know which of these two will be stronger, a druid or a sannin, but the druids were radically different from the sannin. The point is that the sannin absorbs the energy of nature and mixes it with his chakra. Thus, he receives a stronger form of chakra, which consists of 3 components in equal parts: physical strength, spiritual strength and natural energy. Absolutely any summoning can teach the art of the sannin, but not everyone agrees to teach it to people. The druids do not accept this. Firstly, they do not use summoning. Kurama said, grinning slightly. I already said that they find their connection with the animal on their own. Secondly, they believe that they have no right to take the energy of nature and use it for their own interests. They adhere to the idea that the sannin thereby desecrates the environment, sucking out energy, as well as life force, from it and absorbing it into himself. Interesting point of view. As I understand, you can only learn this on your own. I asked. Exactly. The sannins are taught and trained by animals, but the druid himself becomes like an animal and comprehends the world around him independently. Like an animal, said the fox. And how do I do this? I asked involuntarily. Kurama looked at me slightly reproachfully. You make a choice first. Both options will make you stronger, but you can only choose one. There is no turning back, said the fox. I was deep in thought. I heard about the sannin, a trio of legendary shinobi, one of whom trained the 4th Hokage and was a student of the 3rd. I took his image as a basis for myself, because I really loved his books, both the vulgar works and his only work about the great shinobi. But his path of the sannin is not what I want. Konoha already has sannin, so there's no point in this. And I'm not drawn to this. I don't know why I said this. Kurama chuckled approvingly and stretched out into a grin smile. So you will follow in the footsteps of the druid, Kurama said joyfully but calmly. Can I do that? Asked Sasuke, who was sitting quietly next to me and memorizing everything. I didn't even notice how she moved closer, like a cat to its mouse victim. You can, but the chance that you will have identical animals is very small, said the fox. But, I butted in, we'll have to learn everything on our own. Kurama, you said that a druid seeks unity with nature, the world around him, and a certain animal. But how can he take the form of this animal? As far as I know, it's with the help of chakra, which the druids accelerate to inhuman speed in the circulation system, said Fox. And how to do this? Asked Sasuke. Become like a beast. I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. I don't know if I blurted it out correctly or not, but I simply couldn't think of anything smarter. Exactly. Kurama proclaimed approvingly. The beast's instincts and intuition allow it to use the potential of its body many times better than a human. The beast understands better what it is capable of, because it is deprived of fantasies about how almighty, strong, and so on it is. The beast uses only what it has with it, its body. Kurama, but how can you accelerate chakra to such a limit? Sasuke still hadn't arrived. It seems we will have to find the answer to this question ourselves, because we wanted to follow the path of the druids. And what will come of it, no one knows, I answered, assuming that Kurama would definitely not help with this. If the druids learn themselves, then we will have to too. Besides, he himself is a beast, according to him, which means that the fox will only be glad if we can understand him. Or we can take the simple path, fulfill the call, sign a contract, force or ask to teach us. Much easier than finding the path yourself and learning only from your mistakes, independently acquiring knowledge and experience. Kurama, you've seen them, haven't you? I asked after a minute of silence. The fox only nodded briefly. Can you at least describe the prospects of our path? I have an idea of what a sannin is, a perfect system of SCC, a stronger form of 3-component chakra, and additional abilities. What is a druid? A man with the strength of a beast, Kurama answered briefly. He is dodging, and I know it, and therefore, there is definitely a dog buried somewhere here. Kurama always only gave the direction during training, so that we could achieve the results ourselves. From our entire dialogue, one can only deduce the prospects for the perfect development of one's own body, because the fox mentioned strength, agility, endurance, flexibility, but, bitch, as always without any specifics. Who the hell knows what will come of all this? Okay, we'll think about it tomorrow, let's go home, Sasuke said. Buy some meat on the way, said the fox, soaking into my body. Chapter 6, The Test. Sasuke woke me up. She pulled me out of the kingdom of Morpheus with a gentle kiss, and then told me to go quickly to the shower. There was almost no time left to eat. She woke up early and prepared breakfast for us, dango, sandwiches, miso soup and tea. In addition, she packed several bento, which I sealed in a space-time pocket on my hand. After this survival test, we planned to go to training. We arrived at the training ground exactly at 6, and a couple of minutes later Sakura showed up. Kakashi wasn't there, and I didn't expect anything else, since yesterday he was late by who knows how long. Hi guys, Sakura smiled. I silently waved my hand, and Sasuke just nodded. The girls started talking about something. Sakura was rubbing in something from the Irionanjutsu section, and Sasuke just nodded silently, only throwing in 2 cents from time to time. Kakashi had been gone for 2 hours already. Sasuke had long ago started meditating and was trying to disperse the chakra through her body as quickly as possible. I was sleeping under a tree, and Sakura was angry because Kakashi was late again. The pink one sat down next to us under the tree and buried her forehead in her knees, her stomach growled traitorously. Are you hungry? I asked. Of course. I didn't have breakfast, just like Sensei said, she shouted at me. Don't you have a head of your own? I mocked. And then I took one bento out of the seal and handed it to her. Here, eat. But we were forbidden. They didn't forbid it, they just gave me advice. Besides, judging by everything, he won't appear anytime soon, otherwise Sasuke would have already sounded the alarm. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Literally, she is a censor. Wow, why didn't you say that before? She turned to the blind girl. TS's. Don't disturb her, I advised. She's meditating and concentrating. Sakura hung her head. After a moment's thought, she accepted the bento and thanked me. She finished it quickly, so all I had to do was seal the box. I fell into a half-sleep again. 2 hours later, the one-eyed man appeared. Yo, guys, the sensei drawled languidly, watching the 3 carcasses that were dozing under the oak tree. More precisely, Sasuke woke up when this one just appeared on the outskirts of the training ground. I was a little later, but neither I, nor especially Sasuke, were going to jump up at his first request. Hey, wake up, the Jonin barked. Sakura jumped up as if scalded. And Sasuke and I slowly rose. I drilled Kakashi with an unkind look. Not only are you late, but you're also waking us up in a less than pleasant way. Why the hell are you late this time? I asked carelessly. A cat crossed the road, Sensei smiled with his eyes. Sasuke snorted arrogantly in his direction, and I simply waved my hand at Sensei, showing my attitude towards him. So guys, your task is to take these bells from me. But there are only 2 of them, Sakura noted. That's right, that's why only 2 of you will become genin, there are simply too many academy graduates this year. He's lying, Kurama noted. The admiral is clearly awake. Of course he's lying, because the crew is 3 schoolchildren and 1 guide, i.e. the captain, I said with difficulty. Kurama simply told me to go far away, for a long time, and to hell. Sakura looked at me and Sasuke with some sadness, which did not escape Kakashi's eyes. You have until 12 o'clock. So, let's start. Sakura immediately disappeared into the nearby bushes. Sasuke and I glared at our mentor. The Rinnegan can easily distinguish a clone from the original. Why aren't you hiding? Kakashi said with a bored look, not even looking up from his book. Are these genin completely out of their minds? Hitaki lamented mentally. Blind? Where is he? The girl silently pointed somewhere on the ground behind her. Doden. Doryuso Earth Release. Earth Current Spears. I folded the seals with lightning speed and struck the ground. The clone of Kakashi almost slammed his jaw into the ground. How could I know elemental techniques the day after graduating from the academy? The copy one just didn't know. The original had to jump out to avoid being impaled underground. Shinra Tensei, Sasuke said, sending Kakashi on a date with the nearest oak tree. Bansho Tenin, I echoed, directing the technique at the bells. Kakashi, stunned, kissed the tree, but quickly came to his senses. Sakura, I barked. The pink one appeared in the clearing and started moving towards us. Her eyes were as round as Kakashi's. Here, I threw her one bell. Sasuke, the second was given to her. And I turned around and walked away from the training ground. Are you nuts? Sasuke yelled. Are you going to stay home? No, I want to kick some dicks too. Sasuke threw the bell at Kakashi, who completely lost his grip on reality from this statement. The bell clinked against the Jonin's forehead protector. Now stand still. Kakashi roared at the top of his lungs. No one had ever put him down so quickly, or so brazenly. Both of you are back, now. Right, the copy guy said menacingly when we returned. You don't understand what the test was for. You failed the test. But, I'll give you one more chance. He tied Sakura to a training pole, saying that she had done nothing alone, and he gave me and Sasuke a bento. Eat. Then I'll give you a second chance. When you eat, we'll continue the test. It's forbidden to feed or untie Sakura. She didn't do anything to get the bell. The Jonin disappeared. I looked at Sasuke with wide eyes. Her appearance was not much different from mine, and then looked at Sakura, who was not going to come out of her stupor. I exhaled loudly and stood up. With a sharp movement, I cut the ropes. Hey, Naruto, but sensei. I repeat once again. Don't you have a head of your own? I interrupted her. You. A menacing voice was heard. Kakashi was looming over us. Clouds began to gather around. Lightning struck. A very strong wind arose. You all passed. Sasuke put down the bento with a bored expression. I pretended to be furniture, and Sakura for some reason shook like an aspen leaf in the wind. Naruto, why did you free Haruno? Well, we are kind of a team, he made quotation marks with his fingers. Why didn't you eat? We ate at home, I shrugged calmly. And I fed Sakura while you were crawling around God knows where, I said, keeping the same expression on my face. Kakashi howled in resentment. He had lost the bells, and he couldn't take it out on food and poles. So, that's it for today. Tomorrow at the Hokage's at 11 o'clock. Hokage's office. Minato-sensei, you were watching the fight. Kakashi walked into the office. And I wasn't alone, Minato noted. Fugaku-sama, Hitaki bowed to the head of Uchiha Aikizoku in greeting. He responded with a nod. A very interesting fight, said Uchiha. Kakashi, tell us about the details. This ball only shows, it does not transmit sound. Well, at the very beginning Naruto asked Sasuke where I was, although he was looking at the clone. Apparently, he somehow realized that it was just a clone. Sasuke sensed me underground, and Naruto used the Doden technique to make me come to the surface. How he knows elemental techniques, I have no idea. What kind of techniques they used next, I don't know, they didn't even make seals. Naruto somehow attracted the bells, and Sasuke threw me away, and quite hard. Okay, Kakashi, you're free. Come back tomorrow for the mission and try to find out something about Naruto and Sasuke. Hi, the copyist disappeared. Minato made seals and set up a barrier. What do you think? The Hokage asked Fugaku tiredly. This is my daughter. What else can I think? I was forced to give her up. She was registered as an Uchiha at the academy, she showed the Sharingan. The clan doctor assured me and the elders that she was blind, and awakening our eyes was completely impossible for her. What are you planning to do? Minato sat down in his chair. She has the right to refuse, and you can no longer demand anything from her. She was given to the shelter without a last name and, of her own free will, so to speak. I know, Fugaku said angrily, but then his expression changed. Bitterness, sadness and guilt burned in his eyes. I know, Minato, the head said quietly, I have no idea what to do. It's easier for you, the dead can't be brought back, Fugaku said sadly, hinting at the Hokage's firstborn. Minato shuddered, but remained silent. I'll go and talk to the family, Minato. Then, I'll invite Sasuke and ask for forgiveness. I'll pray to Kami to forgive us, and if Sasuke herself so wishes, to return home. Makoto would be happy. The head chuckled stupidly, his soul feeling worse than ever before. Fugaku left the village chief's office with a heavy heart when Minato removed the barrier. The Hokage himself plopped down tiredly in his chair, covering his face with his hands. He forgot about work, papers and was lost in his thoughts. His son and the blind girl defeated the elite shinobi in a matter of seconds. They did it on their own, without relying on the power of the Biju sealed in Naruto. Minato had completely forgotten about the Biju. There had not been a single surge of Kyuubi chakra in 13 years, even Kushina could not restrain it so neatly and cleanly. Suddenly the door opened and the aforementioned woman entered the cabin. Her face was extremely serious and thoughtful. She set up her own barrier and turned to her husband. Minato, tell me about the child that Lisa carries within her. What do you want to know? Minato sighed tiredly. His wife was gloomy, which was very, very rare. I want to know who bears this burden. Today I felt the fox in the student who was being assigned. He looked like you and me, and his hair was like Jiraiya-san's. Minato, who is this boy? He had the same scars on his cheeks, like Naruto. Kushina could barely hold back her tears. She sat down tiredly on the couch and began to wait for an answer. Minato exhaled loudly. His firstborn was indeed strong, both as a human and as a shinobi, according to Kakashi, but how can I tell her? I chickened out. I was afraid to let the boy get close to me and Kushina. This blind fear clouded my mind and overcame all my feelings. It's all my fault. Kami, what have I done? Minato tried to find an answer. He didn't know what to do. The Hokage stood up and walked to the couch. The blonde knelt down and bowed to his wife's feet, placing his forehead on the floor. Naruto no Yoko is the host of the Nine-Tailed Fox, Minato said, his face on the floor and kneeling. That night, I lied to you, Kakashi, and Jiraiya-san. He is our son, whom I left at the orphanage. There was silence. The mother's heart sank the moment she saw the boy's gaze. She saw something related, something dear and close to her. She was a woman. In such a situation she would listen only to her heart. Now Kushina cursed and hated Minato for such an act. The woman got up from the sofa. Raise your head, she said evenly but coldly. Minato looked up with completely empty eyes, filled with guilt and shame. He had been tormenting himself for years. Before, he could lie, because Kushina had not seen the boy. Now she could not be deceived. Tears of despair rolled down Minato's cheeks. He truly regretted what he had done. Kushina raised her hand. A loud slap was heard in the office. The woman never allowed herself to do something like that. Minato was her husband, and therefore the head of the family. She could sometimes hit him with a frying pan, but that was when he put her on a horse. Now he had inflicted an unimaginably severe wound on this woman. Everything inside her was seething, but she did not want to scream and she could not. Give me back my son. She ordered the Hokage in an icy voice, then removed the barrier and left. On the way, she smashed the door of the office, which scared all the visitors and the Hokage's secretary. The girl cautiously entered the office a couple of minutes later. She saw the Hokage lying on the couch with his back to the broken door. Cancel all business and meetings for today, the Hokage said in a firm baritone. Hi. The girl immediately jumped out and showed all the visitors out. All business and meetings were postponed until tomorrow. Kushina came home on weak legs and asked the children to feed themselves, which never happened. And the woman herself locked herself in the bedroom and cried. Yoshi and Aya had never seen or heard their mother cry like that. Minato spent the night at work today. Shame did not allow him to even come near his own house. Uchiha Estate, clan head's house. The Uchiha couple were currently sitting at the table. Fugaku was the head of the family, thinking about how to start the conversation. And how to present the information to the children. Makoto, at least, knew that her daughter was alive. Thanks to Minato, the conflicts in the clan were hushed up, and the rebellion also died out in peace. The Uchiha were relieved of their duties as Konoha's police force and transferred to a specially organized service, where any shinobi who wanted to maintain law and order could be. The dungeons with prisoners, which the Uchiha were watching, were completely moved outside the village, and security there was strengthened. Itachi, Taro, I want to have a serious talk with you. Makoto clicked her cutlery on the dishes almost inaudibly. The children looked at their frowning father. Itachi, maybe you heard, but Taro doesn't know anything about it. Dad, what are you talking about? Asked Taro. You have a sister who lives outside the clan. Makoto couldn't stand it and covered her face with her palms, her head pressed into her slightly trembling shoulders. I know, father, the eldest son said coldly. Itachi didn't know who she was or where she was, he'd just heard rumors behind the Uchiha head's back that he'd once had a daughter. The official version that was presented to the clan was that the girl had died immediately after giving birth. There were rumors, Itachi said in the same tone. Yes, your younger sister, Itachi, and your older sister, Taro. She was born blind. The clan elders forced me to abandon her. And you agreed? Itachi asked angrily, rushing to the door to raise half the clan's ears. It was the first time in his life that he raised his voice to an elder, especially his father. Don't you dare, Itachi. Fugaku barked. It's my duty to ask her for forgiveness, not yours. Itachi understood that it was very hard for his father, he was simply forced to do this. Makoto was already sobbing. The eldest son slowly returned and sat down at the table. I didn't believe she could see when she entered the academy, Fugaku said wearily, but she took the Uchiha name, showing her Sharingan at the academy as proof. I didn't know if it was true or not, because the clan doctor assured me and the elders that it was impossible. And you didn't do anything. You didn't check. The eldest son shouted. He was terribly annoyed by his father's behavior and such indulgence of old farts who themselves are no longer capable of anything. What's wrong with that? If she was blind, she doesn't belong here. Taro said arrogantly. Shut up. Itachi barked at him. No one had ever seen the Uchiha heir yell at the stupid younger brother he doted on. Shut up, both of you. Fugaku interrupted them. Everything that happened is entirely my fault. Today, she and another graduate defeated Hatake Kakashi in a matter of seconds, taking the bells for the test. Taro was about to butt in, but he didn't have time, I was watching the fight myself. Everyone fell silent. Only Makoto's sobs could be heard, she couldn't calm down and control herself when it came to Sasuke. She was forbidden to approach her daughter. How strong was this torment? Not to go outside the clan, so as not to accidentally meet her own child on the street. I intend to officially ask her for forgiveness, and if she so desires, she can return here. Why can't we just bring her back? She took the Uchiha name herself. And there's nothing to apologize for, father. Taro said loudly. Itachi stood up, thanking his mother for the food, and then led the tearful woman to her parents' bedroom, where she cried until the morning. Because, Taro, she is my daughter, whom I have rejected. Fugaku said in a sepulchral voice. I have no right to demand anything from her, after I have rejected her myself. Do not dare to insult and reproach your sister anymore, she was expelled through my fault, no one else's. Fugaku left, and Taro was left to think about his behavior while washing the dishes. P.S. Dear readers, please do not write comments with the content, PROOODUU, and the like. Personally, I start to have a nervous tic, sneeze and swear. My little muse goes into hibernation and refuses to talk after such treatment. You can write at least one word in full. Best regards, Fisto. Chapter 7 Family. Minato was woken up by Kushina, who brought him breakfast. He was able to fall asleep only in the morning. He looked like he hadn't slept for a couple of days. Red eyes with swollen eyelids and broken capillaries, a tired look. Light stubble and bags under the eyes, his hair was more disheveled than usual. I don't want to destroy our family. Swear to me, swear, Minato, that you will never dare to lie to me again and return our son. I will not forgive you a second time, said Kushina and began to leave when she received a deep bow from Minato. She stopped only at the entrance. Come home today, Yoshi and Aya were very worried. Thank you, the man whispered into the void. Sasuke and I were awoken by a cursed device that deprives a person of sweet dreams. After a delicious breakfast of fish and rice, we went to the Hokage. By 11 we arrived at the residence, and I marked our arrival by rudely cursing some jerk who decided that he was allowed to dance a jig on my feet. Come in, Minato's tired voice was heard. Hello, said the team, and I just waved my hand. Ooh, what a sight, Kurama drawled. Oh, there's a whole bouquet of feelings here. Well, at least it's not gonorrhea. What are you even talking about, Kurama? Yes, about your father. As you already know, I am able to feel emotions and recognize people's feelings. Minato is just dripping with guilt, regret, and so on. On the face of it, pure remorse, the furry one said, his voice was serious. What the hell do I care? I don't know him, and I can't say that I'm trying to get to know him. You decide for yourself, you're not a little bastard anymore. Yawned the fox. I love you too, you flea-bitten asshole. The dialogue with Kurama turned out to be constructive, during which we were already given a mission, and now Sasuke was forcibly pushing me out of the office, screaming, "Move already, move, motherfucker, why the hell are you hanging there?" The mission turned out to be pretty easy, we're genins and all that crap, it's too early for us to do difficult tasks. After successfully completing it, Kakashi ran off somewhere, saying that he would come to the Hokage with a report himself, and we just need to come get the reward. Sasuke invited Sakura to go with us to training, and she, squealing with joy, almost kissed Uchiha. We decided to pick up the reward later, so we went to the training ground of the 7th team. There Sasuke arranged a training session for herself and Sakura. First, the girls began physical exercises, and then chakra control. They get along pretty well, huh? I asked mentally. I think so. It's just her pink hair that pisses me off, and her personality is a bit like your mother's, but not that much, Kurama drawled sleepily. Yes, there is such a thing. I think that we need to start mastering the path of the druid. I'll give you just one hint. Meditation, Kurama said in an even voice. And if I understand correctly, then I should be in nature as often as possible, and preferably live for a couple of months, if not years, to understand what I will have to face. An approving chuckle and even snorting were heard in the subconscious. I started meditating, which I spent the entire time in until about 4 o'clock. Sasuke was forcibly driving the basics of chakra control into Sakura's head and rubbing in a lecture on how to walk on a vertical surface without hands. Listen, why isn't Naruto training? He's supposedly the weakest student, Sakura asked her friend carefully. He meditates, and he does it better than me. Sakura, never build a superficial opinion about a person, you haven't talked to Naruto and don't know what kind of person he is. Soon you will understand what I mean, but for now, don't even think of being rude to him or picking on him. He might get angry, and that could result in broken limbs, Sasuke calmly told her friend. Oh, come on, Sasuke. You're the best student, where are you and where is he? Sakura answered reasonably. I won't argue. We are at different levels, after all, it was Naruto who taught me everything I know and can do. And now that's it, it's time to go. We still have to go get the reward. Sasuke quickly left, while Sakura was dumbfounded by her answer. Pink wanted to ask something, but neither Sasuke nor I were at the training grounds anymore. We had moved with Shunshin's help to Ichiraku Ramen, where we sometimes ate when we were too lazy to cook. Yo, old man, Ayame, we greeted each other in one voice. Ah, it's you guys. The usual, asked old man Tsuki, who saw us as simple children. We nodded, and he went to prepare our order. While we were peacefully eating and chatting with Ayame, the daughter of the owner of this eatery, an Anbu in a cat mask appeared under the awning. Naruto no Yoko, Hokage-sama is waiting for you, the mask wearer said in a commanding tone. Well, screw it, we'll finish eating now and come, I waved my hand. The Anbu, taken aback by the manner of speech, disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Sasuke and I paid for the ramen and went to the Hokage. There was no one in the office except Minato and some Anbu. Minato looked better, apparently he had at least washed up, but his eyes. So, instead of greeting, I spread my arms in a questioning gesture. I'm definitely not going to address the fourth as, you. Poke, is also not appropriate right now. I'm just not going to call him father, for now. Definitely not. It's good that you came. Sakura has already taken the reward due for the mission. Here, he held out an envelope, is your unit. You are freed from missions for tomorrow. Naruto, please come to me tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I silently took the envelope and waved my hand. Sasuke didn't think it necessary to say anything at all. At about 7:30 in the evening there was a knock on our door. What do you want? I asked rudely, coming out to the guest with only a towel on my hips. I'm looking for a girl named Uchiha Sasuke. Hokage-sama said that she lives here, reported a guy of about 20 years old or so with dark eyes, dark blonde tousled hair tied with a protector, and a slightly wide nose. What did the clan Uchiha need from her? I asked in a sepulchral voice. I knew that sooner or later, they would come for Sasuke. After all, if you believe Lee and Sasuke's own sensorics, she is the daughter of the head of the clan, who can now see, which means she can return to the clan. On top of that, we should also add that we knocked Kakashi down in a couple of seconds. How do you know this? The guy asked in surprise. Who else would care about the blind Hime Uchiha Ikizoku? I asked, leaning my back against the door frame. The guy stood there as if struck by lightning and completely lost touch with reality. He didn't introduce himself, didn't say who he was or why he came. And this kid already knows what he came with. Naru, who's there? Sasuke came out of the kitchen, wearing only my t-shirt. Yes, Some kind of jerk. For your soul, by the way. Very impolite. Didn't even introduce himself. Here the guest came to his senses. I beg your pardon. I am Uchiha Shisui. Fugaku-sama, the head of the Uchiha clan, asked that you visit the clan's estate when the opportunity arises. May I ask how you know so much about Sasuke? The young man asked me. If you know a lot, you'll grow old quickly. I slammed the door in his face. A minute later, I heard the rustling of leaves. So he left. Although it doesn't matter, the barrier wouldn't have given him the opportunity to spy on us when I closed the door. It was a quiet evening in Konoha. The sky was strewn with stars. There were almost no clouds. It was summer now and it was very warm outside even at night. Although it was only evening now, about 9 o'clock. There weren't many people outside. Konoha was preparing for the night. Crickets and grasshoppers were chirping, and in the silence of the night they were clearly audible. The silence was broken by the rustling of leaves, which occasionally appeared from gusts of warm wind. Silence and peace descended on the streets of the village. The soul became calmer. Sasuke and I were walking to the Uchiha quarter. I can't say for sure why I went. I was more worried about her and what she might do there. Sasuke is hard to control when angry, especially under the protection of his Susanoo, and no one needs to see him. For now. They opened the gates to the clan's territory for us and let us in without any questions, and then escorted us to the head's estate. The door was opened by a tall guy of 18 years old, but his hair was jet black and gathered in a low ponytail. His eyes were dark brown, almost black. The guy was wearing a black shirt with a high collar and gray breeches. I was wearing my pants and a black t-shirt, only I decided not to braid my blonde hair. Sasuke was wearing tight shorts that were hidden behind a gray skirt with a slit along the thigh the entire length, and she herself was wearing a dark blue shirt. Her hair was braided into a beautiful, well-styled high ponytail. The guy smiled the kindest smile when he saw Sasuke. The girl felt a familiar chakra, but the shade was different from Taro's, which spoke of a difference in character, outlook on life. The soul of a person. A certain Uchiha Shisui said that the head of Uchiha Ikizoku wanted to see us. He didn't say who exactly because he was in shock, Sasuke said in an even voice. Yes, the young man said, smiling. It doesn't matter that you came together. My name is Uchiha Itachi. You already know ours, Sasuke said phlegmatically. Come in, I'll notify everyone now. We were escorted to the large hall. Itachi left, apparently to raise the whole family on their ears. A terrible fuss and noise began in the house. Somewhere someone was crying and shouting something, but after a couple of minutes everything became quiet. The door opened, and a man in a black kimono with the Uchiha symbol entered. He had long black hair down to his shoulders and dark eyes. Hello, he said politely. Naruto, I'd like to speak with Sasuke alone. I stood up and left without a word. Itachi led me to the kitchen where Sasuke's entire family was gathered. There was a pretty tearful woman, Taro, and Itachi. I nodded briefly to everyone in greeting. You? Taro was surprised. And you too, I answered phlegmatically. What are you doing here? He asked in a cold voice. Well, they invited us themselves, they just didn't say who exactly, so they both came. Didn't you have enough brains to think? The guy quipped. I don't have to answer to you for my actions, especially if it somehow affects Sasuke, I said tiredly, sitting down at the table. How long have you known Sasuke? Itachi asked in a calm voice. About 5 years old, plus or minus a couple of months. The woman no longer cried, but only sobbed occasionally. My name is Makoto, I'm her mother. Tell me about my daughter, please. I was forbidden to go near her, she said in a plaintive voice. And what are you interested in? I asked her politely, which was expressed by shock on Taro's face. That's it, she exhaled. How did you meet her? Ellipsis. We met at the orphanage. Yeah, I think she ran into me when she tripped over the toys that were always scattered around, then asked me to read to her. There's not much to tell. We lived apart from everyone at the orphanage, the kids didn't communicate with me for another reason, and with her, because she was blind. When I was 8, I entered the academy and asked that Sasuke be released from the orphanage into my care. There was nothing surprising about that, but no one was going to give us 2 apartments, that's why we lived together. Then she entered the academy and finished her studies there. That's all. She doesn't have any vivid memories, like fun get-togethers, walks with friends, picnics and the like. I think. But it's better to ask her. At the academy, I tried to stay away from Sasuke. Why? Itachi asked. After all, you took custody of her yourself. Because the kids weren't going to talk to me anyway, but Sasuke is a different matter. At least she eventually made friends and fans, I said indifferently. The woman silently stood up and hugged me, and then quietly began to cry. How did she become sighted and how did she awaken the Sharingan that she showed at the academy? Itachi asked again. Taro wisely kept quiet. His older brother was clearly not in the mood for a conversation with him, today for sure. How did you become sighted? I asked again when the woman returned to her place. How should I say it? When she turned 8, I didn't know what to give her. I opened my eyes wide and held my bangs so that everyone present could see. My right eye was blue Rinnegan, hidden under the henge, but my left was a deactivated Sharingan, the iris of which was a cloudy white color. This was Sasuke's eye. That's why I gave her my left eye. I calmly shrugged my shoulders, as if it was something simple and ordinary. I won't say how I did the transplant and how she awakened the Sharingan. There was silence. Makoto hugged me again and cried. Itachi was shocked and could not utter a word. Taro was simply silent, but it was clear that he was very surprised. When I was escorted out, only Sasuke and Fugaku remained in the room. Fugaku bowed very low and began to ask forgiveness from his daughter for having once abandoned her, and told everything from the moment of her birth to the meeting of elders. So, you just followed the elders' lead. Pathetic, old, brainless old men who are incapable of doing anything on their own. Were their words enough for you to abandon your own child? You may hate me, but please don't be angry with your mother. She didn't want to let you go with all her heart. She was forbidden to come near you, and I was powerless, Fugaku said, still bowing his head. He had tried to convince the elders back then, but nothing worked. That's exactly it. You're the head of the clan, and they are the elders. Well, let them, damn them all, advise, and not make decisions for you. I don't want to be here anymore. Demon. Sasuke barked at the entire estate. The idol of Makoto-san's embrace was broken by Sasuke's cry. Demon, was heard throughout the entire estate. Oh, and what did Sasuke need from me? I asked out loud, feigning surprise, which completely confused everyone present. Especially Makoto. Her daughter addressed me with such a word after everything Naruto had done for her. I walked out and went to the hall where Fugaku and Sasuke were. The rest of the family followed behind me. Why did you call, blind one? My address to her again left everyone present at a loss. We're leaving, Sasuke said dryly. It's your family, you decide what to do, he shrugged. The next moment, Sasuke and I were sucked into a funnel. The Uchiha family was completely confused. They gathered and began to share impressions about how the conversation went. After hearing about how Sasuke became sighted, Fugaku began to feel like the last piece of ahem in the world. He asked Itachi to talk to Sasuke again. She does not want to hear him, although it is obvious. At home, Sasuke told her what Fugaku had told her. Not impressive, said the fox, regarding this whole debate, looking up from his bowl of meat. Well, at least now you know the whole truth, I shrugged, while Sasuke silently devoured her miso soup. Knock, knock, knock. What the hell kind of day is this? I headed for the door. The fox quickly retreated to the press. Sorry it's so late. Itachi raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. Can I come in? If you start playing around with chakra or something, you'll be able to shit standing up, got it? Itachi nodded and walked inside. Hello, Sasuke, the eldest Uchiha heir said warmly. So, she asked coldly. Please, don't be angry, the guest raised his hands. I wanted to ask you to meet with your mother. She always worries a lot when it comes to you. I myself only found out today that you exist. There were rumors, but only a few knew the truth, and everyone kept silent. She is not guilty of anything, they didn't let her near you. Father agreed to send you to an orphanage so that you wouldn't be killed. He threatened to kill anyone who tried to attack you, Itachi quickly chattered. I'm sorry, I should have tried to find out everything earlier. Calm down, Sasuke said absently. I've known for a couple of months that Taro is my brother, which means I'm the blind Haim of the Uchiha clan. What? Itachi couldn't keep his cool, although for the last 2 days Itachi and coolness were completely not compatible concepts. What did you expect? I butted in. She's a censor like no other. Listen, Itachi, go home. I said firmly. The elder Uchiha looked at me with a gloomy look. Let her think calmly. If she wants, she'll come herself. She's not a little girl, believe me. Itachi understood everything and a slight smile touched his lips. He nodded and went away. Now I would like to destroy another testing ground to hell, but ours is the last of the abandoned ones, Sasuke said sadly, and then climbed into bed. The day really had been pretty lousy for her. It was now about 6 a.m. Sasuke was still asleep, After yesterday's news and the lack of an object to tear to pieces, she compensated for her strength with a healthy and long sleep. I admired the sleeping girl for a couple of minutes, and then went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Around 8 a.m., the sleeping beauty deigned to get off her bed. She put on my t-shirt and went out to the kitchen. "What are you going to do?" the girl asked, pressing herself against me from behind. "I'll go to the Hokage, and then, most likely, I'll destroy the training ground. Lately, I've been developing a nervous tic around Minato too quickly." "What about your plans?" "I don't know, I'll go meditate at the 7th training ground. I can't learn techniques anymore, they already give me a headache. Not only do the techniques, eyes alone have a wagon with a cart, but I won't even mention elemental jutsu." You're just like an Uchiha," Sasuke smirked at my back. "You'd rather take my last name than I'd become an Uchiha," I grinned. "Of course, I'll take it. As soon as possible, right away," Sasuke said seriously. "Do you agree to become Yoko's no?" I raised an eyebrow sarcastically. "And not Uzumaki, the blind girl?" playfully asked, making tea. She knew that I loved my mother, even if I kept my distance. In her eyes, I simply did not want to disturb my mother's peace, did not want to worry her, ruin her family life. Sometimes it was better not to interfere, but to stay on the sidelines and secretly watch that everything was fine with my mother. "Nope," I thought for a second. "Hey, Kurama." A disgruntled, sleepy fox turned around the corner. He didn't like being pulled out of his warm, soft basket. Nine-tailed fox made a sound, growling slightly. "Hoopus." The fox's face became malicious to the point of horror and colic in the backside. "Wait, are you serious?" Uchiha was taken aback. "Of course. Now you can't get away with it." I grabbed Sasuke by the hand and knelt down in front of her. Kurama grabbed our hands with his tails, and then pierced the skin on our hands with his sharp claws. 2 drops of blood remained on them. A preliminary marriage contract. The fox connected the droplets together and began to soak them with chakra. The droplets gradually dissolved under the influence of Kurama's chakra. Rows of runes in the ancient language of Fuinjutsu passed through his tails along our hands, forming a seal tattoo. It looked like a bracelet on the wrist, which went to the back of the hand, then from the wrist along the middle finger to the nail there was a row of symbols. Concluded. An awkward silence hung. Sasuke was red as a boiled lobster from embarrassment. Kurama and I smiled nastily. Of course, don't mind. You were always there. But, why couldn't you have asked normally?" "Well, you can't call us normal. I promise you a beautiful ring." Sasuke lifted me up and pulled me towards her, welcomingly opening her mouth. She stuck out her tongue a little. I wasn't going to miss the opportunity and clung to her with a greedy kiss. Soft and sweet lips slightly sucked my tongue in fleeting breaks. Our tongues began to play tenderly with each other again and again. Sticking my tongue into her mouth, I began to study her even teeth, sometimes touching her gums and palate. My hands began to wander over her body, but at the last moment Sasuke stopped them and pulled away from my lips. A thin web of saliva was removed with her hand. The girl smiled sweetly. "Let's go eat." She kissed me on the cheek and dragged me to the table. After a hearty breakfast, we headed to the training ground to begin training, although we had a vague idea of what a druid was, what it was eaten with, and what all of this was for. Kurama said that they were the opposite of the Sannin, although he didn't say who was stronger. In any case, it wouldn't be a bad thing. The Sannin is a warrior in the field, contrary to the saying. The problem is that a couple of hours of meditation a day won't give us anything. We need to spend a day meditating in nature, trying to feel the world around us with every cell of our body, hear and see it. Feel ourselves as a tiny part of this vast whole. And I have no idea at all how to realize and feel a connection to a certain animal. But we got the benefits anyway. There was no point in learning techniques, there are more than enough of them, and not all of them are always remembered during sparring, unless you hone them to perfect execution with minimal chakra expenditure and load on the circulatory system. We needed to improve physically and improve the SCCH, as well as develop chakra centers. It is never superfluous. Meditations with constant rotation of the chakra in the system contribute to the emergence of additional and bypass channels. Additional channels allow more chakra to be put into the technique. Bypass channels are needed so that in case of blocking of tenketsu, the chakra passes through these same channels, bypassing the blocked point. Also, such training gradually increases the volume of one's own chakra and strengthens tenketsu, because they constantly work when the chakra rotates in the system. At 9:30 I had to break off and go to the Hokage, where I had to report at 10 a.m. There was no secretary or visitors in sight. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, I walked inside without making a sound. In addition to Minato, there were Yoshi with Aya and Kushina in the office. Get your ass ready, bitch, Kurama chuckled at me. Overgrown pedo bear, I snapped, to which Fox laughed out loud, so loud that his entire subconscious could hear. I almost grabbed my head, it was spinning from laughter and my ears were ringing. Whistle, I drawled instead of greeting. Yoshi and Aya stood with puzzled expressions, because their missions were cancelled for today, and then, bam. I showed up. Kushina tried to act cool, but her eyes, in which tears stood, gave her away. Minato was very worried. Well at least I know what we're going to talk about. I thought. A minute passed, which seemed like a couple of seconds to me, but no one was going to move. Pull me if I start to lose my temper, I asked. Okay, snorted the fox. So why the hell is there a family meeting that I was invited to? I asked sarcastically. Minato made seals and set up a barrier. I'd like to tell you something, Naruto. I didn't pay attention to what the fourth was saying, and silently moved towards the sofa. I brazenly threw my feet on the coffee table and began to glare at Minato. Aya was angry, but she kept quiet, and Yoshi was about to start steaming from his ears. Could it be that, the great yellow flash, of Konohagakure no Sato, I began sarcastically, because no one else was in a hurry to take the floor. However, my face changed dramatically and I removed my nasty grin, leaving a cold-blooded and indifferent attitude to everything that surrounded me, both in my eyes and on my face. I appeared before the family as the same lifeless doll that Sasuke was afraid to see. Have you finally grown enough balls to confess something? My question left Minato and Kushina stumped. Aya was taken aback by the blatant impudence, and Yoshi exploded. How dare you? The boy roared and rushed at me with his fists. Minato stopped him with a sharp movement. Yoshi, stop. The small copy returned to its place. An oppressive silence hung again. Kushina wanted to say something, but she simply couldn't imagine how to get into the conversation now. Minato was greatly embarrassed under my intense gaze, guessing that all these years I knew the whole truth, knew who I was, knew who my parents were, knew that they lived as a happy family, kept silent and accumulated hatred towards him and his family, envying their happiness, as he believed. Well, Minato, what did you want to say? I asked in a carefree voice, addressing him informally. Among those present here, I felt respect only for my mother. I was immensely grateful to her and hoped that over all these years, her will and heart remained the same as then. In my subconscious, when this proud woman looked without fear into the face of the strongest creature, without regret or remorse begged him to look after me, being deprived of the opportunity to do anything on her own. Minato came up and stood in front of me, he was about to bow. No, I want to see your eyes. It's easier to draw conclusions from them. After my phrase, looking into his eyes became even harder. It seemed unbearable torment to look into the eyes of the son whom you had disowned, and now you want to ask for forgiveness. But Minato still decided. His look was devastated, he clearly regretted and did not know how to correct his mistake. His guilt, self-contempt, fear of seeing my indifference, suffering and pain, everything was mixed up inside Minato. Naruto, I must ask your forgiveness. It is my fault that due to stupidity, pride, selfishness and fear I did not see you as a person. I do not hope that you will ever forgive me. Not only did I condemn you to such a great burden, but I also abandoned you. I am not the best Hokage. I am a disgusting person. I am a shitty father, Minato poured out sadly, and there were tears in his eyes. His children looked at their father with eyes like saucers. Kushina quietly cried, I condemned you to loneliness and the hatred of the entire village. You are my son, Naruto. I ask you only one thing. Do not blame them, the fourth firmly asked and pointed at his wife and 2 children, blame me. It is my fault that you are alone. It is my fault that you do not know what parental love is. There was silence. Minato hung his head, and a tear fell from his chin. His mother cried, covering her face with her hands. The children wisely kept quiet, looking dumbfounded. None of them expected to hear such news. What are you going to do, brother? He's not lying. Fox's serious voice was heard. I'll destroy the second training ground, I said coldly, outwardly maintaining a stone face. Or trying to maintain one, but that's not what you asked about, right? I don't know, Kurama. I only feel affection for my mother. I don't know if I'll ever be able to call them family. People say that time heals, the fox answered me and fell into a half-sleep. He knows my feelings like no one else and therefore understandably keeps silent, because from the anger that is about to burst out of the cup and gush out, even the doors of his cage rattled. Everyone was waiting for my reaction. I slowly rose from the couch. A split second, a fleeting flash in an instant, and Minato flew into the wall, which cracked from the force of the blow. The barrier blinked warningly. Don't think, fourth, that simple words will touch me. Don't hope that I'll rush to you screaming, Daddy. There's only one person here that I respect, your wife and my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. It's only because of her that you breathe, it's only because of her that I breathe, I spoke in an angry patter, it's only because of her. The village that I hate every single day greets a new dawn, I said more quietly. Minato listened silently and absorbed every word, realizing that I would not believe simple words, and he would have to prove to his own son that he was sorry. The others were in a state of shock. I turned to the woman and began to slowly approach, forming seals. Mom recognized the series of seals and crouched down, exposing her forehead. She knew that the flow of information, no matter how large it was, would knock her out for some time. Mom had 2 to 3 seconds. I touched her forehead with my index and middle fingers, and she, smiling affably, kissed my forehead. I picked up her limp body and gently laid her on the couch. There was no need to convey all my memories and knowledge. Just all my feelings. Everything I want to say. Minato immediately jumped up, and the children followed him. She'll wake up soon, I reassured her. I just passed on my memories to her. Naruto, if you want, then. I don't need anything, I said calmly, interrupting Minato. I won't go into your house. It will be a long time before I call you father, Minato, and whether that time comes depends only on you and your actions. I understand, the Hokage exhaled and removed the barrier. I headed towards the exit and stopped at the door. By the way, fourth, forgive me, but today Konoha will lose another abandoned training ground. Fortunately, no one will be hurt, I give you my word. The door closed behind me. 20 minutes later, the ground beneath the village shook again. From the window of the Minato residence, he saw a powerful explosion thundering far beyond the park in the adjacent forest at an old abandoned training ground. An Anbu wearing a cat mask immediately appeared in his office. Hokage-sama, he knelt down. That explosion again. Your instructions? Calm down, Tenzo, Minato said tiredly, the alarm has been lifted. But. This is an order, the fourth said melancholically and calmly. Hi. Chapter 8. Well, something like that. After I destroyed the last abandoned training ground, I went to Sasuke. She was at the 7th training ground, where she was meditating. Sensing me, a smile appeared on her lips, so warm and welcoming. Couldn't hold back. You see for yourself, I smiled a little sadly. From now on I'll have to train here, she said. I don't care. We don't have any problems with technicians anyway. We have a different priority now. Come join us, she smiled, revealing a row of even teeth. I smiled back at her, and then sat down opposite her and we began training. Sasuke and I felt like we were being watched. Kakashi and Itachi were watching us non-stop. Itachi had been here before, but Kakashi had come for my soul. Most likely, on his father's orders, Minato probably simply doesn't know how to approach me and find an approach. Of the pressing problems I had, there was only one, Danzo and the elders. They had ruined my mother's life, and they would ruin mine too. It was good that they didn't care about the Hokage's own family squabbles. The main thing was that the Nine Tails was in the village, and judging by Minato's behavior, he wasn't going to misbehave. Around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sakura appeared at the training ground. She saw us at the far edge of the clearing and quietly headed in our direction. We were meditating, so she didn't want to interfere. Hello, Sakura, Sasuke said calmly. I simply nodded. Oh, yeah, hi, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Come here, Sasuke called, since you've already come. The girls moved to the nearest tree. Are you going to train? Sakura nodded sheepishly. Then start practicing chakra control. I explained to you yesterday what to do and why all this is needed. Here, Sasuke thrust a kunai into the pink one's hands, and she herself went to me to continue her training. 5 minutes later I was already smiling from Sakura's curses as she fell to the ground. By evening she still managed to reach the top. She clearly had no problems with control, but her chakra volume does not allow her to master most techniques. This is a solvable problem, but not overnight. Sakura, I called, join us. Sasuke and I were eating the prepared food. The future, no Yoko, decided to treat Haruno, that's why I called her. A couple of minutes later, we were all eating dinner in the open air. How are things going? Sasuke asked. Thank you, good, I can stand on a vertical surface. Your hearth is small, Sasuke said evenly, but it can be fixed. It won't happen quickly, of course, but nevertheless. How do you know so much? Asked Sakura. I told you yesterday. Uchiha nodded in my direction. What will I have to do? Sakura decided. She really wanted to become stronger so as not to be a burden. Meditate more. Rotating chakra through all the tenketsu in the circulation system, that's 1. 2. Increase control to reduce chakra expenditure. Guys, thanks for the food. I'll go, otherwise mom will worry. Bye. Sasuke nodded. Bye, Sakura, I waved my hand. We sealed the food and went to the river that flowed near the training ground. Kakashi and Itachi continued to watch us, hiding their chakra. Sasuke and I planned to meditate all night. It's a pity that we didn't know how to enter a trance, which would have been much more productive. The SCS would work, and the body would sleep, the brain would be protected from external stimuli, thereby resting. Roughly speaking, sleep in consciousness, by the standards of the body, but never mind. We'll learn that in time. It was already a little after 1 when Itachi couldn't take it anymore and jumped down towards us. Hello, guys, the elder Uchiha smiled. Kami-sama, aren't you too tired of sitting there? Sasuke asked. Itachi just smiled stupidly. He didn't expect a 13-year-old kid to guard 2 seasoned Anbu with chakra, although I warned him about his sister's sensory abilities. Sasuke-chan, why don't you go home, it's already late. We're busy training, and you're a bit of a nuisance, Sasuke said calmly. But it's already night outside. Not the best time for training. Listen, Itachi, I called. Excessive intrusion will not be to your advantage, I noted coldly, hinting at sharp excessive concern. Naruto, although I am very grateful to you, but... Itachi, Sasuke interrupted, Naruto told you yesterday that I want to think. So let me think, Sasuke said a little angrily. Sorry. Itachi tried to apologize and smile, but it didn't work out very well. He silently left, grabbing Kakashi by the scruff of the neck, who was reading pornography with the help of the Sharingan in the pitch darkness. What are you planning to do? I asked. I don't know, Naru. It all comes down to the Uchiha elders. They forced my father to give me away. And my mother cries every time I'm mentioned. I just want to know one thing, is the clan head so weak that he can't shut them up? Let the damn elders advise me, I couldn't help but smile. Evil Sasuke looks like a sad gopher. Relax. Your little brother knows that you are the best in your year. It's a shame that now he won't look at you as a girl he can hit on. Sasuke hissed at me like a snake. I had to retreat and put my hands out in a conciliatory gesture. Senior, I'm not even talking about this. Itachi is so eager to get to you. Mom, apparently, can't find a place for herself. She told me that she was forbidden to approach you. Itachi said the same thing. Your dad would be happy. Apparently. Are you trying to persuade me to go back to my family? Sasuke asked sarcastically. Well, I'll be glad if you stay with me, but I'd like you not to be in pain. Right here, I poked her in the chest in the heart area. Thank you, Uchiha smiled. Go and visit your mother. Beat the crap out of the elders. And then, decide for yourself, I smiled a little sadly. Ino, you won't get rid of me that quickly, Sasuke pressed her lips to MYS. Ha, glad to hear it. And how are you? I punched Minato in the face, I grinned contentedly. Only my mother considers me a human being. Maybe Minato too, but I'm not going to call him, Daddy. For the next couple of years. I'll watch his behavior. I don't know what to do with the younger Namikaze. Judging by everything, they consider me a piece of shit, like everyone else, basically, and then suddenly. Oni-san showed up. I'll have to keep an eye on their behavior. I just don't know what to do, I smiled wearily, hanging my head. Have you at least talked to your mother? He showed his memories. Baka. Sasuke hit me on the head. Go to her. And are you better yourself? I asked a little angrily, feigning offense. Yes, agreed Uchiha. That's it. Let's get to training. Yes. We spent the whole night training like this. Kurama also went out for a walk in the form of a small fox. Of course, there was no global progress. And neither I nor Sasuke expected it anytime soon. Surprisingly, in the morning we felt very good, I would say excellent. Nothing hurts, no fatigue. We were able to swim in the river instead of a shower, and have breakfast bento, which we prepared yesterday. By 10 a.m., Team 7 was at the Hokage's office, where Minato and, apparently, the elders were shouting. The next clan summit was to be convened tomorrow, and one of the issues was the fate of the Jinchuriki. Minato was vehemently shouting that Naruto no Yoko would not be given to the Anbu route. You won't miss this show, will you? The fox asked hopefully. I just entered the office without knocking, which attracted the attention of everyone present to my very modest person. Even the secretary was surprised. Oh, this unobtrusive impudence of mine, I will definitely pay for it someday, but not today. I'll take this as an invitation to the meeting, I said in an even voice. Ah ha ha ha, oh, fuck. Ah ha ha, look at them. I was laughing in my mind. Sasuke was laughing behind her. The elders and Danzo were completely out of it. Minato didn't expect this either, although he assumed that I knew about the fox, since I managed to ruin 2 training grounds. Kurama grinned inside. What do you think you're doing? Homura said in a sepulchral voice. And you just shut your mouth, you feeble prick. You're an advisor, so give advice. The Hokage is here, let him make the decision. Besides, I didn't barge into your office, I snapped. How dare you? Kaharu screamed. What are you going to do to me, old pepperbox? I asked cheerfully and sarcastically. Will you threaten me with your finger? Boy, you shouldn't get cocky, advised Danzo, who was somewhat amused by this situation. Minato didn't know what to say at all. Oh, Shimura Danzo, head of Anbu, no, Konohagakure no Sato. And may you stay healthy, I said melancholically, walking into the office and plopping down on the couch. Sasuke was already laughing out loud in the corridor, because she didn't dare to go in. The fox was subconsciously banging his forehead against the cage door. Minato was preparing for a heart attack. Kakashi and Sakura were in complete shock from my behavior. The elders were choking on their own drool. And Danzo was just smiling smugly. You can't understand him at all, he rarely lets emotions show on his face. Why are you staring at me? I asked, pleased as a cat. You, Kaharu tried to catch her breath from her blatant impudence. Yes, it's me, Kaharu, just don't scream. So what's up with the council? I asked again. It doesn't concern you, Homura said coldly. What do you mean, it doesn't concern you? I'm a demon, a formidable and scary bearer of the 9-tailed fox. Not made with a finger, but a weapon shoved in by the village. And you didn't invite me. I'll be offended, I sarcastically pouted like a little kid. Sasuke, who was watching this picture, burst into wild laughter. How do you know this? Danzo asked calmly and seriously. From the original source, I threw my feet on the coffee table, smiling impudently. So that's how it is, you subdued the fox? Danzo asked in the same voice, remembering the explosions at the training grounds. Ha 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 ha, subdued. Ha, you're a joker, Danzo. The fox cannot be subdued, it can be detained or immobilized with the help of Mokuton and temporarily controlled with the Sharingan, but not subdued. Don't confuse 2 completely different concepts. Human, a pathetic piece of meat, a jar of blood and a pound of bones, and Biju, an immortal creature created by Rakuto Sennin. My words left everyone, except Sasuke, stumped. Minato and Danzo just exchanged glances. Even though Danzo was always eating everyone's brains with a teaspoon with his desire to protect Konoha, and his methods were idiotic, he knew how to think, and the gears in his head worked properly. And if I was conducting the conversation in such an impudent and very brazen manner, then I could afford it. Minato also looked at me seriously. Homura and Kaharu were now unanimously sent to hell by everyone, because I became the centerpiece of this exquisite situation. Kakashi listened in amazement. He was generally put into cognitive dissonance, first by the speech and appeal to the elders, then by the conclusion. Then how do you know all this? Danzo asked again, more loyally, perhaps. There was a piece of my mother's chakra in the seal. Minato tensed up again. Okay, fourth, I'll play into your hands, I mentally said to myself. This piece gave me the knowledge of who the Jinchuriki, Biju, and so on are. But as for Rakuto and the like, these are the fox's words. Mom. But only Hiruzen, Minato and Kushina were present at the ceiling, Danzo said thoughtfully. A great idea. To hide the son in an orphanage, so that you, Danzo, with these 2 old degenerates, won't nag anyone about where, who and how will raise the boy. Everyone is happy, and most importantly, the lie with the dummy child worked, I said, confirming the guess of the head of Anbu, no. And the wolves are fed, and the sheep are safe. There was silence. Kakashi looked at his teacher in amazement. Minato was pale as a sheet, but quickly regained his natural complexion, realizing that I had played the situation in his favor. Sakura wisely kept silent, her presence was completely forgotten, as was the giggling Sasuke. The elders were foaming at the mouth again. But Danzo was watching my behavior and Minato's behavior very closely. I played the situation so that from a moral point of view, the Namikaze Uzumaki couple would have no problems. The situation, according to me, can be viewed from this angle, as if Minato and Kushina left their Jinchuriki son in an orphanage, telling everyone that it was not their child who allegedly died, but Naruto, a new vessel who was quickly found in view of the death of the first. They themselves secretly watched him so that Danzo and the elders could not get close and take him. For Minato, and most importantly for his mother, everything worked out for the best in such a situation, because no one would have allowed the Namikaze couple to keep their Jinchuriki son with them, at least the elders would definitely have been against it. This also explains Minato's behavior, his reluctance to give his son to the root of Anbu. Well, Danzo, dry your oars. I mentally said to myself. You have to admit it, Minato, Danzo said. You are a very cunning man. And you had the courage to do such a thing. Shimura silently left the office, and the elders trotted after him. No one expected such a turn of events. Now Danzo will be vigorously accumulating his resources, because I sided with Minato. Or rather, that's what he thinks, but in reality, I'm too much of a willful weapon. I don't give a shit about this village and its inhabitants, because I'm a little egoist. I'm driven only by purely personal motives, Mom and Sasuke, and as long as this place suits them, I'll support it. Kakashi was vaguely trying to understand the situation. Sakura wisely went into a stupor and kept quiet. Sasuke just smiled, because she didn't care either. Minato was gloomier than a cloud, although he understood that he was in the black, but he couldn't speak for me. There was no confidence, and there was nowhere to get it from. What are you thinking, Naruto? Let the situation with Danzo help spread the word that I have 3 children instead of 2. Besides, you made it look good to both the elders and the clan heads. Why would you suddenly act in my favor? Damn, I don't know. I don't understand. The Hokage pondered the situation. You're burning the walrus's dick. I cursed at Danzo when their steps were no longer audible from the corridor. And what kind of crap is this aphrodisiac that these bald old men are selling? They won't give me life, I whined doomedly, pouting my lips. Sensei, Naruto, is he your son? Kakashi asked. Have you just moved in, Poop-kun? I said mockingly. Naruto, please, Minato said calmly, but at the same time. Gratefully. Okay, Kakashi, no offense. So, why are we all gathered here? You have a mission, Minato suddenly remembered. Here, nothing complicated, a standard mission for genin, rank D. Go to the bureau, register, although who am I explaining, Kakashi, deal with the team. Minato thrust the scroll into his student's hands and we left, leaving the Hokage alone with a mountain of paper. He was definitely going through a rough time in his life, with the elders screwing with his brain, family problems, and the upcoming clan gathering, which meant nothing to me. Right now, Minato wanted to follow the example of one of the infamous Sannin. Where's the sake? Minato asked mentally, pushing aside the pile of papers. Team number 7 successfully completed 5D rank missions today. Although the standard is 1 per day. This means that we have completed the weekly supply for our team. As a result, our wallets were slightly replenished, which could not but please. Sasuke decided that today she should go to her mother after all. So we went to choose a decent kimono for her. Naru, Uchiha called me when we approached one of the stalls in the market where you could choose a ready-made kimono. We didn't have the money to order and so on. I walked under the tent. You will come with me, won't you? Nani? I was a little surprised. Sasuke immediately pouted. Fine if you want, but then I'll have to buy something too. The last visit was spontaneous, I would say. I've already chosen, Sasuke smiled. Well, who would doubt it, I said tiredly. Sasuke handed me black hakama pants and a kimono of the same color, with the Uzumaki sign on the back. Sasuke herself was wearing a blue yukata. The outfit had a very unique and large pattern, which was extremely unusual. On the blue fabric was depicted a blossoming sakura, under which lay a panther. Very extravagant, I looked at Sasuke appraising ly. Damn, the blue fabric goes well with her long, black, knight-like hair. The yukata perfectly highlights her figure. A tight butt, beautiful breasts, a narrow waist, and a straight posture. Even the heterochromia of the eyes under the hinge suits her. You won't get anything today. Kurama's satisfied voice was heard. Shut up, flea bitten, or I'll close the cage. A laugh was heard in the subconscious. What a furry shawarma. It suits you very well. I hugged her from behind, watching in the mirror in front of us as Sasuke blushed. You look amazing, my beauty, I whispered in the girl's ear. Go get dressed. Don't embarrass me. Sasuke kicked out of my embrace towards another fitting room. Taking a pile of clothes, I went to another part of the merchant's shop tent. Luckily, The seller was from out of town, otherwise they would have chased me out of here like a mongrel. By the way, Sasuke has taste, the kimono fit like a glove and looked quite decent. In the evening, Sasuke was running around the entire apartment, trying to style her hair. I didn't bother with it at all. No matter how much you style it, it will still stick out. I was peacefully lying on the bed, and Kurama was snoring in 2 holes at my side. Sasuke finally finished. She braided a beautiful high ponytail. Her bangs covered the left side of her face, where the rinnegan was under the henge. Sasuke's hairstyle was similar to Ino's, but the color and length of her hair were different. Naru, Sasuke called me. She was all red from embarrassment. We walked arm in arm towards the Uchiha quarter. All the passers-by paid attention to us. Both Sasuke and I could clearly hear the whispers of people who were scurrying here and there. They weren't just directed at me. If I was honored with insults and curses mixed with curses, then Sasuke was only sent surprised exclamations in which they considered her crazy and short-sighted, or not knowing and not understanding the truth about me. The girl pretended not to hear, and I frankly didn't care. What is it, Sasuke? I'm very worried. This didn't happen last time. Everything will be fine, I smiled warmly. What should I tell, Mom? Sometimes you don't need to say anything. Stop worrying and shaking, it's not like you, Sasuke. And by the way, we're here. We stopped in front of the estate gates. The people who were standing guard led us through because they recognized us. I was again given a frown, but the Uchiha are too proud creatures to condescend to such scum as me, even if they really want to insult me. At the entrance to the estate, we were met by Itachi, who simply blossomed at the sight of his sister. He looked at me without hatred, fear, contempt or hostility. Some kind of defective Uchiha, apparently. His gaze radiated gratitude, interest in me as a person and curiosity. Hello, Itachi Oni-san, Sasuke decided on a more pleasant greeting. I had the feeling that Itachi began to glow, literally, with happiness. Just a little more, and the cold-blooded Uchiha would be jumping up and down with joy, like a kid with candy. The eldest Uchiha heir smiled, but he did not have the courage to make any gesture in response. I pushed Sasuke, who was also smiling and didn't know what to do next. The girl took a timid step forward, but still didn't dare to do anything. I shot my eyes at Itachi and pointed with my eyes at the blushing girl. Itachi understood and jerked Sasuke into a tight embrace. Tears appeared in the guest's eyes. I can't remember exactly when Sasuke cried last time, not counting that incident with our confession. Now I smiled, watching the touching picture. I think we should call Makoto-san, I carefully intervened. Itachi let go of Sasuke and nodded. It seemed that a happier man could not be found. Sasuke's older brother led us into the kitchen, and he himself galloped off to call Taro and his father and mother. Itachi knocked on the door of his parents' bedroom and heard his father's tired voice. Mom, Dad, there. Sasuke came to visit. This short phrase was enough for Makoto to jump out of bed and rush to the closet to put on her best clothes. Fugaku was happy, although he didn't show it, but the corners of his lips slightly lifted. Itachi quickly left so as not to disturb his parents getting ready and call his stupid younger brother. Taro. Itachi knocked and walked into the room when he heard permission. Oni-san. Taro smiled, receiving a smile in return from Itachi. We have guests, your sister came to visit us. The smile disappeared from Taro's face, but the younger Uchiha did not make a dissatisfied face, his face became cold, wary and thoughtful. He did not know how to treat his older sister. And he was also a little ashamed when he realized that he had a younger brother complex. Completely unconscious. Did this Naruto come too? Taro, you shouldn't insult him. Thanks to this man, our family can become complete. Itachi ruffled his younger brother's hair, he even gave her his eye, just so she could see. Could you do the same? The younger brother looked down. You see, it's not that easy. Just don't judge him by his appearance and manner of speech. I'll try, Oni-san. Stop shaking. Naru, it's easy for you to say. I hugged Sasuke carefully and didn't let go until she calmed down a little. About 5 minutes later, conversations and whispers were heard, and then the whole family entered the kitchen. Fugaku was the last one. Sasuke immediately jumped up from her seat, and I slowly stood up, after which I nodded in greeting. Itachi put the kettle on so that the conversation would be more productive. Makoto looked at her daughter for a long time, she hadn't managed to do that last time. The woman slowly and somewhat timidly approached Sasuke, and then with a quick movement pulled her towards herself. Fugaku's cold-blooded face cracked, and he allowed himself to smile. The head of the clan came to me and bowed politely. I must thank you, Naruto no Yoko. Thanks to you, my daughter became sighted, and the family was given the opportunity to reunite after 13 years of separation. It's not worth it, I answered briefly and without emotion. A few minutes later we sat down at the table. Now we could calmly watch the family scene, pretending to be part of the interior and sipping tea from a cup politely offered by the clan heir. I didn't plan to speak, and what can I say here anyway? Let Sasuke decide for herself, her family, after all. Listen, Naruto, Itachi suddenly called. People simply didn't know how to start a conversation, and no one had the courage to be the first. I, on the other hand, wisely kept quiet. I don't think it's necessary to be present at a family reunion. I don't belong here, but since Sasuke asked for it, and dropped anchor, already on the threshold of her father's house, my presence is somewhat justified. Yes, Itachi. I looked up at him. The eldest heir did not take his eyes off my hand. From time to time he cast an interested glance at his sister's hand, where there was an identical seal. What kind of fuinjutsu technique is this? I've never seen anything like it. Everyone noticed our hands with Sasuke. It wasn't there the day before yesterday. The symbols are just absolutely identical. Only a fuinjutsu master could convey the seal so accurately. I won't reveal the essence yet. I didn't know what else to answer. This is one of the most ancient Uzumaki seals, I wriggled out like an eel in a frying pan. And how do you know them? Taro tried to ask as calmly as possible. He is quite narcissistic, spoiled, proud and arrogant. Taro is unlikely to look at someone else as an equal, unless that someone proves his own weakness to him, and in such a way that it is clearly visible. But I am an owner, an egoist, a misanthrope, a swearer and a hypocrite, but I do not wear rose-colored glasses, unlike him. How do I know the seals will become known to everyone, well, or almost everyone? After tomorrow's gathering of clans, Sasuke couldn't help but laugh, remembering the delicate situation in the morning. You're privy to such things at such a young age? Fugaku was surprised. No, it's just that the village elders, Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu, as well as the head of the root, Anbu, Shimura Danzo, are unlikely to forgive me for the vulgar address to their high-born assholes this morning. I assumed that it would be discussed at the meeting, and my prank, of course, had nothing to do with it, but let it be a surprise for Fugaku. Itachi looked at me with saucer-like eyes, not believing his ears. By the way, why is everyone interested in me? I assumed that Sasuke would be the subject of everyone's attention. We're just really embarrassed. Naruto-kun, Makoto smiled her happiest smile, hugging her daughter the whole time. Sasuke Oni-san, Taro called respectfully, so as not to anger his father, whose orders regarding Sasuke he remembered very well, and... Can I ask a question? It is possible, Sasuke said calmly. She clearly had not yet decided how to treat her younger brother and father. As for me, the situation here is exactly the same as mine with Minato, Yoshi and Aya. We will look at the behavior of these two, Taro and Fugaku Uchiha. What stage is your Sharingan at? And how did you awaken it anyway? This question pleased both the elder brother and the head of the family, because according to rumors, she showed the Sharingan at the beginning of her training at the academy. Makoto simply expressed curiosity. She was also a carrier of this eye. Sasuke turned an inquisitive look at me, demanding political asylum. And what about me? No, Sasuke, I've already gotten into trouble with our seal. I adjusted the sleeve of my robe to completely hide my hand. Should I spill your secrets too? I smiled nastily, to which Sasuke pouted. She chuckled loudly. Uchiha, Naruto's prank helped to awaken me. After the transplant and full recovery of sight, I was in a very strong shock. This served as an impetus for the development of the Sharingan. Everyone nodded understandingly, and as for the stage, Sasuke's right eye, which was not hidden under his bangs, began to change. Instead of a whitish iris, a blood-red one appeared, and after it, 3 tomo, which spun slightly. Woo, she didn't burn down the office. I rejoiced in my mind. You don't give a shit. The fox yawned. 3. Taro was surprised. Wait, Taro. Itachi said. Sasuke-chan, it turns out that you see with both eyes. The elder brother was surprised by his guess, and everyone else followed suit. The phrase burst out spontaneously, and only a little later did everyone come to understand. Yes, my left eye belongs to Naruto. The blind eyes were healed by the effect of Naruto's special chakra, Sasuke hinted ambiguously. In my subconscious, the fox cursed. He was like a naked woman in the middle of the barracks. I mean, they could have subdued him here if he hadn't been sealed. But everything turned out well. Itachi, Fugaku and Makoto nodded understandingly. Only Taro looked at us like a ram at a new gate. A special chakra, He asked again. A secret, I said calmly. Taro made a serious face like a brick and nodded with a very smart look, which caused laughter from his family, which made him pout like a mouse on cereal. Kuramike and I both sneezed at the whole subconscious. I heard that you were the best student in your entire class, Fugaku said with a little pride. Did you learn to use the Sharingan yourself? Naruto taught me everything, from reading and writing to using my eyes, Sasuke immediately gasped, receiving a finger in the ribs from me. She passed, motherfucker, with all her guts. What? Everyone was surprised in one voice. Oh, FCK. The fox howled at the top of his voice, hiding his long muzzle under his paws and covering his head with 9 tails. Taro's jaw dropped. Now everyone was drilling me with very inquisitive eyes. And Sasuke gasped again when she realized that she had blurted out. Too much, which means I'll have to show off my Sharingan too. And the problem is this. It's deactivated, and that's only half the problem. I think that sitting among the Uchiha and trying to screw them over with henge right in front of their eyes is the highest degree of idiocy, considering that there is already one henge on the Rinnegan, which means that if I put a second one on the Sharingan, I'll burn both my eyes, and Sasuke's too. She and I have eternal Mangekyo, which can only be hidden behind the previous stage, but 3 tomo is a lot, by Uchiha standards, because not everyone is capable of developing their eyes to this stage, especially at this age. I won't even mention Mangekyo. You're such a chatterbox, Sasuke, I breathed out. Sasuke hung her nose, and I had to activate the Sharingan. What? Fugaku almost jumped. Everyone echoed his question. What? I grinned. I was shocked by the transplant no less than when, in theory, the blind eye saw no worse than the sighted one. I expected blindness, at least here I didn't have to lie. But why is it deactivated? Fugaku and Itachi asked in unison. How should I know? I'm not a biologist or a geneticist. Shouldn't I? I was very surprised, like, it's none of my business, I don't know shit. But, how did you learn everything? Taro chattered, taken aback. By trial and error, how else? Namely, trial and error. I didn't have any teachers, mentors or advisors. When I mastered something myself, I taught everything to Sasuke. Something like that. I shrugged my shoulders with an indifferent expression. You're the weakest student in the entire class, Taro said again. He still only had 1 tomo. Not to say that's bad, not everyone can awaken the Sharingan by the age of 12. I don't care what others think. Besides, there's no one I have to bow down to, I said with a chuckle, which left the male half-stumped. Train and that's all, Sasuke shrugged, turning to Taro. There was silence. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Although I'm sure Fugaku is scratching his head over the question of how nice it would be to draw Sasuke and me into the clan. But that's a no-no. He can't demand anything from Sasuke, and he has no right to, until she returns to the family as Hime Uchiha Ikizoku. He certainly can't demand anything from me. I'm like Kakashi, we both received our eyes by the free will of the bearer. How can you demand anything here? Fugaku can offer both me and Sasuke to join the clan, but nothing more, although the Uchiha elders can still make life miserable. Naruto, I think it's time for us to go. Sasuke spoke up. During the conversation, no one even noticed that it was already past 11. As you wish, Sasuke. I already told you that this is your family and it's up to you to decide what to do. I guess this isn't the last time we've come to visit, she smiled, so that the despondent Makoto wouldn't get too upset. The woman responded to her daughter with a joyful smile. Naruto, Itachi called me when we were already leaving the estate. I don't like his nasty smile, Kurama said to himself. I groaned questioningly. So what kind of technique do you and Sasuke have? The older brother narrowed his eyes slyly. Smart, bitch. Just like you, Kurama, I cursed. What kind of attacks are you talking about? I was sleeping. Yes, you're a fucking sloth, not a fox, a disgruntled snort and something like, snort 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 snort. Echoed through my subconscious. It's not a technique, Itachi. It's some sort of blood contract, or to be more precise, a family betrothal seal, I said, and Sasuke and I were sucked into the vortex before anyone could say anything. The Uchiha family was in complete shock. There will be a sea of news at tomorrow's clan gathering. Chapter 9, Serious Matter. At the clan summit, it was announced that Naruto no Yoko was the firstborn of the Hokage, but due to the circumstances, the attack of the Kyuubi, the death of the third, the sealing of the fox, Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, the child lives outside the family and will continue to live so that neither the council nor the elders would raise a fuss. To say that Fugaku was surprised was to say nothing at all. He and Minato were very good friends, but after a few minutes of racking his brain over the issue, Fugaku decided that it was not worth raising problems on this basis. The head of the Uchiha spread information that all these years Naruto no Yoko had been looking after the once blind Hime Uchiha Sasuke. Fugaku also mentioned that Naruto had become a carrier of the Sharingan, which meant that he would have better control over the fox. This statement put Danzo in an even greater quandary, and his hands were simply itching to consider the candidacy of the Jinchuriki as his ward. Fugaku assured the council that Uchiha Ikizoku did not lay claim to the fox due to the long relationship between Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto no Yoko, because his daughter was not considering the option of returning to the clan, although Fugaku still cherished hope. This made the council incredibly happy, because the situation, considering all the events together, was becoming oh so delicate. The elders would not allow Minato to keep his Jinchuriki son. Giving him to the Uchiha was an outrageous proposal. They had not yet completely forgiven their sin for their plans against Konoha. Minato knew that his son had given one of Sasuke's eyes. Kushina had shared what Naruto had given her at home, and transplanted her eye into himself, but the Hokage had no idea that it was a sighted Sharingan. And his sincere surprise served him well. Danzo kept quiet. And what could he say in such a situation, when the orphan Jinchuriki turned out to be the Hokage's son, and even initiated into many, if not all, dark deeds? This was not so, but that was what the head of Anbu, no, thought. The person in power will proceed from the worst scenario in order to prevent future incidents. Shimura was only thinking about offering Naruto to join his unit on a voluntary basis. The dream of extracting the fox quietly turned to ashes, since the carrier himself had the Sharingan. And then Fugaku announced that Naruto no Yoko and Sasuke Uchiha were engaged. Even Minato jumped up from his seat. Many heads lost their masks of composure at the clan summit. The Hokage almost screamed out loud in surprise. The behavior and secrets of the two children remained unknown to the cold-blooded, pragmatic and wise shinobi. Although they were only children, they had already managed to fool everyone and everything, and all they had to do was keep quiet for the time being. Simple life wisdom and no plans or well thought out moves. Shut your mouth and sit quietly. Head of Uchiha Ikizoku explained that he himself did not have enough information on this matter and was only relaying Naruto's words regarding the identical seals on the hands of the Jinchuriki and his daughter. Fugaku described the symbols at the request of the council and Minato himself. The Hokage only confirmed that the description of such a seal matches the one he learned about from his wife. After offering to remove it, Minato explained that it was a very ancient seal, and it was almost impossible to remove. To do this, you need to know exactly what kind of chakra and how much of it was soaked in the blood from which the symbols were drawn. You can't make a mistake with the proportions of Naruto and Sasuke's blood either. And most importantly, the symbols must be removed simultaneously and synchronously, which not every master of seals is capable of, even among the Uzumaki, not to mention all the other users of FUNN. It is easier to apply such a seal. You need blood and chakra. The quantity and quality do not matter for its application, but for its removal. To put it mildly, hemorrhoids. The size of a fist. After the gathering, I woke up from uneven chakra surges in the apartment and vibrations of my barrier. Someone was trying hard to get inside and get around the barrier. And I must say that the guest almost succeeded, and only one person is capable of doing this in such a short time. I'm coming. Stop hammering my barrier, I yelled angrily, waking up Sasuke and Kurama. The fox immediately retreated into the seal, and I had to close the gates so that no one would start screaming. As soon as I put henge on my eyes and opened the door, a scarlet tornado burst into the apartment, which began to spin around and shout something. After this hurricane passed more calmly. Jiraiya, the Sannin who was supposed to become my godfather. Naruto, tte banyo yo-yo. Mom roared at the top of her lungs, like a wounded she-wolf. Why do I find out that my son is engaged to my best friend's daughter from Minato's lips in the middle of the night? The woman gushed in one breath, shaking me in front of her like a rag. That's a good question, considering the specifics of family men's nighttime activities, I blurted out without thinking. Datbeo, are you kidding me? Stop yelling, I said calmly but firmly. Sorry, my mother stopped shaking my body out in the literal sense, and then lowered me to the ground. Let's take things in order. Good morning, to begin with, I greeted. Hello, son, my mother kissed me on the cheek. I showed her how we met in my subconscious, showed her my feelings, the general picture of the relationship with Sasuke and so on. Our powers, skills, relationship with the fox, engagement and a couple of other unnecessary moments remained a secret. Hello, said Jiraiya, smiling stupidly and looking at Sasuke, who was sleepily rubbing her eyes. She barely managed to cover her rasengan with her bangs. And you too, failed godfather, I smiled in response. I've already straightened out Minato's brains, the Sannin said seriously, remembering how he gave his student a black eye early in the morning. Naru, you should take the guests to the kitchen. Sasuke, who had been silent until now, spoke up, putting on my t-shirt and going into the kitchen. The girl was amusingly humping her nose and frowning, because she had been woken up. Kushina broke into the most sly and satisfied smile, grinning nastily, poking me in the ribs and vulgarly playing with her eyebrows. We went into the kitchen when I locked the front doors and started laying out the food and prepared dishes, of which there were many. The easiest way was to buy a lot of food at the beginning of the month and store it in seals where it would not spoil, and then cook as much as needed for a couple of days and store it in the refrigerator. There was everything on the table: onigiri, dango, miso soup, sashimi, salads, nikujaga, tea, cookies and some sweets. It sounds rich, I don't argue. Neither Sasuke nor I spared any expense on food. Besides, I knew how to cook deliciously, and I taught the girl. Buying food and cooking was cheaper. Sometimes we just saved on clothes, shinobi equipment and weapons, instead of which we used kuroibo. And who cooked all this? Jiraiya was taken aback by the abundance of dishes. He shrugged calmly. My mother taught me. The Sannin stretched out his face and began to glare at Kushina with his eyes. Jiraiya-san, I simply passed on a lot of my knowledge to Naruto, and that's the result. The woman smiled, pleased that we weren't starving and were eating normally. Naru, so you're really engaged? We nodded in unison and showed the seal on our right hands. And who put the seal? Mom narrowed her eyes slyly. She did not use it for herself and Minato, after all, he just made an offer. The seal should have been put by someone from the outside. I sighed heavily. I did not want to deceive her. It was Mom, after all, and Minato lied to her so much, she should not follow his bad example. Open up, come on. You're fidgeting around here like a schoolboy at a brothel. Don't be rowdy, Ku. I'll put the meat out to defrost. The fox purred contentedly through the bars of the cage. Leaving the question unanswered for now, I went to the refrigerator to get the promised meat. Kushina and Jiraiya watched me silently, eating their breakfast. The seal was put by the second bearer of my surname. Last names? Mom asked again, not understanding what was going on. Yes. Now calmly, without screaming or sudden movements, I warned. With a sharp movement I twisted the seal, from which a thin stream of dark red chakra flowed. It began to form and thicken, and a minute later Kurama appeared next to me. Mom was stunned, dropping the chopsticks from her hands. None of the guests had time to react to my trick, simply because no one expected such a thing. Jiraiya, fully aware of my feint, began to manipulate chakra, causing the barrier to rattle. He wafted from the fox, and in the deathly silence of the room, a dull, low, guttural growl of an animal whose territory was invaded by an outsider was heard. Tch. Shish shish shish. I put my hand on the top of the tailed one's head, who had already pressed his ears. Grrr. Don't make me angry, old man, and calm down the current of your chakra rr. Kurama's voice did not bode well. Naruto, what's happening here? Mom barely managed to say. She had always had a strained relationship with the fox. I told you both to calm down and not do anything stupid. You wanted to know who put the seal. Well, now you know. I turned first to my mother, then to both guests. If the village council of clans decides to remove it, we'll have to work hard. I won't give in myself, and Sasuke is unlikely to give up voluntarily. I won't even mention the fox. If the Hokage or the elders decide to act recklessly, I think the tragedy of 13 years ago will happen. So you're ready to go against Konoha? Jiraiya, although calmed down, was clearly unhappy with this. Because of him, my sensei died. I don't give a shit. I snapped in a cold voice. I didn't get anything from the village except for orphans' allowance and a stipend, which at first was enough for normal food. And this was with my father still alive and in the position of ruler. That's not the point. Do you think ordinary citizens who are unable to defend themselves will survive another attack? Don't get on my nerves, Godfather. I snorted sarcastically. I don't give a shit about anyone or anything except Sasuke, my mother, and the fox. Citizens this, citizens that. Your mother. I'd like to see you in my shoes, Jiraiya. I've suffered enough from that rotten village, and the demon, as people call him, treats me more humanely than these, as you said, citizens who are not able to defend themselves. I'm warning you both. If they start touching me out of fears and suspicions invented by old fuckers or some other such crap, stopping me will be a problem. If they touch my mother or Sasuke, Jiraiya, I emphasized him, keep in mind, I will raise Konoha to the ground, I have more than enough strength. I'm starting to get disappointed in you, Jiraiya said, his face twisted in a dejected, cold voice. His nostrils occasionally twitched in dislike. Forgive me, Godfather, but I'm not going to work my ass off for the benefit of the old, overly cunning bastard Danzo and the elders' plans for me. And the citizens of Konoha, even more so. And I have a reason. If the former, at least, are shit inside and do not hide it behind a beautiful wrapper, then the latter are worse, a stupid, brainless herd of hypocrites, who without a leader will become an even bigger rabble. Where does so much hatred come from? The hermit asked in a dumbfounded voice. Mom was silent, remembering how they treated her. Although, you don't have to tell me, but Yoko. I can quite guess, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms over his chest, shooting a contemptuous glance at Kurama. Yes, that's why, I said sarcastically. You're the same. Just the sight of the fox makes you cower like a girl and you're ready to throw yourself at him with everything you have in your arsenal. And how are you any better than the rest of the rabble if you despise me? I couldn't resist. Not you. Him. The man pointed his finger. Awesome. Why? I was taken aback. Konoha is my home, and yours too, and he destroyed it. Oh. There was no point in trying on the roles of gods and enslaving those who are wiser and smarter than you, not to mention the weight class. Biju have been alive for a shitload of years, and for some reason no one gives a shit that they are living beings and are capable of feeling. As for fucking Konoha, you're still an idiot, like the fox attacked himself because he's a monster and is not capable of anything other than mayhem. Isn't that so? Mom, tell this stubborn teapot what I'm talking about. I can just feel my eye twitching. The fox was torn out of me by force, then subdued with the Sharingan. The Uchiha still haven't really gotten away from suspicions in the incident in these 13 years, even though they've made every effort to investigate the incident. Yes, I know that he was subdued. That's not the point. Then what the fuck is the point? The fact that Fox, you see, has a fucking animal face. The fact that he replaced my family. The fact that he raised me. The fact that he taught me. The fact that I was not even honored with my mother's last name in order to cover up the lie. The fact that sometimes I had to go a week without food, and feed and clothe blind Sasuke when there was not enough money for both of us, and I myself had to live on his energy supply from chakra. The fact that everyone and their dog hates Kyuubi and me, because no one was told the truth, and I was made the scapegoat. What the fuck is the point of this fucking thing? I gasped. Naruto, Sasuke's clear, well-placed, but gentle voice could be heard in the ringing silence that had formed. Please stop. Don't ruin breakfast for me, Kyuubi, and your mother. You see perfectly well that your godfather refuses to look at the obvious facts, unlike your mother, and continues to believe rumors and tales that he probably received under the monkey Hokage. Now Jiraiya was taken aback. I just kept quiet, I didn't want to talk to him. He seemed like a normal guy at first, but in reality, so far, he's just a dumb ram who's taken in by the first word. Mom just looked at Fox in amazement, who, not caring about our noise and hubbub, sat at the table and lapped up milk. She's right, Naruto. If Jiraiya hadn't been squealing and had been watching what was happening, he would have realized that if you were opening the seal on my cage so calmly, it meant that it had been broken a long time ago. The fox spoke in a beautiful soft baritone, a little hoarse, but no longer growling. The conclusion is that if the seal was broken, you are alive, and the village is intact, all the rumors about me are true. I am a bloodthirsty monster who dreams of destroying this village, Kurama concluded, following the logic of most idiots. If I needed it, I would have destroyed it a long time ago. Naruto, people are people, it's easier for them to listen and believe in the crap that is hung on their ears, rather than look at the facts. What is your name? Kushina suddenly asked Lee. Oh, little Kushi-I, the fox drawled. You haven't lost your courage, and your heart is still the same. How long have you mourned your child? There was no mockery in Kurama's voice. Mother became serious and looked closely at the nine-tailed fox. He knew her even better than I did, considering how much time he spent inside her. I cried for over a year, being depressed. It was really hard for me to give birth again, despite wanting to have children. Probably. Right up until Ayoshi and Aya entered the academy, I couldn't calm down. Then it got easier, not much, but a little. And when I approached the audience at the team distribution, nothing has changed. You haven't changed. The same good-natured, spontaneous and naive girl that came to old lady Mito Uzumaki. PFF'd. And how did you even have the courage to ask me? Although, now I understand what prompted you to do this, finished the fox, listening to Kushina's emanations. What are you talking about? Jiraiya interrupted. About how Kushina begged me to take care of her child when she found out that her faithful Minato didn't give a damn about his child from Mount Hokage. That's what. Kurama growled. You knew. Jiraiya was completely confused, and a couple of his brain cells couldn't cope with the onslaught of information. No. My seal contained part of my mother's chakra. Lee was referring to this chakra when he spoke. My real mother didn't know. I stood up for my mother. So will you tell me your name? The woman smiled. My son survived and is alive, largely thanks to you. Ha, the impudent rebel habanera, just like she was in her youth. I might tell you, but not him. Fox nodded towards Jiraiya. He is unworthy, simply because he is not capable of thinking critically in this situation. In general, considering the level of power of the Sannin, I would advise you, Jiraiya, to consult a mentalist. Excessive aggressiveness for a shinobi is a somewhat, to put it modestly, strange phenomenon, reduced ability to reason and think critically, an inflated coefficient of absent-mindedness and simply astronomical loyalty to the village, considering the input. Is it full of bookmarks? I got the gist of the matter from the tailed one's sayings. Most likely, nodded the fox, not paying attention to the hermit who was ready to explode. Minato wouldn't dare. Jiraiya roared. It's not about him, Mom shrugged. The old monkey was always smart, but he didn't rule the village alone. Are you saying that I was planted with bookmarks? And Sensei did nothing about it? Jiraiya calmed down a little too quickly. I can check. I will dive into your subconscious with you and Naruto using the Sharingan. Shall we begin? Sasuke asked in a casual tone. She basically didn't give a damn about this old man. The hermit nodded hesitantly, believing that in his subconscious he would be stronger than us if we decided to do something. He would certainly be right, if not for one, but our eyes, which no one knows about. The hermit's inner world was different from mine. It was lighter, there were no puddles or leaking pipes. However, most of the passages were blocked by film, painted with various symbols. What is this? The hermit was surprised, approaching one such blocked opening. It's a bookmark, Sasuke explained. It's been modified by the presence of my Sharingan, which can see through it. Kyuubi was right. Should I take it off? She asked. I can't believe it. Jiraiya crouched down next to us, clutching his head. I've been under mental control my whole life. Is she really that old? About 35 to 40 years, if not more. And which one are you talking about? Uchiha didn't understand, shrugging her shoulders and looking around the brightening corridor, where many passages were covered with all sorts of films with writings. Who will I become if you take them off? By myself, I interjected. Jiraiya looked up at me with a long, unblinking gaze, and after a minute he nodded. Sasuke began to remove the bookmarks and mental anchors of artificial origin, and I also got to work. Outside, Mom was probably asking Kurama about everything in the world, and here there was still a lot of work to do. Not only did I need to remove the bookmarks, I also needed to level out the load on my brain, so as not to get a boiled egg in my skull. The recovery was slow, but the eyes of Rakuto helped us. It was much easier with them. An ordinary Sharingan would not have been able to cope with bookmarks of several decades, and here they were. I didn't want to show off the Mangekyo. What the fuck is going on in your head? I briefly commented on the 10th bookmark I removed, limiting the scope of knowledge and development, so that the sick would not be too inquisitive. Jiraiya sighed resignedly, sitting next to me and leaning against the wall. I decided to finish him off regarding the good intentions of the old monkey, because bookmarks were placed during his reign. Sandaimyo definitely knew about them. Hiruzen got himself a good dog, loyal, so devoted to the marrow of his bones and obedient to the point of shit. Jiraiya looked at the remark with a sad expression, but swallowed it silently. Think now, they say, it's useful. After about 6 hours, we crawled out of this ass, that is, the head of the Sannin. I have never seen so many naked women, and maybe I will never see them in my entire life. Sasuke looked at me warily at these moments, promising the most terrible torments of hell for a single encroachment on the memory of the Sannin at the hot springs. Fortunately, everything worked out. Mom had talked to Kurama during this time and was now even petting him. Progress was obvious. Fox wouldn't have allowed it if he didn't trust her, and given his sensory abilities, there's only one conclusion to be made: he trusts her, not like me or Sasuke, but more than anyone else. They found a common language quickly. Jiraiya was in a very deep thought the entire time after his subconscious. What are my chances of making significant changes? He asked, hanging his head. I have no idea, Sasuke replied. I don't see a problem in becoming myself. And what will happen to the people around? They will notice the difference. Questions will start. Well, fuck it, you'd think that public opinion is such a fucking valuable thing that you'd die without it. Take a shit and shower it with roses, I shrugged, sipping my tea. A lot of time passed, so we were sitting at the table again. Whoosh, I barely managed to dodge Sasuke's slap that flew over my head. Don't spoil my appetite. Not only was the day of training a bust, but also TCH. I clicked my tongue and shut Sasuke up in the most brazen way. Why he was heard from Mom, Kurama and Jiraiya. A little later, Uchiha finally extricated herself from the embrace, turned away and embarrassedly chewed her lip, trying with all her might not to show her blush. What are your plans? Mom's eyes flashed sarcastically. Sleep, Uchiha answered sheepishly, gurgling her tea. I agree, I nodded. I'll go and think, or rather, distract myself from these thoughts. The springs will open in an hour, Jiraiya scratched his head sadly. Oh, the fact that orientation was preserved is definitely good. You never know what might happen. What if you became rear-wheel drive without your bookmarks? That would be a joke, I rolled out in front of my godfather's eyes. The hermit roared. Fee, Sasuke and Mom giggled. Boo ga ga ga, 50-year-old virgin faggot, I mean, well, you get it, Fox cackled, playing with his eyebrows. Yes, go to hell, you red-haired beast. I'll shave my head and become a monk, roared Jiraiya, flying out of the apartment like a bullet to the thunderous laughter. I did something nasty, my heart is happy, I smiled to myself, and when I looked at my mother and Sasuke, I realized that we thought the same. There's nothing to say about the fox, a-tailed comedian. Mom, do me a favor, don't let him blurt out anything unnecessary, okay? I don't want any problems, especially for you or Sasuke. You two are the only thing I can use to pressure me. Please take that into account. Okay, my dear, okay, my mother smiled and kissed me on the cheek. The main thing is that you invite me to the wedding. Actually, I'm not sure that it will happen. We'll probably get married in secret at some temple. It's unlikely that the authorities will allow us to get married so easily. Father is okay, that's a separate conversation. However, he is clanless, the Jonin Council and small clans will support him. The Uchihas could also become a problem, even if Makoto and Fugaku don't mind. And no one would refuse to grab the strongest tailed beast for themselves. For example, the same Yamanaka or Hyuga. If the former are simply useful, then the latter are the strongest clan in taijutsu. Minato's word can simply be trampled by a vote of the large clans, and no one will care that he is Yellow Lightning, War Hero, and so on. You've grown up very quickly, son, Mom said seriously. Yoshi and Aya should learn some sense from you. You're partly right. Father's power is not absolute, and the elders of the clans can change the heads of their Ikizoku if necessary, if they sense their weakness. Keeping the people of the clan in a fist is also not an option for the head, they can rebel and change them by force. I don't give a damn about everyone's strife. Ha, my boy, you speak like Uzumaki, my mother smiled, stroking my head. You took much more from me than from your father. Yes, but I haven't been an Uzumaki for a long time. My genes and Sasuke's are mixed. Under the influence of Kurama's chakra, they mutated or something like that. I'm not a geneticist, but now the genes of Uzumaki, Senju, Uchiha are mixed in us. Roughly speaking, we are a new clan. For the two of you, the best and easiest option would be to create your own clan. The Uchihas, however, may protest against the formation of a new clan based on their gene pride. Damn them. Oh, Kushina slapped her lips. Plus, if you have such genomes mixed in you, then most likely they will force you to become a side branch of one of these clans. As Haim Uzumaki, I can guarantee you both my loyalty without claims, Mom drawled playfully. I will not vouch for the rest. All these years that I have been here, and Uzushio lies in ruins, I have painstakingly collected messages from everyone I could find. You're slowly reviving Uzumaki in Konoha, huh? That's already good. We could become a side branch with the right of internal autonomy or just a small allied clan, I concluded. The options are basically good. Besides, I can leave at any time. However, these are all plans for the distant future. All that's left is to decide how to set yourself apart from everyone else, Sasuke intervened. Learn what I have spoken about, said the silent fox. A good idea, and no one can argue with it, I smiled. And recruits can be accepted into our ranks based on such criteria. What are you talking about? Asked Mom. The secret of the no Yoko clan, respected Haim, I smiled. Rogue, they kissed me on the cheek. I'll go find Jiraiya, I need to ask him to keep quiet. Politely, the scarlet-haired Haim cracked her fingers, clenching and unclenching her fists. After saying goodbye to my mother, I locked the doors. However, something shot through me, and I decided to test my barrier. And Mom is very prudent, I smiled to myself, looking at the blood binding to her chakra, so that I could pass through the barrier without problems. However, she did not touch the signal circuit and did not make any notes regarding anyone else. This is good. Climbing onto Sasuke's bed, I felt a leg and arm being thrown over me. Uchiha was already asleep, but despite being asleep, she managed to climb on top of me again. A measured, boring life dragged on. To each his own, of course, but there were no special adventures or news at all. Our team, under the watchful indifference of Kakashi Hatake, had been carrying out D-rank missions, no higher, for several months now. Neither I, nor Sasuke, nor, especially, Sakura, had mentioned more qualified and highly paid missions. I didn't care, there was enough to eat. Sasuke followed my opinion, outwardly maintaining the composure and imperturbability inherent to the Uchihas, which she did not give herself away. Sakura lacked the courage to demand a mission from the Hokage, and Kakashi rarely looked up from his book. We never got any normal training from him. No techniques, no practice, no useful advice on self-development. Nothing, basically. In fact, we didn't need it. Sasuke, Sakura and I would spar occasionally, but most of the time we would focus on chakra control, taking breaks to teach Haruno something new. After the standard daily mission, Hatake would run off to God knows where, occasionally just watching our training from the sidelines, and we would be left to our own devices. Relations with Jiraiya improved a little. Apparently, the removal of the bookmarks had an effect, and his new novel was very, very exciting, and not just a simple adventure of the hero among whores. At least a small plot appeared. Relations with Minato were also at a standstill, but I no longer had the nervous tick on his face. Hokage once tried to talk to me and Sasuke about our relationship, living together due to our more mature age, hormones and attraction to girls, but it did not yield any results. And what kind of result can we talk about in a conversation on such a topic if Sasuke interrupted Minato's moralizing monologue with a loud slap in my face, after which she bit my lips with a not at all childish kiss. Go teach her a lesson. Minato quickly washed his hands and disowned us, seeing such a impudent act, which I, by the way, did not expect at such a moment. There was a small embarrassment with the Uchiha retinue. Fugaku, ignoring the opinions of the elders of the entire clan, approved of the marriage. Of course, the elders did not like this due to the fact that Sasuke had a Sharingan with 3 Tomo. In addition, they were not satisfied with my candidacy. Therefore, they invited Sasuke to a constructive dialogue. The point was that the Haim of the great Uchiha clan should not hang out with a fry like me, even in spite of my father being the Hokage. Minato is de facto rootless, there is no clan behind him, which means he has no family. Not counting those crumbs of Uzumaki who have gathered over several years under the leadership of Kushina Uzumaki, his wife, as well as similar small clans, in which he has no relation at all. Returning to the clan, Sasuke would receive all the possible privileges of the princess of the great Uchiha Ikizoku. It all ended pretty quickly. After listening to all the arguments, my future wife simply stood up and left with a stone face, saying goodbye to her mother and older brother, and at the end throwing an offended glance at Fugaku. She didn't utter a word about the elders. The next day, Sasuke's response was even more daring than the incident with the Hokage. This bimbo, lifted her skirt, turning her backside to the council of elders of Uchiha Ikizoku, where on the part of her buttocks free of underwear was the inscription, Property no Yoko. There I almost fell through the ground from shame, not to mention Makoto who lost consciousness and Itachi, who barely managed to catch her falling mother, who covered his eyes with his hand with a cry of, what a shame, but shamelessly grinned, watching the situation. I already said that he is not a proper Uchiha. Fugaku clutched his heart, barely able to stand on his feet, when Sasuke, after the demonstration, openly declared how the head of the clan should solve the problem with the elders if he did not agree with their opinion. Indeed, he sent him to hell and that was that. Fortunately, Taro was not at this meeting. The elders drove Sasuke and me out of the clan territory for such rudeness, but Makoto, who had come to her senses, almost killed one mumbling old woman, who had left the category of woman of Balzac's age, about 40 years ago, if not more, so the embarrassment was settled at the local level. According to the law, the elders could not do anything to us or present us with anything, because they themselves forced Fugaku to renounce his daughter. The next day, a dinner was held in our modest apartment, attended by Makoto, Itachi, me, Sasuke, and my mother, who was laughing like a horse when she was told about what happened. Chapter 10. Naruto is a scoundrel, nothing more. I was lying on the bed. It was early morning now, the first morning that Sasuke and I had spent outside this week. We usually trained as a team at training ground number 7, where we stayed overnight when Sakura went home. Sometimes the girls would go away together to rest, unwind, gossip, or tell me off or someone else. As for training the way Fox had suggested, well, bathing in the river instead of showering, hunting and cooking instead of heating up food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The rest of the time was one continuous meditation, which made me want to puke as far as I could. Inside the village, we lived like hermits. The Hokage didn't like it very much, and my mother wasn't particularly thrilled either, but with pleading eyes, I was able to beg her for anything my heart desired. Sasuke, stop, I asked, feeling her lips touching my neck. You don't like it, she mumbled, cloyingly and sweetly, while her teeth bit small patches of skin. So you don't mind. I eloquently ran my fingers down her stomach to her groin. Stop, my hand was intercepted. First you tease me, then either you back down or Lee separates us. Did you both conspire or something? It finally got through to me. A disgruntled growl was heard from under the bed, where Kurama was sleeping on the pillows. Again, he was dissatisfied with the early awakening. He had already started whining and was not doing anything. He was eating and sleeping, no need to shit. Oh my god, will someone explain to me what the hell is going on here? I groaned, feeling the excitement recede and sighing with relief. Fucking elevated hormonal levels and accelerated development due to the fox's chakra. It's a secret, Sasuke said weightily. Even from me, I decided to pry information out. Pressing the girl to me with both hands, I first left a light kiss, then tore myself away from my lips towards her neck. Sasuke was on top, but I clasped my hands on her waist so that she wouldn't run away. I had to make her tell me without letting go of her hands, otherwise she would stop me, which I couldn't allow. Biting the skin on her milky neck, I pulled it gently and carefully, after which I immediately ran my tongue over the bite to make amends and go lower to leave a new mark. Sasuke exhaled loudly into my ear. She likes it. I left a trail of bites on her neck, listening to her movements. Sasuke instinctively wiggled her hips slightly, but I kept my hands on her waist, clasped in a lock. Uchiha moaned when I ran my tongue over the place of several bites at once and moved to the other side of her neck, leaving a new trail of kisses on her jaw and chin. Today I gave her a whole necklace of hickeys and teeth marks. Naruto. Let me go, Sasuke asked. Not until you tell me what's going on. And even Kurama won't hurt. I left a hickey again, biting the previously bitten place. Sasuke jerked and pressed harder. This is unfair. It's not fair to break me every time. I'm not made of iron and it's hard for me to restrain myself, and we agreed that we wouldn't solve this issue by force, so Kurama pulls me away when I'm ready to break down. I'm not ready yet, Sasuke exhaled. So you just decided to torment me and tease me from time to time with your flirting? For sheer fun. No, I just don't want you to move away from me. You're mine. Sasuke leaned her hands on the bed and used all her strength to lift herself up a little in my grip. I didn't follow her, giving her flushed and bitten neck a chance to cool down. Different dojutsu were burning in her eyes. Both the Rinnegan and the Eternal Mangekyo were activated and half closed. Her gaze was clouded with a sweet film of lust. Yours, Sasuke. Mine, she exhaled languidly, lowering her lips to my lips. She pressed with all her weight, trying to show whose rules we would play by. It was just a pity that I didn't want to give in. Biting Sasuke's lip and chewing it slightly, I forced the Uchiha to move away by a few centimeters, and this delay was enough for me. She didn't keep up with me, and I was already biting her, pulling the skin. Well, Naru, well, please, I promise, you will get everything. When I become, no Yoko, Sasuke squeaked. My neck is already burning. I licked the bite site again and loosened my hands. Sasuke immediately rolled away from me to the other side of the bed and put Shozen to her neck. It was shameful to go on a mission with such a scarlet necklace. I only gave the girl a short, victorious glance, noticing which, Sasuke hissed at me with resentment, but her eyes were extremely pleased. She liked it, definitely. Knock, knock, boom, boom. They started pounding on the door. Oh, Kakashi, what are you doing here, and at such an early hour? I scratched my head when I opened the door to the guest. Everything is on the way. In an hour at the eastern gate. Rank mission, prepare thoroughly. Poof. And disappeared in a pop. So, he sent the clone himself. I don't remember him ever going on a mission this early, although we haven't had any serious ones. It's understandable. Green Genin. In fact, Kakashi is stronger than the three of us put together. During the test, we were able to play on the element of surprise and that's all. And the task was quite simple, considering the power of the Rinnegan. In fact, if we don't use our eye techniques, we'll lose the fight to him. We're not Jonin or even Chunin. Our SCH isn't developed enough to run as much chakra through the channels as Kakashi runs through. Even despite the fox's chakra and 5 years of continuous training, Sasuke and I are many times stronger than regular Genin, maybe some Chunin, and maybe we'll reach a couple of Tokuho, but no higher. Eye techniques would allow us to fight opponents at the cage level, but we'll still lose, we don't have the experience. And without eyes, even more so. Okay, we need to get ready. Kakashi-sensei, what's the rush? Sakura asked, rubbing her eyes. Apparently, she didn't get enough sleep either, and didn't really have time to get ready, I thought, watching and quietly laughing at the slight pink commotion on the girl's head. We have a mission of an advanced rank. Team 11 received a C rank mission 3 days ago, but during the mission it turned out that the customer hid some information, which is why the rank was raised. The team has already met 2 shinobi, the demon brothers from the mist. We need to catch up with them and provide assistance. That's strange. Why did the Hokage decide to send another team of genin that had never left the village? Sakura decided to clarify. All the other teams have already left Konoha on C-rank missions. This is your test, even though the rank is higher than the standard, there will be 2 teams of you, Kakashi smiled with his eye. Check. I drawled unkindly, releasing ki. Calm down, Naruto-kun, you have to be cool. The Jonin said instructively, although all his childishness was only temporary. I will be cold-blooded when I see my mother. Alive and well, I said firmly. What about the brother and sister? Kakashi asked. They don't consider me a relative. I'm a monster, and a demon, to everyone except my mother and Sasuke, I threw over my shoulder as I headed down the road. And Naruto, Sakura decided to say something, but Sasuke interrupted her, shaking his head. That's right, don't touch me now. Kakashi-san, maybe we should take the upper paths. That way we'll get there several times faster, not in a few days, Uchiha asked. Do you know how? The sensei smiled with his eye. Yes, fortunately, it wasn't you who taught me, I muttered in response, jumping onto a branch. With Kurama's help, I could smell my mother's faint scent. I had to hurry, the rain would pass and there would be no trace left. Kakashi didn't say anything about it. He might have been offended that we treated him like that, but it was his own fault. He could have at least spent some time with the team training, which he was well aware of. Sasuke cast a saddened glance at me. He knows I'm nervous. Of course, I wasn't. Minato, the idiot, how did he even notice that the customer was dodging? Although, it's not his fault, rather the distribution administration is full of idiots. I didn't even notice how I was jumping from branch to branch, following my mother's trail. Naruto, do you know the way? You seem to be moving ahead of everyone with too much confidence, Kakashi asked, but he was tense inside. Experience told the Jonin that if Kushina-san's team had already met 2 Chunin, then there was a high probability of new surprises. Yes, Kyuubi is a fox, I can follow the scent, I answered without turning around. I was sure that if we ran into someone, Sasuke would warn the group. I could clearly feel how her sensory waves were spreading out in all directions in a concentric circle, running through me. The team moved for several hours without a break until Sakura began to run out of breath, not counting the short breaks that were taken to quickly regain strength. Her stamina did not allow for more. It was then that Sasuke reported that there were several pockets of shinobi chakra on the edge of her visibility radius. Kakashi-san, I sense Kushina-san and her team. You really are a very strong sensor, Sasuke-chan, Hitaki smiled. How far are they? Yes, about 50 kilometers. What? The only eye was ready to pop out of its socket. You see, further than Hyuga. I don't see a problem with that, Sasuke shrugged. There are 5 more chakra centers there, among them, Aya and Yoshi Namikaze, Taro Uchiha, and 2 unknown to me. Sakura, are you ready? The group captain asked. Haruno swallowed another energy pill, then nodded. Sakura was the weakest in our team and, surprisingly, she understood it perfectly, realized it, being aware of her choice of behavior model. And she also understood why I was in such a hurry, and that we would soon catch up with the first group, which meant we could rest and gain strength. The girl ran confidently enough, but constantly looked at her feet. Not because she did not know when to prepare for landing in the next jump, no. She was very tired, even despite our joint team training, she was on the move, only thanks to the pill. The muscles of her legs were unnaturally shaking with each contraction on each push against the tree branches, sweat appeared on her arms, forehead, calves. Damn, I cursed mentally, glancing back sideways and slowing down. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Hitaki nodding approvingly and looking at Sakura. I gave him a short nod in return and continued moving forward. Since when do you give a shit about someone's condition, besides your mother, Sasuke, and my beloved me? Fox's slightly growling, sleepy voice was heard. Are you kidding me? Although, who the hell knows? Maybe she's become my friend. We're already training with her every day, I'm used to monitoring her condition, probably, and Sasuke is her idol, friend, and so on, I don't know what girls have. Plus, well, we're a team. Fa ha ha a. Bitch, shut up, don't say anything, don't, otherwise I'll piss myself here. Fra uha ha ha ha. I heard the foxes cackle so loudly that I almost grabbed my head. Don't you dare mess with my subconscious, or else I'll give you a sewer like before, only this time with shit. I can grab you up to my nostrils, with my height. Fa ha ha ha. I appreciated Kurama's desire to support me. Even if it was crooked and lopsided, even if it was vulgar and cynical, the hairy beast knew that I was grateful to him for it. The fourth Hokage's wife sent a message asking for help to the village using a small toad that Minato had given to the children for just such a case. The two Chunin, Onikyodai demon brothers, were neutralized fairly quickly, but not without the help of Kushina herself. Her children and youngest son Makoto were somewhat confused when they were attacked by shinobi from another village. This was already their third C-rank mission, but they had never encountered shinobi on any of them. Until now. In addition, the information that Chizuna's client shared indicated that there was a possibility of someone else attacking. The woman did not want to risk the lives of her children. The demon brothers, securely bound and secured in a metal mesh, were suspended above the ground. Will you continue to carry out the mission? The bridge builder, who had already received a reprimand for everything good, asked, fearing the angry woman. Yes. Reinforcements will arrive in a few days. The village has already received information about your dishonesty, Kushina Uzumaki said in a veiled, polite tone. The man swallowed. What should we do with them, Kushina-sensei? Taro Uchiha asked the team captain. We're waiting for the group here, Uzumaki narrowed her eyes slyly. We'll try to find out something like that from them while we wait. Can you handle it, Uchiha-kun? No, Taro gritted his teeth in displeasure. I can't use strong genjutsu yet. But you have the Sharingan. What's the problem? Aya asked. PFF'd. Uchiha only turned away displeased ly, and Kushina asked her daughter to leave the youngest heir alone. She knew that she liked him, but Aya did not know how to get close to the proud and spoiled Uchiha. Kushina had already advised her daughter to look for someone more. Someone more. Uzumaki did not really like the Uchiha, because it was because of the degenerate of this clan that she had so many problems in her personal life. The exception was Makoto and her eldest son, who always, even from a little boy, smiled at her and praised her cooking. Leaving the prisoners alone for a while, the woman ordered to set up camp to rest and arrange a place to spend the night. Kushina felt her youngest son heading towards her. Mama, Yoshi said quietly, so as not to attract the attention of the others. The woman asked to call her, Sensei, if there were any prying ears. Who will father send? An Anbu squad? Of course not, Yoshi-chan, Kushina smiled sweetly, making her son blush at such an address. Anbu do not deal with such simple tasks, unless, of course, we meet high-ranking missing nin. Rather, someone from your graduating class or a little older will arrive, Kushina said slyly. She specifically asked Minato to send Kakashi's team so that they could gain experience as well. Besides, this was a chance to improve Naruto's relationship with both his father and his younger brother and sister. Just don't tell me he'll show up. The eldest child in the family wrinkled his nose in disgust. Why do you dislike your older brother so much? The woman frowned. He is not my brother. Yoshi. The woman barked, glaring menacingly at her son. She almost never scolded her children and tried not to raise her voice. Even for the things they did. What am I doing wrong? He's proud, arrogant, rude, completely ill-mannered, and doesn't respect his father. The fact that he looked after Uchiha doesn't mean anything. She has a Sharingan too, and because of Yoko herself, she can't return to her family. He's an egoist and a weakling who didn't do a damn thing at the academy. You are behaving very badly now, Kushina quietly noted. She was very upset to hear this from her son. He did not know much and was mistaken in many things. Go to your sister and think about your behavior and everything you said. The woman turned away, continuing to unfold the sleeping bag. It really hurts me when you say this without understanding everything. But mom, he has done nothing to deserve this attitude from you. Why are you defending him when he spits on our family? He behaves like the last beast and a rare bastard. Ayoshi, please, Kushina sobbed, slightly raising her shoulders and swallowing the lump in her throat. Noticing his mother's tears, Namikaze's expression immediately changed and he jumped closer. Mom, come on, what's wrong? Mom, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It's two-faced, talking about your brother behind his back, trying to protect yourself and expose him. Kushina sobbed again, not turning to her son, only wiping away her tears. Yoshi wanted to hug his mother, but Uzumaki did not give in, stopping her son. Go, think, I'll be alone for now, the woman asked carefully. Standing up, Uzumaki hid her reddened eyes and headed towards the captives. The dumbfounded Yoshi stood there dumbfounded. This was the first time his mother had separated herself from her children. His heart ached when Yoshi realized that he had brought his mother to tears. As if it was my fault. That Naruto again, if it weren't for him, everything would have been A strong slap on the back of the head didn't let him finish the thought. What did you tell mom, you moron? Aya, who heard the conversation, asked quietly but very sternly. Why is she crying? Team Kakashi is coming here with that idiot, Yoshi responded rudely. You're the idiot. I don't care who comes to help. There's no need to make mom cry. Are you protecting him too? The older brother's voice sounded threatening. I'm not defending Naruto. I don't know him as a person to judge him. But I know that mom loves him as much as she loves you and me. Or have you forgotten how she cried all these years? Or maybe how mom went to the cemetery every autumn? Are you a complete idiot, or do you really not understand how hard and bad it is for her? What did you all find so special about him? Yoshi shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Don't yell, baka, you. Oh, you're not even trying to listen. I'll go and try to calm mom down, Aya sighed. When the girl approached Kushina to talk, her mother only smiled, a little forcibly, but she still smiled and asked that she not be disturbed for a while, but that they set up camp. By evening the situation had normalized a bit. Taro hadn't been particularly interested in participating in all of this before. Uchiha Yoko didn't like him, but he had no desire to interfere in family matters. Aya was quietly whispering with her mother. Yoshi managed to beg forgiveness for bringing his mother to tears, and he didn't raise his eyes to her the whole evening. He was ashamed. Kushina calmed down a bit, but nevertheless, she was offended that the circumstances were developing this way. The woman loved her children, all of them without exception. Equally strongly, without giving preference to anyone. When the sun was already approaching the horizon and had long since hidden behind the treetops, a support group, which was expected much later, appeared on the clearing. The 7th team arrived within a day's march, following the trail of the 11th group led by Kushina. Yo, Kakashi greeted when he saw his allies. Kakashi-kun, mom was surprised. We were expecting you in at least 3 days. Did you take the upper path? They are very talented, Hitaki smiled with his eyes. I see, the woman replied with a smile. While the captains were sorting out the formalities and mom was showing the prisoners to Hitaki, I managed to catch the falling Sakura in my arms. She was very tired, she needed to rest. You're doing great, Haruno, I said calmly. Thank you, Sakura blushed and looked at Sasuke with apprehension. Naruto is right, but you need to rest, Uchiha nodded and took out a sleeping bag from the seal. The girl in my arms exhaled nervously. Is she afraid that Sasuke will be jealous? I smiled to myself, laying Sakura down on the unpacked bag under the tree that Uchiha had laid out. This question is irrelevant in principle. You have a friendly team, Kakashi-kun. You're doing well, Kushina whispered very quietly to her husband's student, looking sideways at our actions. Honestly, Kushina-san, I don't know how to behave with them or how to approach them. They do real training on their own, that is, without any help from me. They somehow manage to walk on trees. I feel like I'm out of place, and it's boring for me to sit at D rank. They are silent like partisans, and Minato-sensei is just waiting for their patience to snap, catching cats, weeding beds, and cleaning septic tanks. They don't give a damn, they work silently and that's it. You're a fool, Kakashi, the woman smiled kindly. Just start talking to them. Easy to say, Naruto. And you too. Just treat him like a person and a student. He is much simpler than most people, Mom whispered quietly and caught my very inquisitive and expressive look. Yes, Mom, I hear you. I laughed inwardly, but outwardly remained absolutely calm. Not only can I track by smell, but I can also hear perfectly well, like a fox. Stop. Ha, now it's clear why they sent us here. Come on, Uzumaki, come on, Mom. Sasuke, here you have a fire, sleeping bags, tents and Sakura, I said. Sakura, all you need is rest. You barely made it this far. If you try to help, I'll rip your legs off and make you dance. And I'm going hunting. We actually have rations, Taro responded. Well, eat some dry food, I snapped and disappeared into the foliage of the nearest bushes. Having quickly moved away a couple of kilometers, I strained my sense of smell and crouched down. Recently, following Kurama's advice, I had been learning to hunt, as Sasuke had in general. I began to be drawn to nature, as if the world around me was my home. I didn't care at all whether to spend the night in a sleeping bag or under the roots of a tree on the grass, cook myself rice with fish, meat or go hunting, cut up the prey with a kunai and roast it over a fire, take a shower at home or swim in the river, even though the water was not particularly warm. Sasuke's behavior was also changing. My girlfriend became quite playful, and when she calmed down, she really loved to sleep. A year ago, Sasuke was very reserved, pragmatic, calculating and cold-blooded, showing emotion was nonsense, if not more, although there were exceptions. There's nothing to talk about now, it's worth remembering how she behaved during the Hokage's educational talk or at the Uchiha Aikizoku Council of Elders. We've definitely changed, I can't say anything about myself. It's hard to judge yourself. I caught the scent of a rabbit. Accelerating my chakra, I ran after it. As soon as the animal chose a running trajectory, I grabbed the senbon, threw it and hit. For a person, this weapon is not fatal, but for a small animal, quite. The rabbit died immediately, the senbon pierced the side and got the heart, the animal only kicked its legs for a while, although it was already dead. Only here, one rabbit was not enough. It would be enough for Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi, but for me. I noticed that I began to eat 3 times more. I needed to find someone else, and I did. A well-fed pair of hares. The whole hunt took a little over an hour, considering that I moved using chakra. When I returned to the camp, I saw how my mother and Kakashi, using his Sharingan, were finding out details from the prisoners through Genjutsu. Taro and Yoshi were sparring. The girls were chatting near the fire in Sakura's sleeping bag. I went some distance away to cut up the rabbit and hare meat. All help, Sasuke came up to me and got to work. I didn't try to dissuade her. If she wants to, let her do it, it will be faster. Yo, Kakashi, let's go eat some fresh meat. It's still smoky, I called out when the meat was beautifully browned. I want to try it too, Mom chimed in. The common table, where fresh meat was prepared, was supplemented with shinobi rations, and Tazuna was invited. The smell of alcohol affected me in a very strange way, very negatively. I observed the same reaction in Sasuke, who openly snorted and twisted her cute face. Hey, man, put the bottle away before I lose my appetite, I said threateningly to the customer. Kurama, what the hell is going on lately? Animals don't like degrees, the fox muttered sleepily. Screw him, let him sleep. Tazuna complied with the request, not particularly eager to show off or anger the shinobi. Sakura, how are you? Sasuke asked. More or less, Haruno answered, chewing a piece of meat and nodding approvingly. It would have been hard for me to run if it weren't for the pills, I see. Captains, when are we leaving? I asked, not knowing which of the 2 Jonin would command the parade and which would receive it. As soon as, Kakashi nodded at the prisoners, so immediately. We have learned everything we need. There is a high probability of meeting Gato's mercenaries. He is one of the very rich crime lords who controls the entire ferry business in the Land of Waves. It is not known exactly who else was hired from the shinobi, but this option should not be discarded, because these 2 are subordinate to Momochi Zabuza, who was once among the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He is a very dangerous opponent. Gato has enough money to build his own village, so Momochi should also be expected as a possible enemy. Sasuke looked at the prisoners appraising Ly, activating her Sharingan with 3 tomo, and nodded to herself. However, she immediately jumped up, snatching a kunai. 2, there, Uchiha poked her finger in the right direction. About 20 kilometers, moving very fast. 1 chakra center is no smaller than Kakashi-san's, the second is at the level of these 2, Uchiha poked at the prisoners. Team, get ready, spread out, you have 10 minutes to set the traps, Mom immediately jumped up. Sasuke, watch the target. Naruto, cover the main sensor, Sakura and the mission target, Kakashi gave the order and, jumping up to the prisoners, slashed both of them across the neck. The Taicho himself also took care of the traps. There was still time. My Uchiha immediately sat down on the ground, making her special concentration sign, which was convenient for her. I was not far from Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi, Taro, Yoshi and Aya were setting traps around the entire perimeter of the clearing. Mom was conducting the parade. As soon as her students and Kakashi jumped out of the undergrowth, they all dispersed, looking at Sasuke. 12 kilometers. Slowing down. 10, 8, stopped. Everyone looked at Sasuke in amazement, except me. She was an amazing sensor. She works in all directions and sees further than the Hyuga. When the situation becomes similar to the current one, Sasuke changes the mode of operation. She covers a small arc of a circle, spreading the sensory wave in a special way, which allows her to monitor the slightest deviations of the target. First, one wave is slightly larger, a moment later, two waves on either side of the first to adjust the next large one. In addition, in this mode, Sasuke sends waves at a higher speed and much more often. The target will not run away even if it wants to, because a sharp movement to the side and to the distance that these waves do not cover will fall into the periodically sent circular waves at all 360 degrees. With them, Sasuke corrects the overall picture of the target relative to himself and distributes them approximately once every 5 to 10 seconds depending on the distance of the target. When the blind sees her goal, she will not miss it. Never. As long as there is an opportunity. Response sensory wave, Uchiha said crisply. Are they moving? Mom decided to clarify. No. Another wave. They're scanning us. The sensor is the weaker one, it has chakra, icy, terribly cold. And the second one? Hitaki asked immediately. Dark, quite strong. Wave, retreating. 15 kilometers. A few minutes later, Sasuke reported that they were out of sight. More precisely, they began to actively hide their chakra, slowing its flow, and further pursuit became impossible due to the great distance. Haku, are you sure? Yes, master. This is definitely a sensory wave. Do you feel someone? No, Zabuza-san, we need to get closer. The 15-year-old boy paused, concentrating on the internal flow of chakra. He felt another wave, and as they came even closer, Haku broke out in a sweat that was not visible under his mask. What is this? I feel someone else's gaze on me from everywhere. It's constantly moving behind me, the young man thought, stopping the flow of his chakra, for the technique of disarming the genjutsu. It didn't help. The feeling of being followed became so strong that the young man involuntarily looked around, and when the mercenaries came close enough that Zabuza could feel it, they had to stop. Zabuza-san, I don't know who it is or what kind of equipment it is, but we are definitely being followed. They know we are coming and have already dispersed, preparing the ground for defending their position. Are you saying that they noticed us at such a distance, considering that we hide both our presence and chakra? That can't be true. I've never heard of such sensory abilities. Besides, there's also this nasty feeling. It's the sensor's effect. I feel it many times stronger than you. It knows that we are here. And it has known for a long time. Do you feel them? Yes, less than 10 kilometers, I can't say for sure. Such a strong sensor effect at such a huge distance. Are you kidding me, Haku? Is this old man being watched by a fucking Anbu squad? No, Zabuza-san, I can't say for sure, however. There are 8 shinobi. 8, damn you, 2 fours. Those are 2 teams of genin, no less. Zabuza-san, I can't say for sure how long they've known about our approach. They've certainly had time to prepare. We're walking into a trap. Our damn sensor, where did such a miracle come from in Konoha? Let's leave, let's prepare our ground for their arrival. We know where to fish, the bridge won't run away, and the terrain is more suitable for us. Yes sir, Master Zabuza. We had to relocate and set up camp again. On top of that, we had to be constantly vigilant in case of a possible enemy retreat. Damn them. At night, we were on duty in pairs, and I ended up with my mother on the last watch. For about an hour, I prayed for the bodies of the 2 twin brothers that Hitaki had killed. Why do you need them? Mom asked for the umpteenth time. Well, Mom, I made eyes. Don't you dare, you rascal. It won't work. MOMOL. I tilted my head, and my lips began to tremble, demonstrating my readiness to burst into a cry of despair. And no, the woman's position was cracking at the seams. I lowered my head, nervously jerked my shoulders and slowly began to raise my blue and bottomless like the world ocean eyes, in which the stars were reflected, as if in the night surface of the water shimmering with light. In them stood a mad, bordering on insanity, plea and request for help. No, no, no. Don't you dare, do you hear me? Don't you dare, Naruto. Mom protested. I'm begging you, mother, I beg you, please, I said in a soft, purring voice, finally raising my eyes. Aayy. Mom grabbed her hair with her hands, pulling back the amazing scarlet strands. You can't, Naruto, treat your mother like that. Oh, have mercy, oh, my dear, oh, my darling. Liza, I said without changing the intonation of my voice or my gaze, moving closer to my mother and kissing her on the cheek. Shish, steam poured out of the top of my mother's head. Take it all, you little wretch. They thrust a scroll with sealed bodies at me. I will forgive everything. You are the most wonderful mother in the world. The very best. I smiled. The woman said, frowning, turning her head halfway and lifting her chin higher. I hugged my mother and kissed her on the cheek again. She beamed with happiness, starting to squeeze me, emitting rays of light and goodness to everyone and everything, and I also got 2 corpses. Chapter 11 Naruto is a bastard, nothing more. For some reason, Mom was still in a slight state of prostration when she got the opportunity to squeeze and cuddle me half to death. Well, I had nothing against it, after all, she was Mom, and she loved me. The very awareness of this fact gave some kind of unshakable grace to my soul, it became so calm that I began to fear for my mental health. Simply beautiful and wonderful. Kurama chuckled, but stopped there. He knows, the bastard, that Mom and Sasuke are my only joy in life. Naruto, it's time. It's time to wake up the squad. Mom glanced at her watch and went to wake up her youngsters. Too bad I had my own plans. 3-cross game, rise, your mother. Polindra, I screamed at the top of my lungs throughout the forest. The Biju have such a funny technique. Biju sound noise, the essence of it is that the tailed beasts are able to turn an ordinary roar into a powerful force of pressure, using colossal amounts of chakra. Even a Jinchuriki can pull off such a trick. I did the same, but gave much less chakra so as not to cause a shock wave. The effect was wonderful. Tazuna opened his eyes and, out of fear, simply started screaming some nonsense that couldn't be put into a coherent sentence. Mom got alarmed and raised her kunai, as did Kakashi, who jumped out of the tent, not having completely disentangled himself from his sleeping bag and was jumping around in it. Sakura, Aya, Yoshi and even Taro joined Tazuna, though they didn't scream for long. Only Sasuke was sleeping and didn't give a damn. What are you doing, idiot? Yoshi yelled. Yoshi, Mom interceded. What about me again? What is he doing? The younger son began to defend himself. Naruto, why are you doing this? Kushina decided not to start a polemic, so she turned to me for an answer. But it relieves sleep perfectly, I shrugged, as if a horse had kicked me. Yeah, but it doesn't work on Sasuke. Yawned Haruno, who had gotten used to all sorts of antics during her time on the team, so now she was relatively calm about the circus, picking at her blocked ear. You need your own approach here, otherwise you won't wake her up, I smiled. Everyone without exception was amazed by Sasuke's behavior. Of course, I was screaming like a pig, and she didn't give a damn. If there was one thing she loved, it was to sleep. This had become quite noticeable in the last year. However, she could be woken up, she was not a hero who slept until the sun rose. I headed towards her sleeping bag under the tree. There was a secret here too, her sensorics, my girl reacts to all known to me types of radiation and impact. You can get close to her in a sleeping state, if you do not experience negative emotions, otherwise she will smell you, and will be ready. That is why the enemy will never be able to get close to her, because she will know his intentions, while still sleeping, will prepare, and as soon as the victim considers his goal achieved, Sasuke will kick up a fuss. Quickly and decisively. The rest of the group puffed with curiosity, and some with jealousy, but all were watching my actions attentively. Approaching the girl's sleeping bag, I admired her for a couple of seconds. How could I not? Her measured breathing, her arms crossed under her throat, her onyx strands slightly tousled, she looked like a kitten, my little black kitten. I knelt down next to her and leaned towards her ear so hard that my lips slid over her skin. Loud fake kiss. A slap flew straight at me, which I barely dodged. She never opened her eyes, but her lips curled up, depicting the highest degree of displeasure, and her beautiful face was distorted by a grimace that did not bode well at all. Yujiratonkachi, she said, offended. Well, I asked you to. I was not capable of anything except a dirty face. Mom was watching this situation with exactly the same expression. I hate it, my Uchiha frowned and wrapped herself in a blanket. I crawled to her on all fours. Don't even think about it, Yoko, I know all your plans. It's too late, I was already next to her ear. Ooh, Sasuke screamed and jumped out from under the blanket as if scalded. He, was heard from Mom. From under the blanket, which fell right on top of me, my. Extremely pleased. Mug crawled out. This is all incredibly sweet, came the arrogant voice of another Uchiha, but maybe you two could stop clowning around. We have a mission to complete. Maybe you should shove your opinion deeper and give it a good spin. Well, who are you after that, Uchiha? I snorted. Who asked him to interfere in our squabbles with Sasuke? I like to play, cuddle and kiss my girlfriend in the morning. Such a moment, such a beautiful morning, and all, motherfucker, a biju down the drain because of some shitty gopher. Go to hell with your jokes. Although, Uchiha is not good for anything except wiping his ass. An offended grumbling was heard from the subconscious. What were you fooling around with? I remarked nastily. Go to hell, bitch, with your teasing. And who the hell got your sharp tongue from, you blonde-haired slob? I'm a normal fox. I'm normal, bitch, stop making such a face. The fox screamed from the depths of his inner world. There's no normal, pretty kitsune under his paw here. Who are you calling a gopher? Taro screamed, interfering again. Oh, shut up already. Damn you. Yo, Sakura, how are you? Did you rest or do you need a piggyback ride? I snorted. No need. The pink one squealed. That's great. No need to ride on my back, I supported Sakura's determination. The escort group moved in pairs, keeping the bridge builder Tazuna in the middle. There was no point in keeping Sasuke in front or behind, given her sighting radius. We felt quite relaxed. There were no signs of the two who wanted to attack in the evening. The final destination was still a long way off, a couple of days' walk and a water crossing somewhere in between. Old man Tazuna looked warily at the captain of Team 11, and there was a reason for that. He had concealed some information about the mission that the Hokage's wife and children were going on. They would throw his ass on the flag if something happened to them. As it turned out, Mom had not yet taught her genin to walk on trees and water. No, not because she did not want or turned a blind eye to her team's training, quite the opposite. She simply did not have time for everything and everywhere. At home, she had to look after the household. Clean, wash, feed, care for, love, watch so that they did not get up to any mischief. After that, Mom tried to visit me too. And working with the team meant constant missions of rank D, occasionally C, after which training was held. As much as Mom had time, she gave everything to the children. She explained the features of chakra that were not touched upon at the academy, and told in more detail about the types of chakra, varieties of jutsu and sub-branches of the main directions of shinobi development. Mom made her students improve in the techniques they had already learned, and not comprehend new ones, taught them to meditate and concentrate. The group stopped for a rest and overnight quite early, but Tazuna was exhausted and asked for a rest so that he could continue his journey early the next day. Kakashi and his mother agreed on this and ordered to set up camp. Naruto, are we going to have training? Sakura asked, laying out her sleeping bags. In principle, you can. Did you want to master something? I raised an eyebrow in anticipation. I finished studying the treatise of the Konoha Sannin Tsunade Senju on medicinal herbs, which I found in the library. I decided to focus more on medicine. With my chakra reserves I can't do much more for now, Sakura said sadly. However, this did not stop you from increasing the volume of the hearth by 2.5 times since you graduated from the academy. We can make a combat medic out of you. It will be a very unexpected surprise for the enemy, Uchiha suggested an idea. You know, I'm weak in taijutsu. I have no style. It's a matter of practice, Sasuke said emotionlessly and lazily. Don't worry about it, Haruno. Okay, I see you've decided everything without me, I nodded. Naruto, I want to fight, Sasuke immediately intervened. Well, of course, she has to be the first everywhere and in everything. True, these two, madams, considered me, captain, at the behest of the same Uchiha, because the training took place under my supervision. Sasuke got used to me teaching her everything I know and can do myself, and Sakura was forced to put up with it, because Uchiha listened to me in everything during training, and since I am an authority for Sasuke, then the pink one did not act like a goat. I noticed Kakashi and Mom walking behind us, and her team, secretly, following her. Apparently Mom had delighted them with the story of how we had arrived so quickly. Sakura, start with meditation, then warm up your muscles, we'll spar with you. Sasuke, Stand up, I ordered. Since they made me captain, then cry, make peace, inject yourself, but keep eating cactus. Uchiha walked out into the clearing and took a comfortable stance. Let's warm up your sensory abilities, otherwise they'll get rusty again. PFF'd. In the eyes. I didn't beat around the bush. An interval of 5 seconds. Uchiha nodded and tied the protector on her eyes. I created 20 clones, which scattered across the clearing in a chaotic manner. Sasuke's task is to find me among the clones, which is very, very difficult. Sharingan cannot distinguish clones, even Mangekyo, for this you need to have Rinnegan and know how to use it, constantly training and developing its abilities. An interval of 5 seconds is needed for me to change places with my clone due to Kawarimi body replacement technique. Uchiha remained in her fighting stance, her open palm pointing in the direction she sensed me from. I had already made about 10 exchanges, and Sasuke had not made a single mistake. 3 seconds, I shouted and sped up, continuing to count down each second that needed to be replaced. With my whole being I felt Sasuke's sensory waves rolling over me, constantly scanning like a radar. She found me unerringly, turning in the right direction. It was several times more difficult for her than for me. My task was to count 3 seconds and jump to the fourth, while she had to keep count, which she was leading me with, and send out sensory waves. This could quickly exhaust her, but that's what we train for, we develop endurance. Considering her main task, find me among the clones, she won't be able to lead me like she did those two last night. Sasuke was forced to beat the space around her with a circular wave. One mistake and Uchiha will lose me. She will have to find me again with her waves, calculate the sequence of my jump and track me again. What kind of training is this? Some kind of circus, honestly, Yoshi intervened. Kakashi and Kushina looked at each other, checking if they had correctly interpreted the guy's words and whether they had correctly understood the meaning of the training. Yoshi-kun, said Hitaki, burying his face in his book again, you see, here's the thing. No one else is capable of what they're doing now. PFF'd. What's so difficult about Kawarimi? Taro Uchiha intervened. In Kawarimi, absolutely nothing, but absolutely no one is capable of repeating what Sasuke shows. At least in our village. For sure. Maybe. It's true, I don't know all the abilities of the best shinobi of Konoha, but... Hitaki was disingenuous. Hokage-sama is also a strong censor. Yoshi raised his nose. Minato may be a strong censor, but he can't repeat something like that. I'm sure, Kushina noted, looking closely at Sasuke's training. Sensei, do you doubt his abilities? Yoshi was taken aback, saying the phrase with some kind of either contempt or mistrust. I'm operating with facts. If you don't understand the essence of their occupation, I can explain it so that you understand, Kushina said in the voice of the team captain. PFF'd. Sharingan can see clones and distinguish them from the original. Taro joined in. How many Tomo do you have? Kakashi asked curiously in a very serious voice, looking closely into the Uchiha's eyes, tearing himself away from the book. 1. He hesitated with his answer. I have 3, Kakashi lied, not wanting to give away his Mangekyo, and I can't see. You're not an Uchiha, Taro said arrogantly, sticking out his chest. Kushina, who was watching this circus, sighed resignedly. Having finally looked at Team 7 in the field, she noted that, despite the behavior of Kakashi himself, the group was very close-knit and very well trained. There was no struggle for power, as in her team, where Ayoshi and Taro often argued about who was in charge, forgetting about the presence of Kushina herself. There was concern for the weaknesses in the team. Naruto was engaged not only in Sasuke, but also in Sakura, who clearly did not measure up to them. In her case, Aya reached out to the guys herself. Ayoshi did not always help her, although this taught her independence, but the girl was somewhat offended. As far as I know, Itachi Uchiha isn't capable of that either. Kakashi buried his face in the book. How would you know? Taro was already feeling hurt pride, because his brother, the recognized genius Uchiha Aikizoku, was being disgraced right before his eyes. Do you really think that I don't know my Kahai's abilities, Taro-kun? Hitaki's eyebrow arched in a slight grin and irony. Sasuke, fight. Naruto gave the order, and everyone looked in that direction. Naruto's clones disappeared in a single clap, and the blonde himself rushed into hand-to-hand combat. Sasuke, however, did not lift the bandages from her eyes. And that's fair. Yoshi chuckled mockingly. He's making fun of her. However, the young Namikaze was not answered. Attention was focused on the fight between Naruto and Sasuke. Yes, the blows were not at full force and not at all available speed, which was clearly seen by both Kakashi and Kushina. However, the Uchiha's eyes were still closed, and she unerringly repelled the attacks. Even Naruto's feints were blocked or did not find a target at all when Sasuke dodged. Faster! Naruto barked, speeding up and urging the Uchiha on. Yoko attacked mercilessly and strongly. It was obvious that the opponent was having a hard time coping with the guy's onslaught. Naruto squatted and did sweeps, jumped back and leaned on him with all his weight, did not shy away from kicking, which could end in injuries, and there is nothing to say about his hands. Sasuke began to give up his positions. Stop. As soon as I gave the all clear, my girl started to fall to the side. I'm sure I didn't hit her, it was just that the rhythm was really hard, she was tired. I picked her up in my arms, carried her to the tree and laid her there. Uchiha was glowing like a lamp due to the tiring training and rides in my arms. My clever girl, I whispered, carefully handing her the flask of water that I had taken out of the seal. More. A beauty, I smiled. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in displeasure. You were, I whispered again, magnificent. Impetuous as the wind, fast as a mountain doe, graceful and elegant as a wild cat. I just admired her peaceful face. And also an ambitious and vain modest woman, I grinned. Uchiha turned away, but then smiled. That's why you love me. Oh, and not only for that. Doves. What do you want, Namikaze? I sighed tiredly when Yoshi deigned to condescend to my ass, so low in the shinobi class hierarchy. Give you a beating, finally. Or are you incapable of fighting anyone other than a blindfolded girl? Come on, but Yoko. He emphasized Yoshi's name. Fuck, dude, just don't rip anything off, his mother will scold you. Kurama hoarsely spoke from the subconscious, after which the sound of the bars clanking reached me. The others came up to us. Mom didn't have time to stop the stupid Yoshi. What surprised me most was Aya's behavior. She looked at me and Sasuke strangely, I have no idea why, there was no time for that now. Uchiha herself stared at me with an inquisitive look, as did Sakura, and indeed, as did everyone else. I see, you're slow to get it, I said in a low voice, remembering how Iruka had interrupted our squabble back at the academy. Well, if Minato didn't instill self-preservation instincts in his careless child, I'll try to instill in him respect for his elders. Yoshi bent over, receiving a chakra-filled fist in his gut. And he shouldn't have gotten so close to the opponent he decided to challenge to a fight. What if he agrees as quickly as I did? Oh, what a relief. I should have punched his face right away. Oh, what's wrong? I asked in a feigned friendly tone. What hurts? Naruto. Mom blew a terrible key, perhaps. I can't even remember such a strong thirst for blood and murder in any of the Konoha shinobi. It crushed everyone, except, perhaps, me and Kakashi. Stop it, now, don't interfere. I answered her in the same tone, releasing my ki, which made my long blonde tail rise up no worse than my mother's 9 scarlet strands. Someone needs to put him in his place, since Minato is not involved in his upbringing. What else is the eldest of the brothers for? I said a little hesitantly, with breaks, but my voice was firm and decisive. Why you? Mom calmed down immediately, but I was in no hurry. What about me? Yoshi grew up to be an arrogant asshole who doesn't give a damn about your word until he gets it in the neck. What will happen then? Will he tell you to fuck off? Not only does he not know how to do anything, but his goatishness is also overflowing. Pompous, like a socialite, but there's no point in it. What did you say? Cha. Shut up and don't interfere until you're asked. You see that the elders are arguing. Sit down and keep quiet until you're given the floor. I said, hitting him in the solar plexus again. Well, I turned to my mother. The woman frowned, not wanting to air the quarrel in public, but it was too late, both teams were assembled. Mom loves her son Yoshi-kun, tolerates it, and Minato does not speak because he pities him, and Namikaze Sr. is blind as a mole and deaf as a grouse. The result is that no one can put the guy in his place, so he thinks of himself as God knows who, while daddy is busy at work, like a bee. And when the eldest gets into trouble, he is reliably covered by the Hokage's cloak. What do you want to hear? Mom drooped. Me. I don't want anything. I'm just wondering why this asshole grew up so arrogant. Why did the highly respected Hokage miss how his son started shitting on everyone's head? Since when does a mother's word not count? I understand perfectly well. Pranks, childishness, mischief, petty dirty tricks, all bullshit. If nothing serious, then yes, let the Hokage cover for his son, otherwise what's the point of a position you can't take advantage of? But, there's a limit to everything, and my patience, first of all. What happened yesterday that you weren't yourself in the evening? And why did he treat you with disdain today when I was sparring? Where are you from? Yoshi began, but immediately shut up under my very eloquent gaze. Do I know? I said, turning to face Namikaze. I heard your conversation. Aren't you disgusted by yourself? Your mother covers for every prank, stupidity, mischief, etc. of yours, for which you should not only rip your ears off, and you don't give a damn about it. Who will cover for you if, because of your pride, arrogance, underestimation of the enemy, vanity and stupidity, Kami forbid, your mother lies in a coffin? Have you thought about that, you piece of moron? We are shinobi. Death always comes hand in hand with all of us. Then why don't you honor your father? Why don't you come back to your family knowing that your mother is suffering? You're a bastard. Who doesn't treat her any better. She's always crying. Yoshi shouted in my face, raising his fist to hit me, and I let him do it. Mom and Sasuke, who had rushed towards us, stopped. Ha! I smiled, rubbing my bruised cheek and spitting on the ground. You finally got the balls to say something to my face. To say something to the point, and not to puff up your overdressed, answer. Yoshi started crying. I chuckled sadly. I have nothing to honor my father for. Nothing yet. Knowing that I was alive, he didn't even secretly visit me, and I seriously doubt that he didn't know what life was like for me and Sasuke. Frankly, Yoshi, we didn't always eat. I gave Minato a chance, and he hasn't realized it yet. Or maybe he didn't deserve it at all, so it's more a question of time, our actions and mutual understanding, or something. How was I supposed to return to a family where I'm dead, where every October 10th for 13 years a mother goes and cries for a day over the grave of her dead son, and then smiles for a whole year. She tries not to despair, not to lose heart, not to give up, but fights. For exactly a year she saves up her strength to go to my grave. Again, she laughs and smiles so sweetly, so sincerely, and so happily, so that neither you, nor Aya, nor Minato would know about anything. Without fail, once a month she makes apple poppy seed pie for you and Minato, and for Aya, a poppy seed pie with candied fruit. Every week she goes to her best friend Makoto Uchiha, usually on Fridays or Sundays. And at the end of August, from the 21st to the 22nd, you and the whole family go on vacation to celebrate your and Aya's birthday. Mom had a long labor, so you are a few hours older, and Aya was born in the morning. On August 22nd, when you turned 7, you were in Konoha's Central Park, at 8 in a restaurant, and at 9 on a picnic on Hokage Mountain. Perhaps one day of tears is a small price to pay for a whole happy year. So why get involved and destroy everything that took a decade to build? Why bring chaos into the barely established order of the family? I stuttered. I didn't notice Sasuke and Kakashi taking Taro, Sakura, and Tazuna away from here. I missed the moment when my mother covered her mouth and nose with her palms, and her eyes were already swollen from tears. I missed when Aya started whining. Where did you? How did you know? Yoshi was choking himself, almost crying. I turned away, trying to hide my face. Our rumors. The earth is full, I lied and ran away. Chapter 12 Rank C Mission or a Good Lesson. The group spent the night safely, although not in full force. Sasuke, where is Naruto? Kakashi asked curiously. There was time to set out, but one member of the team was missing. But Yoko never returned to camp, and Kushina, Aya, and Yoshi were in disarray. I don't know, Uchiha shrugged. What do you mean? You don't feel it? Sakura was surprised. No. That's strange. You should be able to sense his chakra much better than the others, shouldn't you? Kushina asked curiously. His chakra is present in my body only because of the transplanted eye. We did not move on to a more intimate relationship. Sasuke was able to contain her embarrassment and did not blush, unlike Sakura and Aya. Kakashi gave her an inquisitive look, and Yoshi and Taro, fortunately, did not get it. Why are you looking at me like that? Interesting. But why can't you feel it? Your sensory wave coverage radius is phenomenal, and yesterday's training shows that you are a first-class sensor. Do you want to remain unnoticed? Don't hide your presence, but disguise yourself, I said, coming out from behind the trees. Where have you been? They've been looking for you all evening. And you disappeared for the whole night. Not only do we have a mission, but also those two that Sasuke sensed. What were you thinking when you ran away? Mom pounced on me. I didn't run away. I was here, I shrugged. Are we going? I asked casually, pretending that nothing had happened. I had absolutely no desire to bring up the evening conversation. Naruto, you're being a bit evasive, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. I could sense you too. I may not be a censor, but I do have some searching skills. Anything is possible, Kakashi. And what can't happen also happens, sometimes. Even more often than the first. Let's go, and we're running around with this Tazuna like a chicken with eggs in 2 teams. I'm so fed up with all this. I thought, watching our extremely silent family as we crossed over to either an island, or a peninsula, or some other crap, where this jerk from the hill lived, that is, the customer who was building the bridge. I didn't give a damn what was happening here and how, we were just following Kakashi, and he, in turn, was discussing the actions with my mother. Getting involved, and especially delving into all the details of the task, screw all this. The mission is not ours, Team 7 is just support, although I doubt that there is anyone here who is capable of opposing Mom. No matter what anyone says, Kurama said that Mom held him with chains in a death grip so that he could not move. She is a very strong shinobi, according to Sasuke, Mom's level is somewhere around cage. This whole mission is one big setup. Mom decided to bring her family closer together. I bet my left hand that she is already fed up with Yoshi and Aya's attitude towards me, as well as my neutrality towards everything, and towards my family in particular. But she can't force us, or rather, she doesn't want to use force. I just sat there on my butt while Sakura and Sasuke meditated and Kakashi talked about something with the entire 11th team. The customer kept quiet, only saying that we would soon arrive at the place, from where it was a stone's throw to his house in the bridge. Hey, stop snot wrapping yourself around your elbow. You're getting on my nerves. There's a flood here because of your unhappy ideas. Get the water out of here, damn it, it's cold. Fox's grumbling was heard in his head. Whoops. Sorry, I hurried to restore the state of my subconscious. When things get tough there, my thoughts somehow start dancing. Any other wishes? Bridge RRRR, I heard Kurama shaking off the moisture. Yes, there is one thing. Get up, stretch your ass and get your weapon ready. A slightly wary growl made me jump up from my seat and look closely at Sasuke. Those two, I immediately realized. Why is Sasuke silent? It doesn't feel it. There's a whole cloud of scattered chakra ahead, a large-scale technique. This cloud creates vibrations and disrupts her sensory waves, limiting the range. Besides, it's still a long way to go. I knew, bitch, that this thing smells. While we were talking to Kurama, Sasuke noticed that her sensorics were not clearing a path ahead. Her tension was noticed by Kakashi and Kushina. The alarm was not raised, but both teams were put on alert. Uchiha had already reported that the fog was made of chakra, which meant it was a technique, no other way. Guys, Kakashi began in a very serious tone, addressing everyone, we are now walking into a trap, and it will slam shut as soon as the boat enters the fog. From now on, be extremely vigilant. A fight with shinobi awaits us on the ground. Naruto, Sasuke, your trick from the test may be needed. We just nodded. The guys from Team 11 were also fully armed. Only Mom looked relatively relaxed. Although I am surprised, a group with at least one Uzumaki is almost guaranteed to survive even against a numerous enemy. It is also worth adding that she has more combat experience than anyone, not counting me, or rather my knowledge, which Mom passed on to me when I was still a mere child. We moved rather slowly on land. Both groups were ready, but there was a weak link, Tazuna. It would not remain so for long, but it was necessary to wait for the moment. Sasuke, is there anything? Kakashi asked quietly. No, I can try to make the sensory wave denser, but then there is a chance that I will miss weak sources of chakra. However, I will need to concentrate and preferably not on the move. That's not an option. The longer we're in this fog, the worse it gets. If this is really a technique, then they already know about us. Naruto. Mom raised an eyebrow eloquently. Kurama. Naruto. Very fucking funny. Don't act like an idiot. Is there anything? Yes. For 6 hours. Your mother, they are behind your back, and you are silent. Fuck. You will go without meat. Fur. A menacing snort sounded. They are behind, and close. Well. My, what luck, a nasal voice was heard, full of irony and mockery. In the name of Kami, this is a wonderful day. Kushina Uzumaki herself, the bloody habanera, Kakashi Hatake, the copy Sharingan, 2 offspring of the 4th Hokage himself, and an Uchiha to boot, the voice belonged to some guy sitting on a branch. He had a Kurigakure forehead protector tied just above his temple. His face was hidden by a half-face mask of bandages. The guy had small dark brown eyes and short dark hair. What confused me was the lack of eyebrows. He was wearing light blue striped pants and had what looked like wristbands on his arms and legs. He had a huge sword slung over his shoulder, more like a giant pig slicer. Simply excellent. Not only money for the bridge builder's head, but also profit. How much do they give on the market these days for the heads of copyist and bloody, huh? Or maybe, I even wonder how much Namikaze will value the life of his family. The voice was slightly hoarse. Oh, what luck. I'm terribly sorry, but who is this asshole with exhibitionist habits? Escaped my tongue before I could bite it, and I had to dodge a kunai that came from God knows where. Oh, what a cheeky child. Didn't your mother spank you for swearing when you were a child? I can fix that. No, she didn't, she never got around to it, I snapped. And have you ever been spanked on the lips with a dick? I asked barely audibly, but all the women's faces turned very red, and Kakashi exhaled resignedly into his mask. His student would definitely jump up to the mark someday. Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist, and a former swordsman of the Kurigakure 7, Hitaki said in a low voice. The mist is his doing. Bravo, Kakashi, bravo, the man clapped his hands. Before we begin, I can't help but ask. I'm just incredibly curious, which of you is such a gifted senser that he was able to sense me for the first time? Sasuke said, only outwardly keeping her cool. 3 Tomo Sharingan were already burning in her right eye socket. Oh, another Uchiha. Too bad I'm not interested in you. Well, let's begin, he said barely audibly and disappeared. The Rinnegan caught the movement. This half-naked macaque with a cleaver moved with phenomenal speed, and I wasn't sure I could keep up with him. However, I saw Zabuza, that was good. Sasuke saw him, and so did Kakashi, who barely had time to unsheath his Sharingan. The Rinnegan under the henge tracked every step, as did the Sharingan, because 3 Tomo allowed him to see Momochi. The scoundrel decided to finish the job in one fell swoop by decapitating Tazuna. But the sword ran into the barrier that surrounded the bridge builder. A wave of sparks scattered across the clearing, which the sword knocked out when it struck the surface of the barrier. Mom had built it, and Aya was supporting it. Sakura was also standing under the barrier, raising her kunai and shielding the old man with her body. Taro, Yoshi, Kushina, Kakashi, Sasuke and I were left without protection. I wonder how long your little one will hold the barrier if she sees you die. Zabuza rushed at Kushina. The huge sword met resistance from 2 of Uzumaki's crossed kunai, and Momochi himself was forced to wriggle and dodge Kakashi's attack. Ninpo. Kurigakure no Jutsu, ninja art, hidden mist technique, Zabuza said, forming the seals as soon as he was able to take an extra step back. The fog immediately swallowed the mercenary and became much more saturated and dense, and I was a little behind this guy in physical terms. Yoshi, move aside, Sasuke suddenly shouted. Her sensory abilities screamed about a setup that no one knew about yet. Something was wrong. The vibration frequency around was different, and there could only be one conclusion. The Rinnegan immediately turned there. The picture that appeared before his eyes did not just pass in slow motion, it was unimaginably slow and distinct. Here is this windbag Yoshi, who does not have time to react to the ice stakes that appeared from God knows where, that peeked out from the thickness of the fog. The next frame, the mother shielded her son with her chest, and she herself was protected by the interweaving of the Biju chains, like a living shield. But the ice stakes at that moment were faster. Give me chakra. Yeee. Finally, the thirst for blood that will be quenched in the agony of battle. Kurama's guttural growl was all that my clouded consciousness could discern. My body was filled with heat, and the sensations inside were as if hot lead had been poured down my throat. My skin began to burn, akin to the feeling when you hold your hand over a fire. Sasuke. My voice was seething and sounded like a beast's growl. Kill. Kill him. Kill the swordsman. Strong smells hit my nose. I could clearly smell my mother's blood, the smells of Sasuke and the other genin, the smell of Momochi and Kakashi, but there was also another one, well hidden and at a short distance. Kurama did not spare my body, filling it to the brim with his blazing chakra, but did not allow me to move to the highest level of synchronization of the Biju and Jinchuriki, which was painless and more effective. The fox was my and Sasuke's teacher, we trusted him, and he in turn did not give us a reason to doubt himself. He wanted me to feel everything around me in this light. Through agony, I just had to give in to my instincts. I rushed towards the unfamiliar smell, where the ice projectiles had come from. The enormous amount of chakra that was flowing through my body at breakneck speed also got into my eyes. Henge flew off, revealing the Rinnegan to the world, but there was no one left to look at it. I had disappeared into the fog, pursuing my goal. The fog itself had stopped having any effect on my vision, the picture was clear and distinct. She's close. She's close. She's close. My prey is close, was the only thought that was beating in my head. A feeling akin to a week-long hunger. I wanted to quench my unimaginable thirst. My whole being was calling out that there was only one way to deal with it, a successful hunt. Moving at all possible speed on all fours, I maneuvered around the turns between trees and bushes, helping to maintain balance, speed and equilibrium with 5 blood-red tails of chakra. Found it! Found it! Found it! Here it is! RRRAAARRR! I roared and rushed at my prey. Sasuke's pav. Crap. This thought was clearer than ever. I had to quickly turn off my sensory senses as soon as Kushina-san began to sink to the ground. Naruto was emotionally charged with bloodlust, murderous lust, and very strong chakra. I had to turn off my sensory senses so as not to get shocked by the sensations and not to be disoriented. I knew very well what Kurama's chakra was, and when he was in a rage, it was better to stay away from him. Sasuke. Kill. Kill him. Kill the swordsman. In a split second, Naruto switched to one of his modes when he synchronized with Kurama. Any of these garments, where there is no complete unity of chakra, is very painful for the user. I did not know why Kurama chose this one. Now Naruto did not look like a person. He stood on all fours, all covered in a blood-red, seething borscht-like shroud, and behind his back a 5th tail was already growing. Instead of the usual face of my Yoko, I saw the face of a predatory beast. It was slightly elongated and full of huge fangs made of chakra. The eyes were hidden by a white shining veil. The pressure of the chakra was so great that the barrier that Kushina-san had built collapsed in an instant. Aya could not, and would not have been able to hold it. Sakura, Yoshi, Aya and Taro were pinned to the ground. Tazuna passed out completely. They were scared beyond belief, feeling the tailed beast's proximity at such a short distance. The fog around us cleared in literally a single instant, and I could see Kakashi and Momochi frozen in shock. The missing nin clearly didn't expect to have to fight the Jinchuriki of the strongest tailed beast, and everyone knew that he was in Konoha. There was no need to explain the reason for Naruto's behavior. Kushina-san sank to the ground, her chest heaving convulsively. 2 ice stakes were preventing her from breathing. A lung and liver were punctured, most likely. She was alive, still alive. A fatal wound for anyone, was not fatal for an Uzumaki. Even for a while, the red-haired ones could hold out a little longer even with such injuries. The only sure guarantee of death for an Uzumaki was to cut off her head or pierce her heart. The woman was barely alive, choking on her own blood. I had no idea where these ice blocks came from. Most of them were destroyed by Kushina-san's technique, but because her chain technique was just beginning to form, not all of the projectiles were destroyed. Kill the swordsman. I heard Naruto's words before his chakra-enveloped body disappeared into the foliage and the remnants of the fog that had not completely dissipated. I was aware of Naruto's words, actions, and behavior. I felt a strong fear that I could end up in his place, to see a loved one just like that. His body just like that leave life. It was easier for me to reason rationally than Naruto himself. I can't even imagine what he's feeling now, whether he understands that his mother is still alive, or whether he's already convinced himself of her death and has set off to take revenge so quickly that no one has time to react. Knowing how much Naruto was attached to his mother, I suddenly wanted to share his rage, his anger, his thirst for revenge and blood, everything that Naruto felt, I wanted, passionately desired, to share with him. I snatched the kokushin I had created in my own body and rushed at the swordsman. Not only did he notice my actions, but Kakashi-sensei did too, and he was clearly amazed by what he saw. I managed to see the Mangekyo appear in the left eye socket where the sensei had the Sharingan, but I would have to think about that later. Kakashi-sensei was wielding 2 kunai with terrifying speed, but he hadn't reached the swordsman yet. I wedged myself between them, raising my Kuroibo to strike. Zabuza blocked even tighter, and our eyes met for a split second. Megan. Kasagui demonic illusion, stakes capture. I shouted in the swordsman's face. Obeying the internal chakra flow, my 3-tomo Sharingan spun several times, plunging the victim deeper into the illusion. This genjutsu was a variation of the genjutsu, Sharingan technique, but it was a bit stronger. The technique was shown to me by Aniki, colloquial respectful address for older brother. The only reliable way to break out of the illusion is to hurt the victim in the real world. My goal is not to torture the victim or show him horror stories, but to get a second's delay. Spinning around my axis, I thrust the kokushin deep into the swordsman's chest, piercing the body through and through, which was only possible thanks to the chakra that I was spinning at the limit of my capabilities. Kakashi-sensei also made his move. Being above me, because I was taller, Sensei plunged both of his kunai into the base of Momochi's neck, and then pulled both blades, leaving deep cuts from which blood gushed. Death overtook Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, instantly. Kushina-san, I said quietly, prioritizing my attention, although I myself was on wobbly legs and could barely stand. Faster, Sensei slapped me on the shoulder, making me rush towards the woman. There was no time to think about anything else now. Looking around when the swordsman was dead, I realized that the other genin had just come to their senses after the powerful release of chakra. Taro was trying to bring Tazuna back to consciousness. Sakura was examining Kushina-san. The shocked Yoshi was afraid to move even once. Everything happened too quickly for him, and the fact that his mother covered him with herself seemed to have been a deep shock. Naruto's recent words were like a prediction of the future. Aya was spinning around Sakura, not knowing how to help. Kakashi-sensei and I ran up to the woman who was turning pale too quickly. There were no longer any stakes in her body, they were crumbling into small crystals and melting before our eyes, and this was evidence of only one thing: either the technique was cancelled, or its user was dead. What? Cough cough cough. Kushina-san tried to say something, but immediately began to choke on her own blood, which flooded her nostrils, cheeks, neck and stained her clothes. From the gaping wound on her chest, the one that caused the punctured lung, scarlet liquid loudly sloshed with each attempt to take a breath. Be quiet, my hands were shining a very bright light green color. I tried my best to heal the woman's wounds, putting in chakra without sparing and without thinking about the consequences for myself, but I did not have the necessary experience. Kakashi-sensei, we need warm water, urgently, and find Nar. GGRRRRRRRRRR, a quiet, muffled, guttural growl was heard. Everyone turned around at the sound. I didn't feel Naruto because I was busy with something else and didn't have time to be distracted by anything else, but this. My Yoko crawled out of the undergrowth, and in his mouth was a man, whose body was stuck on the ground. Naruto was in the tailed beast's attire. He found and dragged here another attacker. Apparently, this was the one who caused Kushina-san to suffer. Naruto had the ninja's neck in his teeth. He tracked him down, caught up with him and strangled him. Literally. The head in the mask was bent unnaturally and hung lifelessly, which indicated a broken neck, from which blood was oozing intensively. Naruto's victim was dressed in a chestnut robe, over which was a light green robe with white trim. On his feet were yellow slippers, and a red belt was belted around his waist. The face was not visible because of the mask. Naruto moved towards us. He spat out the victim and began to rise on his hind legs. Kakashi-sensei immediately took a defensive stance, preparing to attack, but there was no one to defend. The veil fell away on its own, and Naruto himself stood before us. Black t-shirt and pants, the same color were the shinobi sandals. Long bangs covered his eyes, but among the hair in his left eye socket, the Sharingan still burned. There was no indifference on his face, which was always and everywhere inherent, but there was fear of his mother's death. Step back, he ordered. End POV. Kurama, shut up and do it, now is not the time for idle chatter. Then you'll worry about all the other problems. Save her. I can die. Are you ready? You, a pathetic, insignificant bald monkey, say this to someone who has been reborn many times, overcoming the torments of death itself and tearing his life from its bloodthirsty clutches with his own fangs. Act, Yoko. Such an address added determination to me, even became a little easier in my soul. Move away, I ordered. Naruto, now is not the time. Kakashi gave a strict order for the first time in the team's history. Move away. Don't bother me, otherwise I won't be able to help her. Hitaki looked the student over very carefully from head to toe and took a step to the side, as did everyone else, following suit. The man did not want to risk the life of the woman who had always taken care of him when he was Minato's student, and if he knew a way to help her, let him try. I stood in front of my mother, who was wheezing and gasping for breath, and held out my hand. It was unimaginably hard to see her like this. My heart sank into my heels when I thought about how hard it was for her to take each breath. I was shaking from the thought that I could screw up or do something wrong. My hands were shaking, and the fear of her death, along with the adrenaline, did not allow me to focus on anything else. I barely found the strength to turn my gaze to the empty spot next to my dying mother, and on that piece of land a circle of purple fire immediately flared up, from which emerged the huge head of a mythical creature. This is a statue that bears the name Ghetto Outer Path. Don't be afraid of anything, everything will be fine. I swear, I said, shaking like a puppy, looking into the eyes of my mother, who wanted to object to something, but again began to cough bloodily. Several light burgundy hands emerged from the open mouth of the statue, very carefully lifting the mother's body and moving her into the toothy mouth, which immediately slammed shut. Tazuna went limp again from what he saw, and the others rushed towards me, not knowing what to do, save Kushina, kill me, or something else. Sasuke stood in their way, holding them back with incredible chakra pressure. After all, she possessed the genes of 3 great clans, and her SCC was developed by the 9-tailed fox himself. The huge mouth of the statue began to move, as if chewing the contents, and as it moved, I felt myself getting worse and worse. This statue was designed for 2 purposes: to restore damaged body parts and to interrogate people. Whether it would be possible to restore a living body, I had no idea, because the technique was needed to restore the damaged bodies of puppets, which were created using the Geto no Jutsu outer path technique. The problem was that these puppets were corpses. Here, in front of me, was still a living mother, and I decided to try, pouring in an immeasurable amount of chakra to save her. This same statue is also needed to resurrect the dead, so who knows? Now my mother was on the verge of life and death, and I was doing everything I could to push her to the side of life. The whole action took a couple of seconds at most, but during that time at least 3 people, Aya, Yoshi and Kakashi, managed to imagine how they would gut me. I understood and realized perfectly well that I had not managed to restore my chakra volume after Kurama's cover, so instead of my own chakra, which quickly went to nothing, I had to use my life force. I was taking a big risk, and hoping that Kurama would then share his chakra with me, and I would restore my life energy at its expense. There was no time to process the fox's chakra into my own. That was the chance to kick the bucket. My jaw was moving, and my golden hair was turning gray from the tips. My healthy complexion was gone, giving way to old age and wrinkles. I saw my hand growing pale and withering, and blue veins were showing through my skin. Seeing this process, Sasuke herself joined the trio of executioners already there, but she did not dare interrupt the process. The huge fanged mouth stopped moving and opened, from where emerged a living, completely healthy and glowing with a beautiful blush mother. Even her torn clothes were restored. The summoned creature disappeared in purple flashes of flame. It worked, I said hoarsely, starting to fall backwards. Moron! Sasuke screamed loudly, rushing headlong towards me. She was the first to react and come out of shock, realizing what I had done. My body lay limply on the ground, I didn't even have the strength to move a finger. I could only squeeze out some kind of scary smile on my dramatically aged face. It worked, Kurama said with relief. Fuck, I really screwed up. Phew, bitch, you're a suicide bomber. Yo oh 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 oh. Aha aha. Yes, grumpy kitsune. Actually, I'm really sorry, but maybe you'll start restoring my body. I can't do it myself, I can't do it without the Rinnegan. Do you need Gakido's abilities? Yes, you need to absorb the chakra that I will give you with this ability. The eyes will help you use it to restore your own body. My head was already lying on my Uchiha's lap. I was being stroked, and I could feel something wet on my face. Opening my eyes, I saw Sasuke and my mother. Both were crying like beluga whales, but smiling happily. Slap. Ow. I exhaled tiredly, receiving a slap from Sasuke. Slap. Ow. My head jerked in the opposite direction from a very strong blow. Now mom slapped me in the face. Why did you take such a risk? Are you crazy? Have you completely lost your fear, Yujiro Tonkachi? There's no other way. Do you want me to bury you again? Shameless. Baka. What kind of baka are you? What would I do if you died, you moron? They were screaming in turn, trying to look more intimidating, but their happy faces gave them both away. It's funny, but why did I get a punch in the face? Damn it. I couldn't scream. I was trying very hard to stay conscious so as not to pass out right there. The color and blush were returning to my face very slowly. The process Kurama had started was bearing fruit. Slowly but surely. The situation gradually normalized. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions, a sea of impressions, ambitions and emotions were overflowing, and even more, everyone's ass was on fire. Mom put Kakashi in his place, very politely explaining that he should keep quiet, and she would talk to Minato herself. They did it easier with our blockheads, Sakura, Aya, Taro, Yoshi and, at the same time, Tazuna, Everyone underwent a small brain formatting, but so that everyone would learn the appropriate lesson. According to new memories, Sasuke, Kakashi and I managed to cure Mom, who suffered, but not to say that very much, with the help of Irionanjutsu techniques. In the process of formatting a new section of memory, the Rinnegan helped a lot, so as not to cut out anything unnecessary, and to put new memories in the right place. The skills of the Ninjendo path of man, contributed a lot here. There was a difficulty, though, the technology allowed them to read thoughts and pull out the souls of their victims, so they had to be very careful in this process, so as not to kill everyone at once. That's why the first victim was Tazuna. I had to tell Mom everything so that she wouldn't get mad at me like a mouse at cereal, because I had hidden something from her again. This action took place in my subconscious, where Sasuke, Kurama and I told her about our abilities. Not everything, but some things. Mom was pleased, and I got 2 more corpses after almost half an hour of persuasion and kisses. In addition, Mom had an explanatory talk with me and Sasuke about the first killed enemy, which calmed Sasuke more than me. By universal vote, Momochi Zabuza's sword was awarded to Sasuke Uchiha, as the person who was the first to strike a fatal blow. She couldn't wield it, though, and there was no time to learn everything about the structure of the sword, so the blade rested securely in her seal storage. By lunchtime the next day, thanks to the intensive work of Lee and myself, the body had come to a state transportable by its own efforts. For more than a day, I continuously pumped chakra from Kurama, processed it into my own, and then converted it into life force to restore the body. All this time, Kurama successfully inserted moral stars into me and received heavenly pleasure from this. When this matter was finished, the group moved to the bridge builder's house. Forgive me, gentleman shinobi, but we probably won't have so many places in the house, Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, said with an apologetic bow when our friendly coven collapsed into the bridge builder's hut. We don't need seats, I possessively pulled Sasuke towards me by the waist. It's better outside, and the weather is good, the girl supported the idea, who also didn't shy away from spending days and nights outdoors. But how? Relax, I waved my hand, I'll do it my way anyway, even if you're daimyo of Nami no Kuni, country of waves. Sasuke, let's go, we still need to find dinner. Have you recovered yet? Kakashi was surprised. I tricked someone out of chakra, I hinted, and the sensei nodded understandingly. Excuse me, but what do you mean by find dinner? The woman was a little surprised. Well, what do you mean? You have to eat, and after severe chakra depletion there is nothing better than a fresh, well-roasted piece of meat. No problem, hunting is prohibited here on the island. The right to hunt is acquired from Gato, who will kill you all for violating the ban. And none of you will be saved, he has a lot of people and money. Enough to hire a lot of shinobi. The voice of a new participant in the conversation was heard, who turned out to be some dark-haired guy in a Panama hat. I drawled meaningfully. And who is Gato? Naruto. Kakashi groaned hopelessly, we discussed this. Is this the devil who hired the demon brothers, Zabuza and another Oinin to kill Tazuna? I told you that he has money to hire a lot of people, even shinobi. You won't be able to stop him, and each of you will die, the boy didn't let up. Inari, Tsunami said in an accusing voice, bowing in apology. Don't piss yourself. Besides, this Gato is a simple man, as far as we know. His shinobi have happily kicked the bucket and are now sealed in my scroll. Firstly, he's a kid. And secondly, do you even know what a shinobi is? Oh, I'm so sorry, I expressed myself incorrectly. Do you have any idea what kind of abilities those who everyone calls shinobi have? Yes. You are just mercenaries of your village, you are paid for your work, that's all. Concise and to the point, was all I could say. Sasuke, let's go, otherwise this little man will take away your preferential right to eat my virgin brains without salt. Naruto, now my mother made a remark to me. Oh, and you might as well tell me that this kid knows what he's talking about, and by the way, at least 2 out of the 8 shinobi here have the ability to wipe this entire island off the face of the earth. Take note, kid, you're annoying me, Yoko, my girlfriend took me out of the house by the scruff of the neck. I'm hungry. Let's go. Madam, I am at your feet, I bowed to Sasuke's indignant snort and my mother's laughter. As it turned out, Tazuna lived with his family on a self-sufficient island with its own ecosystem. There was a town and several small villages, between which stingy trade was carried out, because everything was kept under the caring wing of the local god Gato, whom people feared to the point of stupidity and oblivion at the very first mention. We moved quietly and carefully into the forest, away from all the villages. I may have believed that hunting was prohibited here, but I certainly didn't believe that no one was hunting. The scent of the beast hit my nose. I glanced at Uchiha and realized that Sasuke had also smelled something, which confused me a little. My thoughts started dancing, because I thought that the keen sense of smell was the result of Kurama's chakra. Not without it, but I don't give you chakra on the hunt. 5 cents from Fox knocked the ground out from under his feet. There was no time to think, because the girl followed the trail. Sasuke moved gracefully, quickly, decisively and with small gusts, sometimes slowing down to check the course of movement. The smell became stronger and stronger, so we moved faster and faster. Some excitement appeared, a thirst for the game and profit, and interest was born both in the process itself and in the desire to succeed. The forest gradually became denser, and the thickets began to interfere with moving silently. We began to descend into the lowland, on the edge of which we found our target. Boar, Sasuke whispered, barely above hearing. A boar, I nodded, examining the catch. After thinking about the situation for a bit, I nodded to the girl in the direction of the detour. She understood without words and headed around. The plan was simple. Either I chase him, Sasuke kills him from the side, or the cleaver chases me. The girl's role does not change. I myself crouched down to the ground to pass under the mown tree. There was no desire to scare the animal, as well as the desire to play the role of the victim. After thinking for a bit and listening to my feelings, I realized that Sasuke remained on the hill to see the prey and react when necessary. A branch snapped under my foot, and the old boar stopped digging the ground with his snout. His ears twitched in my direction, unerringly guessing the direction. Damn shoes, how uncomfortable. Having hit the boar with a wave of ki, I scared it away. Animals, as Kurama explained, always rely on primitive instincts, and such an instinct is self-preservation and survival is present in all without exception, therefore an animal cannot help but feel the directed thirst for human blood. I set off in pursuit, listening to my feelings. Sasuke was walking ahead of me on the right. It was necessary to lead the animal to a less wooded area. When the boar took off, it didn't really pay attention to the road, rushing through the bushes further and further from the villages. We chased it for about 20 minutes until we came to a cleaner and more spacious area. At that moment, Sasuke struck. Fast, swift, merciless and precise. She attacked from the side, jumping on the boar and thrusting 2 kunai into its neck. 2 sweeping, wide jerks. 1 kunai went under the throat, the second, to the scruff of the neck. After that, the girl jumped off. When the boar fell on its side, having run a couple of steps, I finished off the animal so that it would not suffer. Sasuke. Shish shish shish, the girl jerked her head. I listened. A soft, dull thud. Like someone hitting the ground. Rabbits. I want to. The girl continued to listen. We won't eat the boar, I whispered. Want. Well, what can you say? I mentally reproached and gently slapped Sasuke on the butt. She took this as approval and literally disappeared. She rushed to the side at high speed, quickly going around the trees, not even trying to weave between them. She knew where to look for a victim. I tied the boar by the paws and threw him on my back. Some kind of training, but I managed to walk only 2 kilometers, strengthening my body with chakra, because the boar was healthy, about 150 kilograms at a glance. Without chakra, I would not have been able to lift him. He was 4 times bigger than me. Uchiha brought 5 plump, well-fed forest rabbits, though she herself was smeared with earth and grass. Did you dig them out of a hole? The grimy girl just nodded and smiled sweetly. Oh, Kami, what a wild thing. In any case, I'll have to wash myself. I'm covered in blood that flowed from the boar. Sasuke curled her nose. What did you think? We could get killed because of you now. Are you complete idiots or do you really not understand what Gato's thugs will do to us? The son of the nice hostess of the house squealed, scolding us when we fell on the threshold, and I was covered in blood, which sent everyone present into complete shock. Are these the ones who stopped us as we approached the village? I asked Sasuke. Precisely those who. How did you say it? A razor across the throat and into the well. Naruto, my mother, attacked me, putting her hands on her hips. Mother was clearly concerned about what Sasuke had said, having reconciled the information she had received with my presentable appearance. My hut is on the edge. Oh, by the way, in 2 hours there will be a very, very filling dinner. Sakura, get the big fire going. A big one, Sakura. Who did you kill this time? Haruno was happy that we would eat meat. The hospitable hosts, except for rice and a couple of fish for everyone, could not offer anything. They lived quite poorly. 5 rabbits, Uchiha boasted. I think there's enough for everyone, thought Tazuna, who also wanted to eat properly. And a boar weighing 150 to 160 kilograms, I finished. What? Tsunami dropped the ladle. Holy shit, Kakashi muttered. Let me help, Naruto. It'll be quicker, and the women will take care of the rabbits. You're so overly sociable, sensei, especially lately, I said sarcastically. You have to start sometime, Kakashi smiled with his eye and pushed me out the door. Taro, Yoshi, come with us, you have to learn how to cut up meat too. Oh, and we had a hard time with this meat. First we skinned and cut it up, then listened to Inari wine, as it turned out, that was the name of this shaking kid, then buried everything extra so it wouldn't stink. Wait until the meat cooled down and aired out a bit, then marinated it, sprinkled it well with spices and put it on the fire. It's been so long since I ate meat. Probably since my husband died. Tsunami said sadly, watching the flames. Now only Mom, Kakashi, Tazuna, his daughter, and me hugging Sasuke were left by the fire. Excuse me, what happened? Kushina asked. He went against Gado's word, not wanting to obey his rules, laws, did not want to submit to his power. Gado demonstratively executed my daughter's husband before our eyes, first cutting off both of his hands. Tazuna described the situation, and his daughter only sighed sadly, remembering what she had seen. Rumor, Kakashi, is there anything in the Tehaisho wanted book on this guy who is spreading fear throughout the area? I asked. And how do you know about the book, Bingo? The man sighed resignedly, rummaging in his pouch. The first thing he fished out was a new volume of Jiraiya's Ika Ika series, which he immediately hid away. The next was the necessary small book in a black cover. Let's see. Oh, there is something. The reward is the same as for an S-rank mission, but for the head alone it goes 3 times the price on the black market. Apparently someone has a grudge against him. Kakashi-kun, Mom smiled sweetly, releasing key. Mother. Naruto ku-un, M-O-O-O-O. It's reckless, and besides, we have a mission. According to the regulations, we cannot and do not have the right to deviate from the task like that, the woman answered weightily in a pathetic attempt to give weight to her words so that I would take the bait. Well, who's arguing with you? What's the mission? Guard the bridge builder while the bridge is being built. We'll do it on the way home. What's the problem? How are you going to look for a needle in a haystack? More precisely, one person on a huge island. Sasuke, I asked. A couple of hours of deep concentration, Uchiha shrugged. Maybe a day. Plus I'll help, I agreed. Kakashi-kun, Mom asked the last sane member of the team, hoping that he would stop the students. Well, at least you bring your genin to their senses. Well, I don't even know, Kushina-san. Minato-sensei would be, for it, the copy one decided to express his consent regarding a small part-time job in a roundabout way, thereby currying favor with the woman. Okay, the woman muttered. Of course she wouldn't agree. For a rank S mission, without any additional conditions, they pay 1 million at the standard rate. The mission can result in a good profit for both teams, a multiplier, for almost 4 of us. We won't tell the rest. Yeah, right, we won't tell, I thought. We'll do it quickly and quietly, they said. This dwarf named Gado, who was keeping the whole area on edge, was shorter than me. Not only that, he also showed up at the bridge, gathering all his people. After all, humans, who live too far from the shinobi generally have a bad idea of who they're dealing with. We had to share. Ayoshi and Aya were in a hard spot, as their mother told them, like, the family budget and the like, thus making a simple turnaround. Our friendly group took their share clean. They gave a little to Sakura, a little to Taro, Hitaki got a small profit, for the info, so to speak. The rest was divided, fairly. Chapter 13 Conspiracy. First day after returning from the mission. I'm going to die now. I thought for the umpteenth time, dispersing my chakra through my channels on the training ground of the 7th team. Sasuke and Sakura were sitting humbly nearby. Team training under the supervision of Kakashi Hitaki. After the mission with that damn Tazuna, we reported to the bright eyes of Minato. Mom gave everyone a good ribbing. The Hokage didn't waste much time on us. He listened to the report on the situation, ordered us to hand over the written version to the office and sent us on our way. The next morning, Hitaki and Sakura showed up. The Jonin motivated everyone with healthy kicks and drove us to a team training session. A normal team training session. His arguments were weighty. He realized his guilt, acknowledged the team's cohesion without his participation, wanted to join the team, and received an equally healthy kick from my mother. I was even a little confused. I couldn't decide what exactly prompted Kakashi to join the team. But his honest words touched my soul. Kaami, Sakura suddenly howled. I can't do it anymore. Meditation is a useful training, but I can't do it anymore, damn you all. What does this have to do with us? Sasuke opened one eye. Even though we're a bad influence on Sakura, look, soon she'll be swearing no worse than me, I chuckled. That's right, Naruto, came the voice of Kakashi, who was sleeping on a tree branch with a book on his face. Sasuke, we need to find a guy for Haruno so that he can screw her properly. Shut up, Sasuke and Sakura yelled at me. Oh, my god, how much longer can this go on? Hitaki whined from above. Then shut your pink ass, Sakura, and sit quietly. I shouted across the clearing. How do you manage to sit for days? Once you have attained Zen, there is no chance to stumble or turn back on your path. Let peace of mind, mystical contemplation and great enlightenment be reflected in your steps. You will be embraced by ideals forever and ever. I interrupted the majestic and lofty speech, looking at the team. Kakashi's eye twitched involuntarily. The man dropped his book and barely managed to catch it from the ground. Sasuke tried not to laugh out loud, to maintain her Uchiha mask, and Sakura didn't know how to react to this. So, that's it. That's enough for today. I can't take it anymore, the Jonin admitted and disappeared. Ooh. Haruno squealed, jumping up and starting to flap her arms about horribly. We have guests, Sasuke said calmly. Yes, I know. It's not surprising that he ran away. I would have run away too, but I'm afraid they sent her here, I sighed sadly. What are you talking about? Sakura was surprised. I just nodded towards the edge of the training ground, where Ai's red head, dressed in blue shinobi pants and a beige t-shirt, flashed between the trees. Sasuke looked at my younger sister with complete outward indifference, although inside there were conflicting feelings, interest and slight irritation, curiosity and resentment. Well, that's not the point. What matters is why the hell she came here in the first place. I'm sure that it wasn't her own initiative, because she, the initiative, always screws over its initiator. So, her mother sent her, or Minato, but that's unlikely. Hi, guys, she tried to smile a welcoming smile and somehow dispel the silence at the training ground. I felt a strong excitement, constraint and awkwardness. Aya was constantly looking for something to cling to with her eyes. And I checked it out. I snapped my fingers, which made her gasp. What do you want? I asked, not expressing any interest. Listen, Naruto, here. Speak clearly. I sat there without moving, only propping my head up with my fist and leaning my elbow on one leg. Help me give my mom a present. She blurted out. What? Sasuke and I shouted in unison. Well, Dad said that you should come to Mom's party too. Soon it will be July 10th, and it will be Mom's birthday. Mom wanted you to come too, along with Sasuke. She's just busy at the administration right now, so she can't invite you herself. Here, Ayan, I thought that you would help me give her a present. Naru, Sasuke drawled. I'll go and keep Sakura busy with sparring, and you go chat, and before I could even say anything, Uchiha left me a kiss and ran off. Fucking mouth, I muttered quietly under my breath so that the little one wouldn't hear. Looking at Aya, I saw a ripe, juicy, scarlet, tasty tomato. She stands there all red, her eyes bulging, but she looks at me as if I were a leper or a experimental subject. Well, what? I asked. Nothing. Everything is fine. He. You know, this is, at the very least, an unhealthy reaction, I chuckled. Well, of course, she's a beauty herself, brought up in a good family with proper manners, customs, their own holidays and traditions. And she's also smart, educated and decent, it's no wonder she graduated from the academy a year earlier. Not like some. Ouch, I'm a slob. Kurama sang at the top of his lungs in my head. Shut up, you bastard. FR. Stinging doesn't hurt. MHA ha. The furry one laughed loudly, brazenly mocking me. It seems to me, you didn't come here just for the invitation. Let's get things straight and get things straight. What do you want from me, Aya Namikaze Uzumaki? Honestly, clearly, and to the point. Please, train with me, my father has no time, she said quickly. Apparently my face changed somehow, because the girl's face would turn pale, then green and brighten. Her eyes would run wildly over my face and often fall on my, for some reason, tightly clenched fists. You have a mug like mine in the middle of Konoha 13 years ago. Go ahead and smile, Kurama advised, although you shouldn't. She'll have a heart attack, Kami forbid. That'll be a present for little Kushi. So, I took a deep breath, one more try. Honestly, clearly and to the point. Kami, I'm repeating myself. I need to go to the psychiatrist again, I said, putting my sister in the position of cognitive dissonance has been reached. Bend over, please, she definitely shouldn't know how many tails my personal doctor has. Well, I was thinking about what you said to your brother back then and how you saved your mother, when she was dying there in the forest. You and Sasuke saved her, and Kakashi-sensei helped you, Aya began to explain hesitantly. True, he never said that he understood Irionanjutsu. Wait, no, I'm not talking about that at all. Damn, I'm talking nonsense. I'm just worried, really worried, and when I'm worried, I talk a lot and don't pause. And I forget about the topic of conversation. And also, slap. Oops, sorry. No, everything is completely fine, I pulled my hand away from my face. Your sister, Kurama began thoughtfully, as a little brat. At this remark I thought that I would hit myself in the face again, but I stopped myself in time, I really didn't want to explain myself. I guess I'm better off. Be silent for a minute and give me some false hope, collect my brains, I said, rubbing my temples. The first time I thought I was hearing things, but your monologue just finished me off. And also, Aya recoiled when she saw the anger splashing in my eyes. I don't advise me to lie. I don't even have to strain myself to feel your lie. Your family and, by a strange coincidence, my family have been holding back quite a lot. Sorry. Aya looked down. I'm ashamed to approach you with such a proposal. I'm listening, I snapped. Seekin me, Aya began without raising her head, and her voice gradually faded. Try to become your moto. I barely heard what she said, and that's with my hearing. Did your mother send you? He asked harshly, not wanting to deal with any nonsense. You can't force someone to be nice. If Aya really needs it, you should think about her words, but if it's just that mom can't wait to get everything in the right direction, I'll get on my horse and many will be like, go. If the younger ones in Minato aren't interested in me as a family member, then I won't set foot in their house. I figured out how to visit my mother. After all, I've been spying on her my entire adult life. Even if not without Kurama's help at first. Not only, Aya cried out, I always wanted an older brother or sis. You have it, I said coldly. No, Yoshi. He's jealous and angry that you're getting all the attention now, but he's a good guy, he just doesn't always understand how to say it right, so he hides it all inside and plays dirty tricks on the others. Mom loves us very much, often indulges and patronizes us in our pranks. Sometimes she scolds Dad about it when the Uchiha police catch Yoshi, on the scruff of the neck. Let it be known to you that there was never any initiative on my part to unite the family. And it was not me who initiated all this fuss either. That's not what I'm talking about. I want a quiet, normal family, so that there wouldn't be this constant omission, these sharp glances for deeds or words, these snappy phrases at the table during breakfast or the squabbles that Mom has been throwing at Dad in the office lately. I won't even talk about what happened after the mission. And, what should I do? I shrugged. I thought that your prodigal, good-for-nothing older brother will bring peace and serenity to the family with his squeals, screams and hoots. For breakfast, I take it. I was spitting sarcasm at the shit. But we could. You apparently don't understand everything. The problem is not with me. I can bet my left hand that in your wonderful house there will be a place for such a compact me, and for Sasuke too. But here's the problem. It won't bring results. But why? The little girl squealed in frustration. How do you imagine all this? In what sense? In the most direct way, like a single convolution of Yoshi. 13 years, Aya. It's enough to rethink most of your actions, even if you've lived twice as long. I'm talking about Minato now, I think you can guess. Understand one such small truth. I'm an eyesore for our family. This is wrong. Don't interrupt me. I shrugged irritably. Let me finish, and you will think about my words. Minato Hokage of this village. You may not fully realize it, but your father is a politician. He should be, at least. His behavior proves it, so far. I, in turn, am the demon of this village, and it is I who am blamed for the sins of 13 years ago, and at that time I was a couple of hours old, and it is good if I was. Do you think the head of the village will hold his post for long if he starts openly helping and making advances towards me? I don't understand. Jinchuriki. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was a Jinchuriki. 13 years ago, I took on this position. Minato is a coward. I think he had a lot of fears at that time. And I have no idea what he was guided by when he handed me over to the orphanage. But there is another body in our glorious village, the village council. And besides it, there is also the Jonin Council and the clan's assembly. Minato depends a lot on the decisions of the people who live there. Your father's power is not absolute and is not even close to this concept. Konoha is currently seething in terms of politics. It's like a jar of spiders, and your father may not be the weakest link in it, but he simply does not have the real strength to shut up all the undesirables. Minato is now operating with the fact that I allegedly supported him in the eyes of the elders. The truth is exactly the opposite. By openly supporting me as a Jinchuriki son, he is undermining his position in the public eye. But in the third war he became a hero. I growled. A good hero? Fuck him. Wrap a baby unwashed after birth in a rag and throw him on the steps of an orphanage. Nobody gives a shit about his situation, let it be known to you. And rest assured, if he lets go a little of the balls of those he keeps from making rash decisions, they will quickly work together, and there will be a holiday on your street, a peculiar one, but a holiday nonetheless. A funeral. With fanfares, fireworks, honors and troubadours. Oh, and also a big photo against the backdrop of the eternal flame in the central cemetery. Shut up. So, if your dad goes nuts, then Lady Fate can ask the notorious Fortune to turn a very, very good facade towards you, your brother and mother. But there are other Uzumaki in Konoha. Mom is the clan head, whose forces are not enough to dictate terms to the same Inuzuka, Sarutobi or anyone else. And the allied Uchiha can also become a cancer, since there are not so many of them, and even fewer powerful Uchiha. The number of shinobi is restored much more slowly than ordinary citizens. Your father acts very farsightedly, he takes care of you, maintaining a distance between me and his family. But you. And I covered his ass in front of the council of elders when I said that the orphanage child was a fake. I had to protect the mother, and I did it. So you lied. Rewind our conversation to the beginning, listen again and try to think about what will happen to your mother. I'm not lying. In your father's office, I clearly outlined the boundaries of my attitude towards the family. You see, in addition to politics, there is also the human factor. If I came back, and mom would be beside herself with happiness, Minato would probably get an attempt to improve relations, you would be able to communicate with your older brother, if that's what you consider me. But look at a few more moments. Yoshi's jealousy, pride and stupidity. Minato's pride, hypocrisy, cowardice and self-flagellation. Mother's omnipresence. Your curiosity and naivety. My indifference. We will rub ourselves together for a very long time. I will be an eyesore. But, Aya suddenly thought, you still haven't said that you're against communicating with me. Well noted, I nodded, winking at Aya. Think about everything I told you, and talk to your mother about it. And you. I'll help you prepare a gift and come to the party. And this is not. Oh, Kami, what a child you are. Oh, okay. You see, the fact that Minato is my father has become known to the clan council. I'm almost certain that rumors about this are scurrying around Konoha like stray dogs and mangy cats, of which there are countless. Minato has supporters in addition to enemies. Therefore, my reunification with the family should be gradual and smooth, like a well-worn one. When I was about to leave, I stopped for a couple of seconds. Come here tomorrow at 5 in the morning, Sasuke and I will wait here. Don't be late. Aya just quickly nodded her head, absent-mindedly looking at my back and smiling stupidly. Well, the first steps have been taken, I mentally noted, using Kamui to move to my Uchiha. The movements became more systematic and coordinated in the actions of the limbs. The arms and legs became more obedient, awkwardness and unnecessary body movements disappeared. Coordination improved, the vestibular apparatus slightly rebuilt under the influence of the Fox chakra, which led to an improved perception of changes in the position of the head and body in space. The Own chakra became denser, and the channels became thinner, more precisely, the diameter decreased, but the walls increased by this difference, which allows you to drive the compacted chakra without a break in the chakra system. Sasuke also grew above herself, but progressed more slowly, since Kurama did not influence her body constantly, but so that our difference did not grow in progression, the fox gradually influenced her too. The relationship between me and Aya softened. She came to training and enviously watched the difference that was forming between her and the same lowly Haruno Sakura, whose persistence in training after the mission in Nami no Kuni was simply exorbitant. However, it is not to say that this did not spur her on. Aya tried and put in a lot of effort to catch up with the senior Kunoichi, but she was extremely far from Sasuke. Hitaki, surprisingly, took us on with zeal. He came early enough, started explaining some aspects of shinobi life, cited cases from practice and life, explained features that were not told at the academy, and brought fresh news reports. After all, he is a Jonin, which means he sits on their council. Kakashi started hunting with us during lunch, but after a couple of days he admitted that we surpassed him in this, and even more so in preparing the prey. However, there was enthusiasm, passion and initiative. Time passed, and the copyist increasingly became more of a friend to us than a Taicho. It seemed that he was stuck at a younger age. Literally a couple of weeks after the mission, Itachi, who doted on his younger sister, he never showed up at our training ground without Sweet Dango, joined the efforts to establish friendly and partner relations. A couple of times he tried to drag Taro along with him, but it didn't bring much result. Guys, and I know from my own experience, are stubborn to the extreme. Until he himself wants to, you won't make him do anything. Yoshi, by the way, belongs to the same category and visited our training ground with the same effectiveness. But the Hokage, Yondaimyo Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato Minato Namikaze, scolded me and Sasuke in the presence of my mother and Kakashi, a couple of days after the mission, when everything had settled down. They told us some things, showed us some things and explained them. Kushina put in a couple of affectionate words. Minato was imbued with all his soul. You see, life in such a high position with constant stress and without sex does not suit him at all. And he does not cheat. On the left, if he wants to live, the seal in the groin area will not allow it. However, my mother should have the same limiter. How do I know this? From my mother's memories, because at the time of my birth this seal was a long time ago, and the clone that was inside me could not have not known about it. And in addition, I, meaning Sasuke and I, also lay claim to such a tricky little thing. Our FUNN contract with Sasuke will have to be rebuilt after the first sexual contact, because it is blood. FUNN blood. Ow, I squealed, feeling Sasuke's teeth pull at my earlobe. Funny way to get me out of my thoughts, and damn, she's making fun of me. She's leaning on me from behind, pressing her chest against me. And she's wearing nothing but my stretched out t-shirt, not counting her panties, of course. Oh, my grave sins, I burst into tears, addressing myself. Trouble, you can't shove it in, there's a conspiracy against you. You, bastard, by the way, are taking part in it. I whined with annoyance. Of course, Sasuke is small. Yeah, baby, is my back lying to me? What will be, Kurama answered instructively. It won't happen anytime soon, and provoking me is like death. Besides, weren't you the one who tried to sell me on confession and suggested that I put Sasuke in bed? I tried to restore the remnants of pride that had been trampled by this couple. A pathetic attempt. And anyway, get the fuck out of here, I want to sleep. Sasuke, what are you doing to me? I begged, feeling her lips close around my neck. I'm making fun of you, Uchiha chuckled, biting one last time and moving away. Oh, I suppressed a sigh with such difficulty. It was just a beautiful morning, I had an erection, and she was making jokes. A monster. However, there was no time to dwell on the difficult fate any further. Someone was pounding on the door, knocking like a hare on a drum. None of our friends would come at such an early hour, everyone knows that we like to sleep. Mom would come in herself, Kakashi would announce his next mission with a key of blows on the door frame, but he would come to visit using a different key, just like Sakura. So, someone new or unwanted. Opening the door, I was ready to beg Jashin that the guest was unwanted, instead of the one who showed up. Well, I don't trust Anbu. You can't see their face. And as luck would have it, Sasuke, who had come up from behind, decided to put on a show, hugging my groin in such a way that any lower it would be awkward. Anbu assessed it and froze. Stop, I asked, mentally promising all the intrigues of hell for the Uchiha who had perched her head on my shoulder. And hurry up, we're busy, Sasuke added. Keeping my face monolithic was. Damn me, I don't know how I managed it, but if it weren't for my long hair, which was everywhere and covered part of my face, nothing would have worked. Naruto no Yoko, there is someone who wants to meet you. He wants it so much that Anbu came to me. Is this man that influential or just too rich? I couldn't resist making a dig. Anbu jerked his head reflexively, as if he'd been slapped. Well, of course, my hint was more than unpleasant. Influential. I suppose it would be impolite to insult such a respected person with my absence, but I would really like to, because we are busy. As if to confirm my words, one of Sasuke's hands, agreeing, ran higher up my chest and began to draw patterns known only to it. He'll be ready to see you when you're done. The ANBU's even voice was, as usual, irritating. Wonderful. By 5 o'clock in the evening I'll be expecting a messenger who will show me the way to any convenient meeting place. Without waiting for his answer, I slammed the door with all my might. Sasuke. Yeah, right. The brat slipped into the bathroom, and I'd have no chance of smoking her out before she got her makeup done, although she didn't use makeup. And not just because she didn't like it. Our training according to Kurama's Druid, rank, Greenhorn, program bore fruit. The smell, that's what repelled Sasuke from makeup. Chemistry and additives are something else, but this something hit his nose with such force. In general, what's natural is not ugly, and almost all the guys at the academy were after my Uchiha. She definitely doesn't need makeup, and looking at her arrogant face, which eloquently says, "You're worse than a piece of dirt under your nails," was more pleasant when such a sweet creature was not disfigured by unnaturalness. So here I go, a smart guy like this and that. And in front of me, there's a crowd of Anbu pushing through, to whom passers-by give way. Everything would be fine. Sasuke is nearby, no one has spoiled my mood yet, there was no rush. True, this continued until we entered a rather unremarkable establishment, where the tables were separated by walls. Fuck me, I mentally described the state of affairs to Kurama. Will my tails fit? Shimura Danzo, I quietly stated, brazenly seating Sasuke at the table. But Yoko Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the bandaged head, whose face did not express anything from the word, at all, bowed slightly. Without waiting for an invitation, I took the menu from the table and handed it to Sasuke. She will choose it herself, she knows my tastes very well. I have no intention of bowing and scraping before the head of Anbu, no. He needs something from me, he will explain it, but for now there is time to take a closer look. The Anbu fighter accompanying is calmly and neatly settled down at the next table, merging with the shadow of the wall. So, have we met? Shall we split up, or will you lay out the gist of the matter? I asked, looking away and studying the menu. Don't you respect your elders too much? The old man asked coldly. Right. Order. Sasuke poked me in the side and pointed to a few lines from the list with her finger. When our order was brought to us, which turned out to be a whole-baked rabbit, Uchiha completely switched off from the dialogue. It's an interesting situation, Danzo began anyway. You're not well-mannered, you don't see any authorities at all, however, considering the words about your parents visiting you at the orphanage, it fits. A bit weakly, and, I shrugged. Either you and your father are skillfully lying, and the relations in the Minato family continue to remain strained, despite the external reconciliation, or both you and Minato are telling the truth, but continue to play to the public. Although in your favor is the fact that you did an eye transplant, a successful transplant, at an early age, and that you were able to defeat Kakashi in his test. Your last mission, an interesting situation, I just don't know who to believe. Instead of answering, I shrugged again, looking at the chewing Uchiha, who was not interested in the world around her at all, while the rabbit was intact. I want to offer you a job. Well, of course, otherwise why the hell are we here? I need people for my unit. You are both too old to start training, but that is not important. Yours and hers, Danzo only nodded his head towards Sasuke, my people will take care of your upbringing and further education. Salary for service, a new place to live in a decent area, materials and methods for teaching all aspects of using the Sharingan, the elements, and so on. Personal teachers. You will be made into high-class fighters, and everything you need will be provided. Do you want me to herd Minato and his followers for you? I asked directly, but instead of answering, Danzo now shrugged lightly, fully answering all the questions. Anything else? I won't offer twice. I am familiar with your affairs and with the relations you have with the Hokage, Uzumaki and Uchiha. The situation is double-edged. Either you agree or you don't. Everything you offered us is of no value to us, I replied. Shimura opened his eye wider, fully understanding the direction my thoughts were going. My ability to recognize emotions was playing a very cruel joke on Danzo now, but he didn't need to know what a Jinchuriki possessed. However, you can't play with this man, he knows if not absolutely everything about me, then all the information that ever and somehow slipped out of my mouth could end up with him. Do you have any specific requirements? More than feasible with your capabilities. Commentary on Chapter 13 Conspiracy. It will be awkward. Chapter 14 You're not a double agent, you're a triple scumbag. Sasuke and I went to Mom's party together, and spent a third of the money we had acquired after the massacre of Gato on gifts. Aya and I gave Mom a festive kimono, which I helped her choose. I also found a visiting craftsman from whom I bought a set of kanzashi made of precious metals. Sasuke gave me a porcelain tea set as a gift. And I must admit, Mom's reaction was very interesting. An interesting gift, Sasuke, Kushina said, looking at the cups and turning to the Uchiha. Symbolic. Yes, I hope you will accept me. Sasuke was about to bow low, but her mother held her chin with her finger. Bloody Habanero squatted in front of Sasuke and looked intently into the multicolored eyes under the bangs. I stood next to him and was just amazed at the words of my girlfriend, who essentially asked for my mother's blessing. This is strange. Sasuke recognized her brother Itachi and her mother, and now she included my mother in the list of close people. Or, more correctly, she asked for permission to do so. This is exactly what is strange, but Kushina apparently somehow understood the main idea that the Uchiha wanted to convey to her. What do you say, son? The mother's voice seemed friendly, but the tone was more serious than ever. I threatened to kill Jiraiya if anything happened to you. What else do you want to hear, mother? Sasuke and I are outcasts. Kushina flinched at these words, but continued to confidently look into the eyes of me and Sasuke. She communicates with her mother and older brother because she feels the reciprocal devotion of their feelings and desires. The same with you, I just happen to be an intermediary between you. She and I look at the world and life from a different angle. I am prepared for Naruto to die. I will be there if he needs help. But if someone puts a hand in this or even tries, I will wash myself in the blood of my enemy and all those who will be connected to him. The white-faced mother trembled, but the strange fire in Uzumaki's eyes foreshadowed the most painful and terrible death for anyone who dared to encroach on her children. There were already few Uzumaki left, and here were also her children, her flesh and blood. You can't live by revenge, said Mom, without hinting at anything. Yes, I nodded. You can't live by it, but no one can stop you if you want revenge. But what then, in case? The woman's voice croaked with some hidden pain and despair. If we can't protect each other, Sasuke replied, turning to face me, peaceful and calm, and only one of us is left to trample the mortal earth, he will be devoured by Yoko's beasts. What? The woman did not understand. It's our secret, Mom. We'll create our own clan, I whispered quietly. Now let's not talk about sad things, it's your birthday after all. Besides, I'm not going to leave you without grandchildren. In the future, of course, I smiled mischievously, and Sasuke nodded without changing her face. You rascal, Mom whispered very quietly, starting to cry and pulling us both into her arms. My son, my sweet little son. When Mom led us further into the living room, where all the other guests were already, the hall sank into complete silence, seeing the monster of the entire village, that is, the son of the Hokage, as well as the renounced princess of the Uchiha clan and the tearful, but terribly happy birthday girl. No one knew how to react. Minato immediately jumped up to his wife and hugged her. Everything is fine. Hi, Mom responded cheerfully. The gifts were just amazing, that's why I was so touched. Hello, guys, Namikaze nodded. Go through the living room to the open veranda, that's where all the younger ones are. Minato pointed in the right direction. There were quite a lot of kids our age and a little older where we were sent. In addition to Ai and Yoshi themselves, Itachi and Taro were also sitting there. I was quite surprised by Sakura's presence, which means our mothers are friends. There were several other children, of whom I could only single out the scarlet-haired Uzumaki with small glasses and a wild blush on her cheeks. As I passed by, I waved my hand in greeting and was about to jump over the railing to stroll through the garden. The Hokage had an estate, mind you, but I didn't have time. Sasuke grabbed me by the collar and just shook her head in resentment. Don't act like a fool, Yoko, Uchiha hissed at me. Later, you can go for a walk. She's a pest, even though she's an Uchiha. I tried to wave it off. Hello, Naruto, Haruno greeted me with a mask of absolute indifference. Sasuke, hello to you too. We're a bad influence on you. I nodded approvingly. Well, of course. Sakura snapped back with some kind of dashing fire in her eyes that was unusual for her. Who else would offer me a random guy so that I could get laid? And now you accuse me of this. I was a little surprised by her impudence. Naruto, don't tease. I opened my mouth again to justify myself, but the Uchiha's hand immediately covered it. Don't clown around. Don't pour out sarcasm. Don't poison people with your sarcasm. Don't hit everyone you meet on the head. Don't act like a fool. Don't use shinobi techniques on people. Don't pester people with idiotic offers to commit some absolutely safe little madness. Don't blackmail. Anything else? I grinned. I said, not to poison people with my sarcasm. Sasuke, I leaned in so much that our lips almost touched each other. You know what you're trying to incite me to do, right? The ingratiating whisper sobered the girl up, but her eyes lit up with childishness. No way. Uchiha deftly dodged, leaving me with nothing, and went to get acquainted with those she didn't know yet. Naruto, Itachi smiled, joining the conversation, you completely spoiled my little sister. My only one, by the way. Don't act like a nanny, Itachi. This role is not for you at all. And don't forget, she's my girlfriend, and I hope she's happy with her situation. And about the fact that my sister is the only one. Let's just say that I'm not authorized to decide such matters. Don't you think? Ha, as always in your unfailing manner of getting on people's nerves. Glad to see you, Yo-o-oko, nodded the Uchiha, extending his hand for a handshake. Uchiha Itachi, obsequious as always. I responded to the courtesy and shook his hand. Sasuke's older brother only grinned, radiating satisfaction. Rarely can someone grin with the Uchihas and, what is important, not be afraid to pay for their words later. The Uchihas are vengeful, you know. In general, I only barked with Itachi, because the rest of the red-eyed ones, for the most part, got on my nerves with their arrogant character. Yoko, my Uchiha called out to me, did you know that you have another sister? Uchiha, I snorted, showing my disinterest, do you know that I have problems with all my relatives? Look, even my future brother-in-law, I pointed my finger at Itachi in an uncultured manner, will soon be a relative, but his face doesn't change at all. Could he at least grimace for decency's sake? Instead of answering, Itachi waved his hand and smiled such a sincere smile. Naruto, but I asked you. Besides, she's cute and she's just shy about meeting you. Sasuke didn't let up. Shy. Oh, sweet and shy young ladies. This is always me. And you have the nerve to say this to my face. Sasuke feigned surprise and disbelief. Not only that, I have enough conscience for that. Well, where is this small and shy creature? Well, come to me. The manic expression on my face ruined all the charm of the moment. The small, skinny Uzumaki girl in funny glasses squealed in a hunted manner and fell into a saving faint. I've seen this somewhere before. What happened here? A stately woman came onto our veranda. She was really beautiful. Her blonde hair neatly framed her sweet face. Her coffee-colored eyes sparkled with life and were only occasionally tinted with something dark, hidden, something that could neither be seen nor read, only learned from the person themselves and only by their own will. The baggy houri did not hide her amazing figure at all, shapely, not girlish, but feminine. She was more than just beautiful. Abruptly, as if a knitting needle had been driven into my shoulder blade, I realized that I was admiring a mature woman and comparing her to Sasuke. The sensory emanations of my Uchiha and this woman were very similar. Not identical, but her mixture of emotions had the same attractive flavor as Sasuke's. Well, the eyebrows slightly moved together, and the hands rested on the hips. Here, with my little sister, are we making out? For the sake of credibility, I even shuffled my foot, which made the poor, damn him, Uchiha Itachi shake in a fit. Are you so sweet that the little one passed out? The woman attacked me exclusively, personally. And this is my godson? Yes, cross my heart, mother, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. I responded, puffing out my chest like a wheel. Mother, do you even know how old I am? The blonde roared. I don't give a shit. He grinned impudently, and before she could get even more worked up, a strong slap on the back of the head knocked me over backwards. Sasuke was crouched above my head, her brows furrowed and she was thinking hard about something, her gaze occasionally moving to the woman and back for a moment. The resulting picture left everyone in a stupor, including the new arrivals. Yoko, the dispassionate voice, seemingly familiar, now shone with something terrible. I warned you, don't arrange a concert. That's not what's pissing you off, Uchiha. Her tone and expression automatically crept onto my face. You're jealous. Uchiha leaned on one hand, placing it next to my head, since I didn't deign to stand up. Sasuke closed the distance between us. I don't give a damn if you compare me to anyone. The calm voice broke into a predatory roar, an animal roar. Her eyes were stained with the blood of the Sharingan and the violet of the Rinnegan, only her thick hair saved her from exposure. I know that it is very difficult for her to express her feelings, and she is very grateful for my ability to feel emotions. There is no need to explain everything, to rack my brains. She feels, I respond, and vice versa. This reciprocity satisfies her. Now she is jealous, simply because she understood the essence of what happened. Someone's range of emotions was as pleasant to the taste, for me as her own. Her nerves were tugged by the thought that preference was not given to her instantly. Don't drink me, Uchiha. I started to rise, completely ignoring her resistance to hold me down. Stop it. I immediately pulled her away as soon as she opened her mouth. What the? Sometimes laughing like a donkey, sometimes turning pale like a bride in a too tight corset, Itachi couldn't grasp the essence of the conversation between us. Sasuke, calm down, I said. A guttural growl escaped by itself, and not because I strained my vocal cords, not at all, it happened more than naturally, it's just that her emotions don't change, stubborn as a donkey. By the end of the sentence, I was already on my feet and turned to the woman, as well as several guests who came out to see what had happened. Sasuke remained behind, blazing with emanations of discontent and irritation, but in an instant everything stopped. The Uchiha grabbed the edge of my t-shirt and pulled, reminding me of herself and asking for attention. She poked her forehead into my back, but said nothing. What a smart girl you've got. The unexpectedly serious voice of the fox from the subconscious did not allow me to simply brush off the youthful impulse of the Uchiha. PPHRR, I breathed out wearily, mentally imagining the concert they would throw for me at home. I know that I have no right to complain, but, damn it, her behavior sometimes throws me fucking off track. Why are you surprised? What a stupid question, fox face. You can't understand her. Sometimes she's fawning like a cat, sometimes, like now, she goes crazy for no reason, and I have to clean it up. And that's not enough for me. Her emotional sphere is blazing through my mind with such force that I have to limit myself and curtail my sensitivity. My indignation unexpectedly found understanding on the part of the eternal ulcer. It will pass after the first sex, and before you start screaming like a bitch, you should know, this is normal. Normal not for a person, but for an animal. Didn't understand. People with their cockroaches in their heads are worse than a horde of starving fleas. You are a couple and have been living in perfect harmony almost since birth. It is normal for her to include you in her comfort zone and calculate the consequences of her actions, taking into account one more person. You, on the other hand, seem to treat everything that happens without such trepidation and attention to extremely small details, unlike Sasuke himself. This suits her in principle, and she knows that practically any actions on her part will not entail your censure. And what does sex have to do with it? Besides, you idiot, this will put a fat end to the courtship phase. It was very strange to hear such detailed and restrained explanations from Kurama, that is, absolutely without the usual sarcasm, a calm and measured growl. Courting. Yes, courtship, when a male of one species attracts the attention of a female of his own species. The natural result of courtship is the final arrangement of axioms. You are her male, she is your female. It's simple. Until that moment, her task is to keep you interested in her, so she does all sorts of crap. Everything seems simple. Is my attention so valuable to her? Idiot, Kurama growled good-naturedly, she is a woman who is learning to be a beast. Girls mature earlier, and given the influence of my chakra, many times earlier. Accordingly, add hormones and the specifics of your individual training. Some instincts are more acute than usual. By attracting your attention, she distracts you from other females. Precisely, females. Kurama, this stinks. I was sure that this devil would understand me correctly. Roughly speaking, she views them all as competitors in the fight for strong offspring from a strong male, to whom she is not indifferent. Sympathy is part of her human nature, and the instincts that have come to play are part of her animal nature. I carefully snatch my t-shirt from Sasuke's hands, and before she can react accordingly, get offended, I hug her head with one hand, pressing her to me. We'll talk at home, Sasuke, I whisper softly and feel her tremble and press herself against me, after which she pulls away and nods. Looking around, I notice that almost all the guests of the house have gathered for the performance. Squatting down next to the unconscious Uzumaki, I carefully lift her eyelids. My Rinnegan under hinge rippled and calmed down, and I gently penetrated the girl's subconscious, pushing her out. For credibility, I gently patted her cheeks. Get up, fair maiden. Giggle came from the mother, who sat down next to her and stroked the baby. Karen-chan, is everything okay? She nodded cheerfully, but when she saw me, she became embarrassed. Naruto no Yoko, love me and please me, here and now. Slap. Mom's slap found its addressee. Fa-ha-ha, was heard from all sides. You little clown, Senju muttered, still offended by her mother. But no, I began, but was interrupted. Naruto, my boy, one more word and I'll start to get nervous, Kushina's voice sang, and she herself glowed with happiness. Mom was sincerely glad that life and youthful jokes were returning to her house, but at the same time she tried to call us to order. And as a natural result, some of the guests jumped aside from such a voice, and a pretty woman jumped up, grabbed Karen and pressed her to herself, fearing for the baby. I swallow demonstratively, so as not to lose my militantly idiotic face. Clever girl. Gradually the party returned to normal. Mom introduced me to one of the Sanin, Senju Tsunade, who was my mother's cousin, as well as Nana Uzumaki, her cousin on another side, and her daughter, Karen, who was her cousin. I must say that the story of their search, Nana and her daughter Karen, did not interest me at all, but since Kushina Uzumaki had taken up the restoration of her clan in Konoha, I was little surprised by the presence of a couple of scarlet-haired people among the guests. The evening was waning, and some of the guests with their children began to go home. Only a narrow circle of limited people remained. Well, don't be so categorical. The fox grinned in his subconscious. Naruto, Minato approached me with a thoughtful look. I would like you to go home too. I'm not kicking you out, you and Sasuke can take any guest room upstairs, but I want to hold a small meeting, perfectly aware that I would understand him. He looked calm and serious at the same time. Games of big politics on the small map of Konoha. It's funny. I have something to say at your gatherings, and then I'll leave this house. You're not a fool, are you? I hinted at the lack of warm reciprocity between us, and Minato nodded, a little sadly, but very reservedly. Proud. Until you kick him, he won't move. The fox chuckled. Shut up. For Kami's sake, shut up. FR, don't be so cold, Kurama said in a soft, ingratiating baritone, making me literally shiver with a herd of goosebumps. What a bitch. I screamed mentally, feeling the eyelid of my left eye twitching nervously. MHA ha ha ah ha. Minato led me to a small inn where representatives of some of the Konoha clans were gathered. Such as, say, the Nara, represented by the head of the Shikaku clan, the Uchiha, represented by the happy as a pig in Shitfugaku, and the Uzumaki, represented by his mother. There were leftovers, for example, the only Senju and the equally lucky Hatake. The lone Jiraiya, and nearby several Jonin, as well as Yugao Azuki. But what stunned me was Orochimaru, the most fucking flesh and blood with a pale rubber face. Holy shit. It burst out on its own, and out of curiosity I even went up to him and, grabbing the dumbfounded Sanin by the cheeks, stretched them. It's real. In the deathly silence, a minute later, Tsunade's hysterical laughter was heard. She did not want to calm down, she began to bang her forehead on the table, sobbing, muttering something, awkwardly waving her hands and gesticulating. Hands, Orochimaru barked at me. Sorry, I stretched the muzzle with my fingers and let go, jumping back so that the snake from under the collar of the Sanin's kimono wouldn't bite me. An impudent boy, just like his mother. Snorted the snake. I don't give a shit, and before anyone could speak out, I raised my hand to continue. There is a small detail that I want to announce so that I can leave you all later. You don't like me, and the feeling is mutual. Let's not be hypocritical and sneer. Oh, Minato sighed tiredly and heard the same sigh from Fugaku. Since my Uchiha only stuck her head out from behind the door, the man was rightly afraid of a new trick from his daughter, remembering the meeting of the elders of his clan. What do you have, Naruto? So, let's get straight to the point. In a few days there will be a village council, if I'm not mistaken. Naruto, it's not like it's a secret, but how the hell do you manage to stay up to date with everything that's going on around you? Mom asked, her back hunched over tiredly. Her restless son was already a real pain in the ass. There is an excuse, I simply shrugged, not wanting to say everything with one word, Sasuke, and said it with two. So, Minato, tomorrow on your desk you will have my request to create Yoko Aikizoku in Konoha. And I need you to approve it. Are you fucking nuts? Tsunade hesitated, trying to find the right word. Stop. Shikaku raised his hand, looking at me closely and squinting suspiciously. Yoko, the man drawled. It sounds, however. This will be an independent clan. Absolutely everyone's gaze was directed at Nara, expressing the degree of surprise with their eyes, ready to fall out at any moment. As the heir of the head of Uzumaki Aikizoku, I can renounce my claims to this post and pass this right to the younger children of Kushina Uzumaki, thereby significantly simplifying Minato's life. Yoko Aikizoku will become an independent clan, an offshoot of Uzumaki. I raised my hand again, calling for silence. It's quite simple. Such a maneuver will relieve Fugaku, sitting here, of hemorrhoids the size of a fist, since Uchiha Sasuke will soon become my wife. A branch, Nara drawls thoughtfully, frowning, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I will discuss the relationship between Uzumaki and Yoko privately with my mother, and not at a round table of renegades of real power, I smiled dashingly in response. Everyone immediately scowled. Of course, I just wiped my face in their faces with the real state of affairs. They know this perfectly well without me, but the fact that even someone like me knows about it, and also that I am the one stepping on their calluses. That's certainly very wonderful, Orochimaru began sweetly, but why did you decide that the people present here, especially after your obvious hints and insults, would support your idea at the council, Quite simple. All I need is the Hokage's approval, the council's consent, expressed by 2 votes of the heads of clans, whose number is more than 50 people, no matter whether they are shinobi or not. And the situation of those gathered here is, to put it mildly, shitty. The real power, finances, shinobi staff and trade turnover of all of you together is less than 25% of Konoha. About 20% support a neutral position. The rest is sawed off among themselves by the elders. That is, to put it simply, your situation is shitty, since a huge part of the village's gross profit flies past both the pocket and the Hokage's administration, as well as the village budget. And why did you think that you could get these 2 votes? Fugaku snorted, clearly dissatisfied with this conversation. 1 vote, I corrected. The head of Uzumaki Aikizoku is unlikely to refuse me. Not only because I am her son, but also because she understands that a loyal Jinchuriki is worth a lot. Kushina had to admit she was right, but emotionally she was filled with discontent. Especially when my status was mentioned. She clenched and unclenched her fists to calm down somehow. But Nara, and Fugaku too, understood the hint correctly. And if before my support was figurative, now it can become real. Well, let's say so, Nara said. But does Yoko Aikizoku have or will she have some particular trait? That would make things much simpler. If I had about 3 years, I would say, is there any? I shrugged my shoulders, without explaining anything. And let's say you got the consent. There's not much benefit from the fact that the Jinchuriki officially supports the government, simply because your reputation is a little tarnished. Nara used words and sarcasm better than just words. For 13 years now, Shikaku finished off. I nodded with an important air, admitting that he was right. And I will also provide you with a very useful operational summary on the person who works for Danzo. Crack. Mom accidentally tore off a piece of the tabletop, and Tsunade slapped it with such force that the wood bent. I felt the fear coming from Orochimaru. Yes, we kind of already know that the Sannin Orochimaru worked for Root, and now from time to time oversees some of Root's projects, about which we receive fresh information, said Jiraiya. It's not about him, I shrugged again, starting to bite my nails out of boredom. People started exchanging glances. Their union wasn't particularly cohesive or strong, and now there was this good news. And if Minato was confident in his wife and friend Fugaku, then as for the other Jonin and several Anbu, the question was a bit debatable. You'll get my vote, Nara suddenly interjected, though I expected it to be Uchiha. But here's what's strange. The council's consent implies not only the approval of the Hokage and the votes of the 2 clan heads, but also 3 elders. Yeah, I heard, I nod, that's why I agreed on this with Danzo in advance. What a bitch, Jiraiya blurted out, for which he immediately paid with a slap on the back of the head, which was dealt out automatically. I mean about the situation as a whole, not about you in particular. I don't give a shit, to be honest, I growled, having gotten what I wanted. In the oppressive silence, tense and frightening, no one said a word. What I didn't like most was my mother's state. She was completely at a loss and didn't know how to react to this. In the emotional sphere, despair was evident. She probably thinks that I betrayed her in this way, although I said that she and Sasuke are the most important thing, what keeps me in Konoha. Before anyone could do anything, I stood up and left, taking Sasuke with me. It was only after a few minutes that people began to die from shock. The first to react was Yugao. Minato-sama, what should we do? Maybe. The unambiguous hint was more than transparent. Just try to touch my son, Kushina growled, not allowing the thought of betrayal on the part of her firstborn to take hold. She will come and talk, and only then will she judge. I will gut you on this table and crucify you on the gates of my clan with my chains. Calm down, Nara intervened. We have nothing to worry about. Are you nuts? Fugaku jumped up, completely forgetting who he was talking to, although he could allow himself to do that. To some extent. Calm down, Shikaku continued in a mentoring voice, ignoring the attacks. Naruto did us a favor. A favor? Jiraiya flared up. What is this? He secured support from Danzo in advance, and without him the idea would not have worked out. He came here and beat our consent, practically promising loyalty as a Jinchuriki, as well as a new clan with a possible distinctive feature under Kushina's rule. Perhaps the loyalty of a Jinchuriki who has already begun to establish relations with his Biju. Nara shot his eyes at Hitaki, then at Minato, the elders present at some old conversation, and Naruto. How is this bad for Konoha as a whole? And most importantly, he took nothing with him, Orochimaru continued, tucking his hands into the sleeves of his kimono. Except maybe, my interest in your actions. What do you mean? Jiraiya didn't understand. Idiot, Senju growled, he didn't let us start discussing our plans, telling us that he had to inform on Minato's supporters in advance. To put it simply, he didn't get any useful information from us for Danzo, but gave it to us. It's worth thinking about everything, Nara nodded to his thoughts. Chapter 15 A House in the Country. Sasuke and I returned home after a good walk outside. Uchiha closed the door behind her, activating the barrier contours, took off her shoes and remained standing in place, rooted to the spot. Sasuke. What? Uchiha mutters, almost snorting. I don't understand. I spread my arms eloquently and raised an eyebrow, confident that her Rinnegan could see me, despite the bangs I was hiding behind. She hesitated to answer, and her emotional sphere began to fill with excitement, confusion, along with shame and anger. The latter was directed more inward, that is, at herself, than at me. Do I attract you? What? The question came out hoarsely from my lips. What the hell, Uchiha? You said we'd talk at home. Sasuke raised her head. That's what I want to talk about. Pulling up my sleeve, I revealed the seal of the preliminary agreement. I proposed to you, and you accepted. I broke off the engagement. I showed my irritation with a growl, although there was no reason. In fact, she was just annoying. No, Sasuke turned away. Do I show attention to other girls? I stepped forward, forcing her to retreat. No, Uchiha answers firmly, he's trying, but she won't be able to deceive me. Maybe I stopped giving them to you. I bark at her and come even closer, which is why I have to look down. And no, the girl became even more embarrassed, pressing her head into her shoulders. And since you don't have a reason, maybe then you can stop nagging me. Uchiha tilted her head slightly, but then her emotions became laced with malice and anticipation. She likes to play on my nerves and wait for the outcome, to see what I will do this time or let it slide again. Trying to manipulate. I don't like it when I feel someone else's strings hanging over me, unless it's part of my own plan. No, her eyes sparkle mockingly as she raises her head. Grr, the hand jerked on its own, grabbing her by the back of the head and pulling her. She has to stand on her tiptoes, and with one jerk I push my knee between her legs. I jerk my leg up, throwing her up, grabbing one breast with my other hand and squeezing it hard. Uchiha, his eyes wide open, stumbles upon my gaze from two dangerously burning dojutsu. While kissing, I bit her hard on the lip and savored the taste of her blood. Metallic and slightly sour. When Uchiha tried to take revenge by biting me, I squeezed my chest harder and strained my knee, slightly bouncing her on my leg. She moaned with bliss, wrapping herself around my neck, and her hands, once resisting, began to entwine the hair on the back of my head and pull the collar of my kimono, so that the next moment they would dig their nails into the skin of my back. Tearing the skin, without thinking about anything. I tensed my body even more, forcing her to arch beneath me. Her toes barely touched the floor. My knee was pressing tangibly against her crotch, pulling the fabric of her kimono and forcing her to respond to such rough caresses. Her shoulder blades were pressed against the wall, because I was not going to let go of her tender maiden breast. Sasuke drawls painfully, feeling my other hand pulling her hair at the back of her head. Yuck ho, she whispers, as soon as her lips have a second of freedom. Shut up, I growled, moving my leg again and enjoying her moan. A strange pleasure from the feeling of power over her made my head spin. She had gotten on my nerves with her quirks, her fits of jealousy, even towards that same Haruno. I was sick of this feeling she was emitting in my mind. I wanted to finally shut her up once and for all, subjugate her to myself and enjoy her alone. Uchiha moaned into her lips again at the rough, methodical movements of her knee. I know she likes it, and even rudeness on my part she perceives as attention directed exclusively at her. She gets a thrill from it, a possessive woman who enjoys it when I look and react only to her. Do you like it? I bite her again, feeling the lump on her chest under the kimono and squeezing it with my fingers. Ow, it hurts. Sasuke whined. Yeee, you should make exactly those sounds. Flashed through my head at that moment when Uchiha suddenly jerked convulsively and began to shake slightly, hanging limply on my leg. When the hand squeezing her hair loosened its grip, Sasuke pressed her face against my collarbone, noisily swallowing large portions of air. She licked her lips with pleasure, tasting her own blood. Abruptly removing my leg, I watched with such glee and pleasure as my girlfriend squealed pitifully and fell to her knees along the wall. She remained sitting, leaning on her hands. Repeat. The growl in my voice was much less when I squatted down in front of her. Sasuke silently extended her shaking hand and grabbed the collar of my kimono, awkwardly stretching and wrapping her other hand around my neck, using me as support. No, I'm sorry, I feel her hot, ragged breath on my neck. You are just a selfish, bitchy, impudent owner who is ready to tear the throat of anyone just for a sideways glance at me. Whereas that little Sasuke, who was always sweet and shy, was a little cowardly, demanded only affection and hid all her emotions under a crust of impregnable ice. And now, you get an orgasm from rough touches. Her ear is close, and my hissing growl makes her tremble slightly and release emanations of anticipation and pleasure. There was no answer, but I felt a weightless kiss right where the carotid artery passed, beating out the rhythm of a thundering heart. Then a rough tongue ran over the skin, and her lips touched the same place again. How should this be understood? As an apology for my unbearable behavior, which you were unhappy with. I didn't want to anger or irritate you, but I really wanted to get attention. Even, like this, and I won't have anything against it, in the future. Then stop acting like a pretty girl from now on, Kunoichi Uchiha Sasuke. The even teeth closed weakly and softly on the skin of my neck, and then I felt the rough surface of the tongue. Go take a shower, I said categorically, getting up. Then I'll go, and we'll go to bed. The organ of premonition hints at an early visit from my mother, and maybe not just her. There was a soft knock on the door when the alarm clock struck 8 o'clock. I didn't feel like sleeping at all, and I wasn't the only one. Sasuke hadn't slept for a couple of hours either, she was just basking next to me. Constant training and, in fact, living in the open air had led to a failure of the internal clock. I liked the night more for its hidden and deceptive silence, and the dangers that quietly await and track your every careless step. Go set the table, I asked coldly, which sounded more like an order. Sasuke silently stretched and leaned against my neck again. Not for long, just for a moment, and then went to carry out the task. Her emotional sphere softly shimmered with contrasts of pleasure. Pleased with everything. Strange. I'll open it now, I responded, pulling on my t-shirt and straightening my long hair. The delegation was large and complete. Good morning, my mother greeted me neutrally, although I could clearly sense the confusion. Kushina wants to hug, but she's afraid of her worst fears, and because the relationships in our family are far from normal, she just doesn't know how to behave correctly so as not to ruin the conversation and push me away. Yo, Hitaki greeted me happily, holding out his open palm forward to give a high five and relieve the general tension. Hey, I clapped back. And you too, I nod my head towards Tsunade and Jiraiya. Sitting down at the table where a light breakfast was laid out and waiting for the kettle to boil, Mom was the first to break down. Naru, I would like to talk to you about what happened yesterday. Did something happen? I raise an eyebrow. Give me the meat, Uchiha whispers quietly in my ear, not reaching the plate with the sliced dried dish. Having got what he wanted, Sasuke again switches off from the dialogue. When she eats, she doesn't react to almost anything, with a few exceptions. And while she's silent, I like her better. I guess I haven't recovered from yesterday yet. Mom swallowed and exhaled, putting down her cutlery. I want to know how you are connected to Danzo. I want to know everything. Senju and Jiraiya looked at her disapprovingly. I suppose the original idea was the kind of ingratiating and thoughtful dialogue with hints that politicians love so much and from which they then build theories for hours, sitting somewhere under a tavern in deep apathetic solitude with a glass of wine or something else, slowly plunging into the abyss of their own genius and ability to read the interlocutor. But Hitaki made me happy. He sits, gobbles up our cooking with Sasuke and doesn't give a damn. It's very difficult to understand what's going on with this guy, even taking into account his sensorics, simply because he himself can't really understand himself and his desires. He likes his team, and he feels how his life is changing, so he gradually becomes attached. Are you afraid that I'll stab you in the back? I asked him point blank. These questions allow us to show the degree of mutual trust very sharply and without embellishment. And right now I feel how she is under pressure from the responsibility for her allies, and how she is under pressure from the fact that I, her firstborn, once lost but found again, who survived and hid in the shadows, can undermine all her work, the rest of the family, because he knows how much we do not get along. And this makes her feel even worse. Don't put it that way, the woman's face sank. I found out you were alive a few months ago. And it was my husband, my shield and support, who betrayed me. And I believed it wholeheartedly. And I believe you, but I'm afraid to even think about what will happen to you in route. You have a difficult character, and there. PFF'd. I snort in response, although her words were pleasant to me, they were true. I don't give a damn about the Anbu, no. I need them, and you're willing to set us up. Tsunade intervened, though there was not a hint of accusation in her voice. Set up. You. Watch your language, woman. For me, you and Root are one dick, I answer dirty, making the woman roll her eyes at me. What? It seemed that Senju's surprise had no limits or boundaries. Who are you to me, Senju Tsunade? Your godmother. She growled back, completely changing her behavior pattern. Soon and dear, we are coming to you. Came from the subconscious. So what? I've known you for one day. I'm off the hook. Stop acting like a little child offended by life. You're not the only one in the world, considering what you're getting yourself into. If I knew you were alive, I would have shown up earlier, and I wouldn't be the only one. Anbu, no, is no joke. No one dares to reproach Danzo and the elders. Maybe you can protect Sasuke, a sideways glance at the Uchiha, so as not to be distracted from his thoughts, but she's not the whole world. You have a family and people you can trust. Do you know how it sounds? I raise a questioning eyebrow. You can't trust anyone, but you can trust me. You can trust me. Forgive me, but I don't trust you. 1. 2. I'll remind you, Senju, that you play politics, democracy, and diplomacy. Everything. 1, 2, and 3 is the art of saying, in this case, to me, a good Jinchuriki, until you have a stronger club. What do you want to say? Jiraiya intervened. Sanin, I pointed my finger at him. Sanin, my hand pointed at Senju. Jonin, rank S, I pointed at Kakashi. Minato Namikaze, or lightning, or flash. Bloody habanera. Why don't you just slaughter Danzo, the entire, no, Anbu, the elders and their cronies? What's the problem? Do you even have any idea what you're talking about? Tsunade croaked. A good half of Konoha's shinobi are behind them. Hitaki interjected and immediately returned to his food. Sasuke and I are a bad influence on him. He's becoming even more of a careless person than before. Besides that, they themselves are some of the most powerful shinobi, Tsunade reminds. And we don't have a club, as you put it. Or maybe you meant her. Jiraiya frowns, nodding briefly at the Uchiha. I don't mean anything. When I have something to say, I say it. Then, Mom reminds me of her presence. Tell me what connects you with Danzo. I noted my mother's verbal formulation. She asks for herself, for what is important to her personally, and not for anyone else. Mother already understands and knows me quite well. She studies my habits and way of thinking very quickly. Too quickly. Deal, I answer simply. And how much did you sell out for, godson? Jiraiya grinned, demonstrating his awful character after removing the bookmarks. What did they offer you if you agreed to snitch? Upbringing. People's faces immediately turned gray. Education, professional teachers, coaches, normal housing, not a one-room apartment where two teenagers with raging hormones are huddled, solid allowance, a lot of things, if you take it seriously. A lot of what you all could provide me with. But, the mother's voice trembled, also suggested. Not you, Minato, I don't need handouts from the owner of the Konoha bug-infested dog for free. So you, Tsunade began, but was interrupted by me. Refused and set my own conditions. I needed my clan, I mean the elders' votes at the council, and everything else, do as you please. My clan, to rid itself and Sasuke from encroachment by Uchiha Aikizoku, Senju Aikizoku, Tsunade's eyebrows rise, Uzumaki Aikizoku, and also to gain a little autonomy from any representatives of the ruling elite. And a small plot of land, for the clan's territory, again with reservations. I receive the preferential right to buy out, and not the land itself. Senju. Are you Senju? No, Tsunade, I'm not a Senju, but I do have Senju genes, just genes, and there aren't many of them. The woman turned pale and haggard, as she was the last one to represent the once glorious and numerous, powerful clan. Leaving behind only a grief-stricken and lonely woman, who does not like the light, and the only glimmer of light can be in a glass of warm sake. Leave us, please, Mom asked. I want to talk to Naruto myself. But, Jiraiya was immediately shut up and dragged out of the house. Kakashi took the plate of food and went out himself after Tsunade. Tell me, Mom got up from the table and walked around it, sitting down in front of me. What's going on, Naruto? After all, You warned us that you would have to watch Minato's supporters. I am forced to support him. He is my husband and the father of my children, 2 of them, until you acknowledge him. Of course, I understand that he acted like a pig, but, damn. Just tell me and calm my heart. Mom asked with tears. You have no reason to worry. It's really only you and Sasuke who are keeping me in this village. In order to protect myself for a while, I agreed with Danzo, but I set my own conditions. He accepted them. That means you're a fool. But why? So that he can be removed later, I shrug. My clan will be a branch of the main Uzumaki branch. Only you, the head of the clan, will be able to give me orders. We will discuss this more fully when everything is sealed on paper, then no one will be able to find fault. And if Shimura makes a move, makes even the slightest advance in your direction, I will kill him. But he is the head of Anbu, no. You're forgetting yourself, little habanera, Kurama rumbled, tickling Kushina's collar with his tail, causing her to jump onto the ceiling with a squeal. SS scumbag, came from above, when she realized where and from whom the threat came. Fa ha ha ha, the naughty rebel is still ticklish. Mom, you don't know a lot, I admitted. What are you constantly hiding from me? Came from above. Well, that's enough, get off. And yes, I'm hiding it. What should I do? You see, all sorts of people are walking around here. They call me a godson. But no one wanted to take any responsibility except you. Mom deftly turned in the air to land in front of me and hugged me softly. Little son, why are you growing up so quickly to be a willful and proud man, making me feel like I'm behind a stone wall? Why do you allow me to be weak? She asked sadly, but inside, the mother was happy, shimmering in the hemisphere with sparks of care and pure, unclouded love and gratitude. Stop crying, I scowled demonstratively, stretching out my hands and wiping away tears. Better smile, otherwise my memory immediately helpfully draws an image of you kneeling before the grave. I will repay your trust and tears many times over. Because I want to protect you, because people like me, who can afford to terrorize the Philistines and the stupid crowd, are necessary. Wild and animal horror in front of me, that's what will allow me to protect you from hardships and troubles. And we people of this type are very selfish, I hugged the happy woman tightly. Oh, Mom carefully pulled away, continuing to hold me by the shoulders, a little more, and I'll start to envy your Sasuke. Oh, where are my younger years? This is the Uzumaki woman speaking, who is not even 40 years old, and these devils live many times longer. Uchiha finally spoke up, blushing like a poppy when her mother herself called her mine. PFF'd. Kushina turned away proudly, but then pulled me towards her again, starting to whisper, leaning towards my ear, I drove away the bad thoughts and worries that you sowed by not explaining anything last night. I thought that I would come and find out everything would fall into place, and you would explain everything to me. I was scared that you could side with Shimura. Don't be mad at me, son, I really love you. I'm worried. This is not a lack of trust in you or any plans against you. Kami, how scary it was to hear you talk about an agreement with Danzo. Please, Naruto, my son, I have already been through a lot. Despite the fact that I am very young among the Uzumaki, gray hair has not passed me by. Please, if you do not include me in the process of making your decisions, then at least consult with me. I won't and can't decide for you, you simply won't allow it, but don't make me rush from corner to corner from excitement and thereby create additional problems with your thoughtless actions. Just warn me that you will try to get into something again, but you are not in any danger. Just calm me and my mother's heart. The woman sobbed into my shoulder. Okay. My hugs became wider and stronger, and my mother began to calm down, feeling strong hands on her back. Stop worrying. Everything will be, if not good, then bearable. And very soon the Uzumaki clan will have a younger branch, Yoko. Yeah, Mom smiled and, grabbing Sasuke by the scruff of the neck, hugged us both tighter. I love you, blockheads. Training ground number 44 is a closed section of Konoha where the Chunin exams have been held since time immemorial. The tasks, examiners, victory conditions, time, and so on and so forth have changed, but the only thing that has remained the same is the location. This training ground was in fact just a part of a huge forest once grown by Hashirama Senju. It was dozens of times larger than Konoha itself, the protective walls of which covered barely 10%, or even less. The training ground was located right on this part of the forest, fenced by the village wall. But the rest of the forest, not fenced by the training ground, was, so to speak, ownerless real estate. Even the shinobi were skeptical about the idea of building a house on the edge of the forest. In the unfenced part of the forest, which was separated from the residential part of the village by a wide river flowing through the entire village, one could most often meet Inuzuka, who walked there. Ninken here or rarely went hunting, Aburame, who looked for exotic species of insects, and Yamanaka, who did not go further than a couple of kilometers and collected useful plants among the undergrowth. By the way, a small part of the forest was fenced here, which belonged to Nara Ikizoku, and where they bred their deer. No one else came here. The dense forest, the treetops of which covered the sky, hid many secrets and dangers in the form of razor-sharp claws and hungry, slobbering, toothy jaws. There were even predatory plants here that could easily eat a cat or a small dog. Why the hell Hashirama had grown this forest in the first place, no one had a clue, not even his granddaughter. And after animals settled here and gradually evolved, turning into killing machines, the forest became truly dangerous. Civilians were forbidden to enter here at all times, at any time of day, genin, only with an official named permission signed by the Hokage, and it was very rare to be able to enter without an escort with such passes. The creatures that lived here evolved for one reason only, senchakra. Hashirama grew this forest using it, and this is the result. The natural energy that fills the forest affects all living things like yeast. This is one of the reasons why censors try to train here, because the chakra fluctuations in the forest always get in the way. It's like increasing chakra control by constantly training with water, leaves, or walking on trees. Did I tell you that I love you? Uchiha asked with an impersonal expression, but I know. It only happened a couple of times, no need to repeat. Tell me if it changes. Sasuke snorted, but smiled and pulled me by the collar to give me a kiss. Sweet, hot, with a taste of blood. Grrr, a guttural growl, signifying satisfaction, came naturally on the exhale. My throat had already undergone changes. How did you manage? Uchiha asked, referring to our future home. Danzo gave me the right to purchase territories, so I chose a place convenient for myself. And they allowed it here. Minato helped out by signing the petition. What? Really, without any hidden rocks or buried pig? A neat eyebrow arched sarcastically. Why? Danzo put pressure on the cadastral agency, and for the 2.5 hectares of forest where I chose a plot, I had to give up all our savings and money from the mission in the land of waves. It's sad. Uchiha puffed out her cheeks, but her eyes said that she was very, very happy. And it must be admitted, not without reason. The training will go faster here, the energy of the forest will spur our development. Of course, if we were outside the village, in the heart of the forest, it would be even better, but who would let me go? In addition, we will finally get rid of everyone's attention, since here you can only meet Anbu and join, rarely, Chunin, well, and all sorts of animals, but for the Anbu, no, who are hurting me, we will add trouble, which will make Danzo and his personal elderly lickers go crazy. Isn't that a reason to rejoice? I feel like a cat that took a shit in his slippers, into which he stepped. By the way, a very plausible allegory, since from the point of view of influence, his, meaning Danzo's, and mine, that's how it will turn out. Although I don't give a damn about it. The bastard likes to think that with his handout he did me a favor, please. But if he sticks a finger in, I'll rip the whole arm off, right away and fuck off. Let's go get settled. A lewd slap on Sasuke's toned bottom found an equally lewd response from her. Oh, what mutual flirting. I chose the land long and thoughtfully. My 250 by 100 meter plot adjoined a river, another one that flowed through Konoha, but only in passing, inside the forest of death. 100 meters from the river into the forest there was a clearing of only 100 square meters of land, where there were no giant trees, although if you dig, you will have to cut through the roots. This is actually what we will have to do in the process of, let's go settle in. Well, what can I say, if the paperwork for the clan and the land took only a week, not without my mother's help, with Minato's light hand and only because I had received the consent of the elders and clan heads in advance, then we dug in the ground for a good 3 weeks, no worse than rabbits or moles, whichever would be better. In 3 weeks, we dug a network of underground corridors and about 24 round rooms. If we didn't have shinobi techniques and a whole horde of working clones, we would have dug even longer, since sawing the roots of trees, which not only feed the entire plant, but also conduct chakra amazingly well, which is why these giants grow to gigantic sizes, is not too difficult, but, mother, 3 fucking weeks from dawn to dusk. Roughly speaking, a couple of trees from this forest are enough to put up a wooden house with furniture. In our dugout, there are several rooms that were completely sawed out and drilled out from inside solid roots. Instead of supporting beams, specially designed FUNN constructions were used, they were written along all corners, the parameters of the dome were also set in them. if the room was made in the form of a hemisphere, that is, to put it simply, our house is a network of barriers that support and strengthen the entire structure. However, even without them, the collapse of the dugout or its shrinkage is impossible. The powerful root system simply will not allow this. I suspect that the roots of the most ancient plants go deep for hundreds of meters. This forest is truly amazing and unique. The sawing, drilling and boring were done with the help of lightning and wind techniques. The compaction of the earthen walls to the state of stone, as well as their grinding and processing, was provided by Doden, and with the help of Kaden, the floors in all the rooms were fired, covered with clay raised from underground, and as a result we got ceramic tiles. In our house, a dugout, there was no electricity, running water, heating or sewage. All these functions were separately prescribed in each room. For example, in the shower there was only the rain itself, attached to the seal on the wall, and the seal itself was responsible for both the temperature of the water and its pressure, purification, and, in addition, had a fairly simple space-time pocket, which could and should be updated sometimes, for example, with the help of the same Sweden. Sewer seals are the same FUNN containers, the contents of which can be easily destroyed by passing the chakra of Kaden into a special seal. Electricity and lighting were provided, again, with the help of Fuinjutsu, just the functionality and component, raten, changed. The temperature in the dugout was maintained by the same seals that were responsible for strengthening the arches and walls. It sounds simple, but with the application of all this happiness, we fucked for about a month, during which Donzo's messengers, his Anbu and their checks methodically dripped into my brain about what the hell was going on here. Everyone was given the cold shoulder, and I went to personally bow to the head of Anbu, No, who expressed his displeasure with the fact that I spend little time with my family, and accordingly he does not receive information. In this regard, during the same month, sometimes we visited Minato's house as guests, sometimes they visited us. To the upper levels. And no one needs to know that there are also lower levels. And only Sasuke and I can get there for one simple reason. When building FUNN constructions, which ultimately represented a system of barriers inside the dugout, my knowledge of space-time techniques based on Kamui was used. That is, I showed some part, the upper part, of the dugout, where there was nothing more than what could not be in the shinobi's house, but the other part of the dugout is a cut-off independent dimension, if you like. As a result of running from guest to guest, because there were also future relatives of the Uchiha, Danzo received some operational information. For example, that Orochimaru hangs around like me, that is, he smiles at these, and says hello to those, and his ass is covered there. And that the Inuzuka, it turns out, do not strongly advocate for the support of the elders, but are beginning to scratch themselves in the direction of neutrality. At least, if earlier only Sum had advocated such an idea, not wanting to follow the orders of elders wise with life experience, then later her advisors also got itchy when the screws were tightened for Inuzuka, such as registering each ninkin, their puppies, drawing up documents for each pet at their own expense, of course, raising the tax rate in the event of each individual shinobi replenishing the ninkin personnel. If you wanted to go on missions with 2 or 3 ninkin, please give us a percentage. I received special thanks for my contribution to the defense of the village from Shimura, having handed him over a spy from Kumo with a clear conscience. No one would have found the guy any further, but the poor guy had to herd the Jinchuriki of the leaf, and doing this in the forest of death is terribly inconvenient. Together with Sasuke, we got him done without any complications. Shinra Tensei performed by the Uchiha was done perfectly and quickly, and all I had to do was catch the head of the careless shinobi with a hefty kuroibo at the right time and in the right place. Because there is no point in crawling around my territory. The guy came to his senses after I shook his memory and consciousness with the Rinnegan, and cheerfully, with the help of a hefty kick in the ass, hobbled into the wide arms of Danzo and his vultures. Break a leg, man. I thought then, but, turning away, I quietly finished. Rest in peace, you bastard. Chapter 16 You'll howl. Now, in the house of the head of the village, Hokage Minato Namikaze, it was surprisingly quiet and calm. There was no one here except for the hostess of the house and the always honored and welcome guest, Tsunade Senju. And now, sitting at the same table, the last representative of the once great clan founder of Konohagakure, once again descended into the abyss of tender embrace of depression. In fact, she had not climbed out of it for many years, and neither her successful student, nor her godchildren, whom she loved very much, but never admitted it to anyone, could pull her out of there. At first, when Kushina was inconsolable after the funeral of her firstborn, Tsunade was the only one who the unbearable Uzumaki allowed to get close to her, and she was the one who helped the woman overcome the loss, but not without a trace and not without regrets, but Kushina was able to take a breath of air again and tried to live on. She helped Senju for many reasons and excuses. Kushina was her student right after she graduated from the Shinobi Academy. It's just a shame that the other two team members died. Kushina was a distant relative. Kushina was mentored and raised by her grandmother, who also asked her granddaughter to look after the wayward Uzumaki. Kushina tearfully asked to become the godmother of her children, because she immensely respected her teacher, who replaced her family and became a support as she grew up. Kushina, like Tsunade herself, suffered the same fate. They both lost the most precious thing they had at a certain point in their lives. Kushina, her firstborn, Tsunade, her younger brother. Finally, Tsunade secretly envied her student, but was also sincerely happy for her when Kushina again found herself pregnant with Minato's child. The envy was not black, but it did not let the woman go. Family. A real family, which she never really had, that was what oppressed her heart for many years. She practically did not remember her parents. They had passed away in eternal sleep too early. Her grandmother tried to show concern, but withered faster and faster with age. Her brother had died in battle out of stupidity, her fiancé. Kushina, in her eyes, yes, was left without a family. Yes, she suffered a lot in her childhood, including the fall of Uzushiogakure, but over time she acquired a thread that supported her life, Minato. And this same thread weakened when she lied and hid what a woman's heart cherishes with special trepidation, a child. And now Tsunade was trying to compensate for her loneliness by shifting all her feelings and efforts onto Kushina's family. Senju, after everything that had already happened, respected her student no less than she respected her. Kushina. And Kushina knew and understood all this perfectly well, so she did not push away the teacher, who had been beaten by life, letting him into her home, allowing him to become part of the family. Tsunade-san. Oh, stop being so pathetic, Tsunade snorted. Okay, Uzumaki waved her hand vaguely. Listen, why don't you pay attention to, let's say, that same Jiraiya? Firstly, he's my godfather, the Sanin snorted. Secondly, after you took him to his godson, he changed a lot. With the help of Sasuke's Sharingan, Kushina decided to shed light on this question. His bookmarks were removed. Bookmarks. Very old. Naruto and Sasuke said that they were at least 35 years old. That is, they were appointed under the elders. Kushina carefully looked into the teacher's eyes, thinking about whether to continue the sentence. And under Hiruzen, Tsunade finished on her own, nodding to her thoughts. The old monkey was never a fool, although the sly gleam in his eyes, the smile of a kind and all-forgiving old man helped him keep the mask. Believe me, he is a bastard and was one even in life, when only Grandpa Tobirama trampled the earth with forged boots. But, since he was a bastard, as you say, then why did he voluntarily sacrifice himself during the sealing? Kushina did not understand. I have no idea about the green one. Maybe the spiritual hero kicked up his hooves, remembering the self-sacrifice of the same Tobirama. Maybe it was a high urge from a sense of duty to the village in the Hokage hat. Maybe something else. Tsunade said the last sentence with some apprehension and inner fear. What else? Kushina didn't miss the teacher's reaction. Senju frowned her light eyebrows, nodding her head slightly. Do you know who is at the head of Sarutobi? Hiruzen's brother. Kushina didn't understand. Yeah, he himself. The same brother, whose existence I didn't know, the monkey himself before his death. Does that sound like a villainous plan? Kushina held back the grin that was breaking, but noticing that the teacher was not losing his seriousness, she immediately found something to latch onto. Wait, but then how did he resurrected? Or, did he resurrect at all? I have no idea. Speaking as an Irionan, it's impossible. From the point of view of a sane person, there's nothing criminal about it. The brother took on the responsibilities of the deceased, he just always stayed in the shadows and didn't show himself. If I were a politician, I could try to find some dirt, like, where this little man came from. But in any of the options there's a small nuance. His student was Orochi, he was also a member of the Anbu, no, and it was he who supervised the scientific activities of their laboratories. In addition, Orochi was the second candidate for the post of Hokage when your Minato was elected. Why didn't you say that before? Kushina frowned. Because before you didn't get into the arena of those in power and didn't pit those who were thirsty for power against each other, and you didn't drag your children into this matter. Your own. I don't. Uzumaki began heatedly, barely hearing the accusation. I'm not accusing you. Senju waved it off, knowing the habits of her favorite student very well. What do you think about him? About Orochimaru? I don't need this paleface. I'm talking about Naruto. Ah, Tsunade nodded understandingly, remembering the conversation with her godson. He's a bit like you were when you were a child, only he's got a stronger temper, stronger balls, more brains and, Kushina asked with a smile on her face and a little resentment in her eyes at her lack of brains, which followed from Tsunade's own words. And hatred, rage, power. What? And you didn't notice? The woman chuckled. Well, it's not surprising. You've been eating him for less than a year. This is my son, Kushina said confidently and coldly, clinking her teacup. Yeah, I supervised your first pregnancy. I know that, Senju says smugly, as if giving his student a slap on the back of the head and a flick on the nose. But, he masterfully hides his true character, so much so that I believed it. I, Senju Tsunade, and I have more experience as a kunoichi. I'm not sure, but when you took Jiraiya away, then his behavior didn't change much. Kushina lowered her eyes to the table, not wanting to admit that she didn't know her son at all. Of course, he's not a saint and he's not trying to become one. He just cares only about me and Sasuke, and he doesn't give a damn about everyone else. About Minato, about the godparents, about his brother, and only Aya deserves any attention, being the younger sister. Who can he tolerate? Well, it's Makoto and Itachi, and even then it's because he perceives them as Sasuke's family, are part of it. This, Tsunade paused meaningfully. This is what I was able to understand myself during all this time. He certainly reacts to everything more sensibly and harshly. I wouldn't say he's a teenager if we were communicating without eye contact. After giving birth, I tried to put medical seals on the remnants of chakra to maintain the child's tone, and to ensure rapid development, I added a construct with my clone to Hirazen's seal. He used a number of other FUNN on it. Many seals. Memory duplication, deep consciousness and awareness seal, concentration FUNN. Tsunade slowly took the cup away from her lips, very carefully put it down and folded her fingers into a lock, and then asked quietly. And at that moment he was. The clone did it at 5, maybe 6 years old. Fool. A harsh statement of fact and an angry look, where rage splashed, but Tsunade did not show her attitude to this act in any other way. There was no point, it was impossible to return and fix, and the result was still positive. Just a blockhead, or rather, your clone, but he is your exact copy, Senju shrugged. These seals before the age of 12 can lead to a stroke simply from overstraining the brain, despite the fact that a child's body is extremely flexible. Before 16, a danger to the psyche, before 18 to 20 for an established personality, which can lead to its complete destruction. In order to install them, you need to prepare the object for several years. Naruto was saved by your Uzumaki and Kyuubi blood, I believe. Without auxiliary and supporting seals, Kushina decided to aggravate the situation by telling the last part of the truth. Wonderful, Senju said venomously, that didn't make you any smarter in my eyes. Kushina just hung her head. There was more to add, but that was already her son's secret, and she would remain silent, not daring to undermine his trust. The man who had dedicated his stay here to her and Sasuke. You're not telling me something, Tsunade hissed shrewdly, making Uzumaki shudder and look away in a hunted manner. He didn't want to lie to his teacher either. And you won't tell, Senju nodded affirmatively. These are Naruto's secrets. Then don't tell him, because due to your antics, society's attitude towards Naruto himself, responsibility for Sasuke, and other problems that those around him cause, once you undermine his trust, you simply won't be able to return it. You won't have the strength or patience, and most importantly, he won't allow it. You have studied him so well, Kushina said a little jealously. I'm not his mother, and I had the opportunity to look at him from the outside first. He is principled and cruel, only sometimes harsh. He lives and acts exclusively according to the golden rule of morality, in the harshest interpretation, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He simply doesn't care about anyone. Someone wanted to help him, he will help in return in the same measure. Or, as with Danzo, the old man wants to use him, so Naruto spins him with all his heart. Do you think it's wise to play with the elders? Kushina didn't want to convey the entire private dialogue with her son, and Tsunade understood and accepted this perfectly. I don't think I know everything your firstborn is capable of, considering that he and Sasuke passed Hitachi's test in a couple of seconds. Quite an achievement. But with Danzo, if I don't know everything about him, then I know a lot, unlike Naruto. No normal person, even among shinobi, would climb to build a house in the forest of death. Besides, a censor, and Sasuke is a very talented censor. And also, suddenly metal rang in Tsunade's voice, I want to know how he cured you after the mission in the Land of Waves. Where from? Kushina's eyes widened. Poop PPP page. Don't hiss. Orochimaru didn't let you sign a contract with them for this pathos. And what? Uzumaki squealed. Maybe you'll sign with Katsuyu then. Senju, sensing weakness in this field, grabbed on like a tick. Although that's later. Don't change the subject. And don't put pressure on Hitaki. He just said that the wound was serious. A sharp look made Kushina shrink. Fatal, but you're alive and well, and the treatment was completed immediately after the battle. Such an operation is within the power of me, you, Shizune and a couple of medical nin on the rest of the planet. Speak. No. Uzumaki raised her head, stubbornly, like a ram, not wanting to tell anything related to Naruto. Kushina. No. Period. Tsunade exhaled tiredly and resignedly, slumping in her chair. I know that your knowledge is not enough to fix. No need. Senju's gaze instantly glazed over when she realized where the student was leading. We must. You told me about your dream. And you. Don't curse me. You were barren, but you still wanted a family. Kushina insisted, not wanting to leave a gap in the last word for the teacher. She was stubborn, like all Uzumaki. And I see. Please, don't say it, the haggard woman whispered very quietly, already fully admitting her verbal defeat. I see, the scarlet-haired fury continued loudly and confidently, how you look at my children, and this is one of the reasons why I asked you to be their godmother, because you and your grandmother yourselves replaced my family. The pure crystal of bitter drops of despair escaped from the coffee eyes, and Tsunade quickly raised her hand to remove her shameful tears, and then covered her lips with her palm so as not to scream from resentment at her fate and the fate of a woman alone in life. Kushina immediately found herself on her feet, knocking over the chair, and flew towards Senju, literally shaking her out of her usual place and embracing her tightly. Uzumaki knew a lot, and Tsunade had shared her innermost dreams, aspirations, and worries with her student a long time ago. They had been trying to find a way to solve Haim Senju's female problem for a long time, but to no avail. While still in her prime, the Sannin had suffered an abdominal injury, and her reproductive organs were damaged, not much, but Orochimaru, the only one Senju could trust at the time, was personally involved in the treatment. During the treatment with jutsu, the chakra channels around the uterus and ovaries were also affected, not due to the snake Sannin's oversight, but coupled with the injuries that had not yet healed, this led to complications. Orochimaru himself regarded the failed operation as his personal oversight and could not forgive himself for this. He would not have solved anything with his empty apologies, and this failure served as another impetus for deepening his knowledge of medicine and shinobi techniques. And also to pitfalls in the relationships of the entire team. Jiraiya saw the unspoken and sidelong glances between his teammates, Tsunade's doomed one, and Orochimaru's sad and apologetic one. The team's complete breakdown began when Jiraiya once again approached Senju with his all-encompassing love, without really understanding the situation, and expressed his complaints to Orochimaru about it. Orochimaru didn't think long. He sincerely apologized to the woman and veiledly hinted that he would continue to look for a way to correct his mistake, and then bolted from the village at the first opportunity. Forgive, Kushina whispered selflessly, continuing to lull her cousin aunt and perfectly understanding that she herself had brought her to this, destroying the nerve cells that had already suffered throughout their entire lives. I promise to talk to Naruto and find out if something can be done with his knowledge and techniques. No necessity, Shmo, Tsunade sobbed. And I should be the one thanking you for worrying about it, SHM, and allowing me to become part of the F family. I'll talk, Uzumaki insisted, and Naruto will help. He'll finish with the arrangements, then the full village council will take place, and then I'll talk. Tsunade wanted to add something else, but she was shut up before she could say a word. Trust me. My stubbornness and character have never left me with nothing. Oh okay. Tsunade finally managed to calm down and stopped sobbing, secretly cherishing a vague hope for success in her heart, and realizing with her mind a plausible result if Kushina herself took up the matter, having once already performed almost a miracle by placing a mind-boggling seal construct on the baby.